Hello everyone, welcome to WebDev Warrior. In this video, we're going to build a full stack social media application from scratch using MERN stack. So in this video, we're going to build a Instagram-like social media applications called PhotoFlow. And we are going to use MERN stack to build this application. In backend, we are going to use MongoDB, Node.js, Express.js, and all of the other hot technologies. And in frontend, we are going to use Next.js, TypeScript, Redux, ShareCNUI, and a lot of cool technology. So let me show you a full demo of this web application. So here you can see we are in the login page. Here we have a banner and a form. Here you can enter your email address and password. And here we also have this show and hide password. So here you can see if you click here, it will show your password and hide your password. Now let's first create a account in our application. Here, if I click in the sign up here, we are going to redirect to the sign up page. And here you can see it's happened smoothly. No loading effect. You can click here to go to the login again and sign up. So first we are going to sign up for our project. So let's give this a name like WebDev, and we're going to use an email. Then I have to give this a password. So I'm giving a password and then I'm going to confirm my password. And you can click here to show your password or hide your password. Now I'm going to click here to sign up now. So if I click here, you can see we have this beautiful loading effect also. And you cannot click here. And here you can see we have a toast notification that registration successful. So check your email for OTP verification. So here we have a full OTP verification, and you can see we are redirected to a beautiful OTP verification page where we have this OTP box, and if you want you can resend your code. So first let's go to the email. So if I go to the Gmail section, and here you can see we have this beautiful email template. Here we have the heading that OTP verification, and here we have hello webdev, your one-time password is this one. So you can see how awesome this application will be. You will have this email template that you can send to your user. So now if I go to our project, here we also have this OTP box. Now the cool thing is here, if you type any code, any OTP code here, it will go to the next one automatically. And if you pass again, it will go to the last one. And you cannot put any other input here. And same goes for the deleting. So if I click here, it will remove. And if I click again, it will go to the previous step. And you can see how awesome this is. So you are going to learn how to implement this also. And now, for example, if you don't get the OTP code, then you can resend the code. So if I click here to resend, here you can see we have the loading here. So here you can see we have a new toast message, which is a new OTP has been sent to your email. Awesome. Now let's go to our email, go back, and here you can see now we have a recent OTP for email verification. Now if I click here, you will see we have the OTP verification, and here we have hello webdev, your one-time password is this one. So now we are going to put this OTP in our project, so which is 786776. Now if I click here to verify, you can see email has been verified, and boom, we are in the feed page. So this is the main page. Here you can see we have different types of posts for different user, and you can see how beautiful this looks. Here we have all kind of posts. We have this right bar, a left bar you can say. Here we have home, search, matches, notification, create profile, and logout. Awesome. So now for now, let's log out. So now we are in the login page. So for example, if you forget your password, you can click here and boom, you are in a forget password page. and here you need to provide your email. So let's give this my email. So first let's use a wrong email, and if I click here to continue, here you can see we have an error message. So we have proper error handling here. So let's use codejs51 at gmail.com. Now if I click here to continue, now you can see reset password reset OTP is sent to your email. So we received a password reset OTP in our email. So if I go to my email here again, and here you can see the title change. Here it's now reset password OTP, and here you can see the message also saying that your password reset OTP is 786748. So now I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste here, and then we have to put a new password. So I'm going to put a new password, and here you can also show and hide your password if you want. Now I'm going to click here to change password. So here you can see password reset successfully. So we successfully reset our password. So let's log in again using our new password, and if I click here to log in, you can see login successful. Awesome. So this is all the auth related functionality that we are going to learn in this project. Next, here you can see this is our feed page, and then if you click here to your profile, you can go to your profile. So this is the profile page. Now you don't have any post, you don't save any post, and you have 0 post, 0 follower, and 0 following. These are all dynamic, and here you have option to edit your profile. So first let's click here to edit profile. Here you can see we have this beautiful profile page, edit profile page, where you can edit your profile. So if you click here, it will open in your file, and you can select an image here. So I'm going to click here. Now here let me select an image from here. So let's select this one, and if I open here, you can see we have our image here. And if I click here to change photo, you can see profile updated. Awesome. And here you can see we have the new photo, and here you can also see our profile picture changed. Now let's add a bio like Next.js, or you can say MERN stack developer, and you can change your bio also. So profile updated. Awesome. Here you can also change your password. So this is for the login user. So if you want to change your password, you can change it from here, which is awesome. So let's also change the password. So I'm going to put my current password, and then I'm going to put my new password, and then I'm going to confirm my password, and I'm going to click here to change password. So password changed successfully. Awesome. So you can also change your password from here. Now let's go to the profile again, and here you can see you have the profile picture and you have the bio here. So MERN stack developer. Awesome. Now let's go to the home again, and let's create a post. So if you click here, this will open this beautiful model, and where you can see here it says select a photo from your gallery. So I'm going to click here to select a photo. So let's upload this one. So I'm going to open this. Here you can see we have opened this image. So what we can say, beautiful village. Here you can see we have this caption box to add a caption. Now I'm going to click here to create post, and you can see the loading animation and post is created. Awesome. And here you can see your post will be at the top. So the latest post will be at the top. Awesome. Now what you can do next is, so here you can see you have this three dots. So if you click here, you can go to your profile by clicking this. You can delete your post because it's your own post, and you can cancel the post. So let's delete the post. So if I click here, you can see the post deleted and it's gone from your newsfeed, which is awesome. Now let's create it again, the post. So let's post this photo or this photo. So let's say AI image and click here to create post. And you can see also the image is preview here and the post is created. Now here you can see this is another user. So if you click here, you can follow, you can see this profile, you can cancel. You cannot delete their post because that's not your post, that's from other person. So if you click here, this will go to their post, and here you can see this person have 8 posts, 1 followers and 0 following, and they have this bio. And here you can see their post like this Instagram manner. Here you can see 1 like, 6 comment, 1 like, 0 comment, 0 1, and you can see this, which is awesome. And if you click here, this will show you the saved post that you save here. So here you can see this guy saved this post. Awesome. Now let me show you the follow unfollow functionality. So if you want to follow this guy, just click here. So here you can see followed successfully, and here you can see the followers increased immediately, so it's a real time. And here you can see the button change and it's now a unfollow button. So if I click here again, here you can see unfollow successfully, and now it has 1 follower. So for now, let's click here to follow. Now if you go to your profile, you can see you have 1 post, you have 1 following because you follow 1 person, and here you have your post. Now let's go to the home again, and here you can see the suggested user, and here we have 3 user here that you can, so you can click here to see their profile also. So here this guy have 1 post and 1 following, and this is the post, and this guy doesn't have any saved post. Awesome. Now let's like and comment in a post. So for example, if you want to like, here you can see this post have 1 like, and let's click here to like this, and here you can see the post liked successfully and the like is 2 now. Then for example, if you want to like this post, if you click here, so post liked successfully, now we have 1 post. And if you want to save the post, you need to click here. So if I click here, you can see post saved successfully. Now if you go to your profile and go to the saved section, here you can see this is the post that you saved, which is awesome. It's working like the Instagram. Now let's go to your profile again. Let me show you the comment feature. So for example, if you want to comment in this post like nice post, and if you click here to post, and here you can see comment posted, and here you see that we have now 2 comments. So if I click here, you can see the post. Here we have the person that created the post, and here we have this comment. So here this guy comment here, and then this guy comment here. So this is my account, so nice post, and you can comment from here also. So let's add comment from here, like let's say Next.js. So now if I click here to send, you can see comment posted, and you can see immediately it added here, which is awesome. So this is our comment feature. Another cool thing is this project is fully mobile responsive. So if we inspect, and if I select a mobile devices, so here you can see we have a menu. So if I click here, this will open our sidebar, which is amazing. So you can click here to close the sidebar and click here to open the sidebar. And here you can see we have our options, which is awesome. And you can see the post and the feed fit perfectly with our mobile devices. And let's go to the profile page. So if I click here and go to the profile page, here you can see the profile page also fit perfectly and looks very beautiful. And then if I click here to edit profile, so this is the edit profile page. It's also fit perfectly. So our project is fully mobile responsive. So if I log out, you can see the login page or sign up page all are fit perfectly with our viewport height in our mobile screen. So let's log in again. And we are in the fit page. So our project is fully responsive, which is awesome. So this is all the feature that you are going to learn in this project. This is huge. So you can learn different types of functionality here, and I'm going to teach you everything from scratch. So I encourage you to watch the full tutorial for better understanding. So after completing this tutorial, you will have a solid understanding of MERN stack web development. And in this video, I am going to teach you both the front end and back end, also the deployment. I am going to show you how you can deploy a MERN stack project in live server. And if you have any question related to this project, you can ask me in the comment section, and the full source code of this project will be given in the description. And don't forget to like, share and subscribe our channel for more interesting MERN stack project video. Now, without wasting any time, let's start building this amazing social web app. Now we are going to set up our project. So for this, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to name it PhotoFlow YT. And then I'm going to open this folder using Visual Studio Code. And here I'm going to first create two folders. So first one is the backend, and another one is front end. So first we are going to set up our backend and complete our backend. Then we are going to move to the front end. So here I am going to open a new terminal. And then I am going to first cd to my backend. And here in the backend, we are going to create a app.js and a server.js. In server, we are going to configure our server related stuff like the database connection, and in the app.js we are going to configure our app related configuration. And here in terminal I am going to first run npm init, and the package name, so let's use the default one, and in the author you can give your name and hit enter. So now you can see we have a package.json file where the name is backend, version, description, type, and some scripts. And here, now we are going to install all the necessary packages that we are going to use in our backend project. So I'm going to paste the packages here. So there are a lot of packages and technologies that we are going to use. So let me introduce you some of this. So this BigCrypt.js is for hashing the password. So if the user enter a password, we are going to encrypt this password and save to the database. So this work is done by BigCrypt.js. Then we are going to use Cloudinary for our image uploads and image storage services. Then we have cookie parser to handle cookie. We have course. So this course is used to connect our front end and back end. Then we have data URI, so we are going to use this. Then we have .env to configure our environment variable. Then we need the express, and express mongo sanitize is for security purposes. Then we have express rate limit, which is another security packages. Then we have HBS. Then we have helmet, HPP, JSON web token. So we are going to use token system for our authentication. That's why we are using JSON web token. We are going to use Mongos. This Morgan is for logging something. Then we are going to use Malter for image upload, Node Mailer for email sending features. Then we are going to use Sharp to optimize our image. So in the social media apps, when a user upload an image, we are going to optimize the image. Then we have Slugify and Validator. So we are going to use all of these packages in our backend. So I'm going to hit enter. So this will install all the packages. The installation is completed. Now here you can see we have dependencies of all of these packages. Now next what we are going to do is I am going to remove this test, and in start we are going to use nodemon. So if you don't have nodemon, you can just install nodemon here using npm i --save -dev and nodemon. So I already have nodemon installed, so I do not need to install it again. And what nodemon will do is it will continuously check our files, and if anything changes, it will automatically run our project again. So we do not need to run our node index.js again and again. So that's why we are using nodemon here. So that's it. So this is our package.json. Now let's go to the app.js. So here first I'm going to import express require express. So we need express. Then we are going to import Morgan require Morgan. Then we are going to import helmet. So these are the security parameter which will be same for all of the project that you are going to create. So you just need to add this security parameter in your project. So the helmet will be require express, not express, helmet. Then we need the course to require course. Then we need cookie parser and require cookie parser. Then we are going to import Mongo Mongo sanitize. And we are going to require Mongo express Mongo sanitize. So that's it. Then what we are going to do is we are going to create a app. So const app, we are going to call our express. So this is our app. Next, what I am going to do is I am going to use module.exports app. I'm going to export this app from our app.js. Now let's go to the server.ts. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to first import the app from required /app. So we're going to import our app, and then we're going to create a port. So const port, and this one will be 3000. And then we're going to create a server using our app. So app dot listen, and we're going to listen and pass our port. Then we are going to run a callback function, and here we are going to log and template literal app running on port, and then the port. So that's it. So this is our server. Now let's run our backend project, and as you can remember, we use the start here. So we're going to use npm start. So this will start our process here, and here you can see app running on port 3000. So that means our project is running properly. So next what we are going to do is we are going to use our security. So it's good practice to add the security in the setup process, so you do not need to add it later. So after the app, what we're going to do is we're going to use app.use. So here we are going to use a middleware. So what is middleware? In simple word, middleware is running in the middle of the request and response cycle. So if you define a middleware function, it will run in between the request and response lifecycle. So here I'm going to use slash here, then express dot static and uploads. To access our static file in the uploads, we are using this middleware. Next, we are going to use app.use cookie parser. Next, we are going to use app.use helmet. You just need to call it here inside this middleware function, and that's it. Then we are going to use app.use, and then inside this we are going to use course, and we're going to call this, and we're going to pass some of the options here. So first one is the origin. So here you have to provide your front end. So our front end will be running on https://localhost 3000, because we are going to use Next.js, and Next.js run on the localhost 3000. That's why we provide it here. And when you host your front end, you are going to add another one, which is your deployed URL. So we are going to talk about this later when we deploy our project. Then we are going to use the credentials to true. So here we are going to use our credential true. Then what we are going to do is, then we are going to use app.use express dot static. So to serving our static files, we are going to use this. Now we need path, so we are going to import path. So const path require path, and here in the static we're going to use path dot join and dash dash dir name, and we're going to use comma, and we're going to serve our public. That's it. So this is our app. Next we are going to do is we are going to configure our environment variable. So for this I am going to create here a .env file, and here first we are going to add a environment variable which is node n for environment variable. So here we are using the development, and when we deploy our project we are going to use node n to deployment. Next we are going to use port. So we are going to use 8000 port. So this is our environment variable, or you can name your environment to config.n. That will looks nice. So this is our configuration file. Now what we need to do is we need to go to the server, and in server we are going to import at the top. So const dot n, we are going to import dot n require dot n, and then we are going to use dot n dot config. So we are going to configure our environment variable, and here we need to define the path. So here the path is slash /config.env. That's it. Now in the port, we're going to use process.env.port. Otherwise, if it's not defined, we're going to use 3000. Now if I hit save, now you can see our app running on port 8000. So it's awesome. And if somehow this port is not available, then it will run on the 3000. Now let's go to the app.js, and here we need app.use Morgan and dev. And we are going to only run this if we are in development to show some of the logs. So here we are going to check if process dot end dot note end is equal to development, then only we are going to show or run this. Next we need app.use then express.json, and we're going to call this, and we're going to limit this to 10 KB. So this is useful. So you need to use this to get data from your frontend. So when you send data from frontend, it will store in the request.body, and to access request.body, you need to use this express.json. Then we're going to use app.use express, not express, mongo sanitize. So we are going to call this. So this is our app.js and server.js basic configuration. Now in this project in backend, we are going to use MVC pattern, which is model view controller pattern. So here I am going to create some of the folders. So first one is controllers. Then we need routes. Then we need models. So we need basic these three folder: model, routes, and controller. And for view, we are going to use Next.js. Now we are going to set up our database. For database, we are going to use MongoDB. So now let's go to your browser first and search for MongoDB Atlas, and then open their website and click here to sign in. If you don't have any account, you can create one for free. So I already have an account, so I'm going to just log in here. Now I am in the dashboard of MongoDB. Then I am going to click here to go to my dashboard, and then I'm going to click here to create a new project. I'm going to name this photo flow YT. Click here next. Then I'm going to create the project, and then I'm going to click here to create a cluster, and we're going to use the free version here, and I'm going to name it photo flow YT. Okay, this name is not supported, so just photo flow, and then click here to create deployment. And then we need to create a user, and so for this I'm going to copy this and store this in our environment variable. So let's go to the environment variable. Here I'm going to create a db username and a db password. and then I'm going to paste the username here and then paste the password. If you want, you can change your password. I'm going to use this one, and now click here to create database user, and then click here to choose a connection method. We are going to use MongoDB's native drivers, which is Node.js. And here you can see we have a connection string. So copy this connection string from here and click here to done. Next, go to your project, and here I'm going to create another environment variable, which is db, and I'm going to paste the database string here. So let's use our double quote, that's your log quote, that's it. So these are db. Next, go to your project and then go to your cluster and browse collections. Here you can see your database data here. So this is the collection sections. Here you can see the data you added in your database. Next, you need to go to the network access, and here you need to click here to add API and allow access from anywhere, then confirm. So it's active now. So let's go to the clusters again and then go to your project, and in the server.js we are going to configure our database and connect our database. So in the server at the top, I'm going to import mongos require mongos, and then what we need to do is, so let's use here. So after the add, we are going to connect our database. So here we are going to use mongos dot connect, and we are going to pass our db. And how we get the db is in the process dot env dot db. So if I show you in our environment variables, here you can see these are database, and here then we're going to add a callback function which will console log. So console log db connection successful. So here we have mistake. So here we are going to use then, and then we're going to console log db connection successful, and we are going to catch any error. So dot catch any error, and we're going to log the error. That's it. Now if I hit save, and here you can see app running on port 8000 and database connection successful. That means we successfully connect our database in our project. Amazing. Next, what I am going to show you is you can check your data in a software which is called MongoDB Compass. So if you don't have this software, you can install it for free. And I'm going to open this, and here I'm going to click here to add new collections, and then here we need to paste our connection string. So I'm going to copy this from here and I'm going to paste it here. Now if I click here to connect, so it's connecting. So you can see it's connected successfully. Here you can see we have admin, config and local. When we add our database, it will add here. And you can see the database from here. So here you can see we have settings, locals. And when we add our data, you can see it more clearly. So our database connection is successful. Now we are going to create error handling for our project. So for this, I am going to create a new folder inside my backend and I'm going to name it utils. And inside utils, first I'm going to create a file called catch-async.js. So when we write the controller function, and the controller function is an async wait function. So in async wait, we need to use try catch again and again. To avoid this, we are going to create a function that will handle our try catch properly without using it in our controller. So here what we are going to do it, we are going to use module.exports and we are going to receive a function, and then here we are going to return request response and next, and then we are going to call the function with request response and next, and then we are going to catch and call the next. So this is it. This is our catch async function that will handle our try catch in controller function. Next, we are going to create another file here, and this one will be apperror.js. Here we are going to create a apperror classes. So class apperror, which will extend the error class, and here we need the constructor, and in the constructor we will get a message and a status code, and in the error class we need to pass the message. So we're going to call the super. This is just basic concept of the class system in JavaScript, and we're going to pass the message. Then we're going to use this dot status code, and this one will be status code. Next we are going to use status, so this dot status, and we're going to calculate the status, or you can say we are evaluate the status based on the status code. So if the status code, so first we are going to convert this into a string. The status code, we are going to convert this into a string, then we are going to use dot starts with 4. If it start with 4, like 404 4103 like this, then the status will be fail, otherwise it will be error. That's it. Then we are going to use error dot capture stack trace, capture stack trace, and we are going to pass this and this dot constructor. That's it. So this is for the trace. So it will show us in which file the error occurs, and then we are going to export. So module dot exports, so module dot exports, and we are going to export our app error. That's it. So this is our app error class. Next, we are going to create a controller function here, and we are going to name it error controller.js. And here what we are going to do is, so here we are going to use a module dot exports, so module dot, not this one, exports and error request res and next. So for the error case, here we will have a error option, and then here we're going to get the error dot status code from our error dot status code, otherwise this one will be 500. Then we have error dot status will be error dot status, otherwise error. Then what we are going to do is we are going to send a response, so res dot status, and here the error dot status code JSON, so we are going to send a JSON response if the error happens, and here we are going to pass the status will be error dot status. Then we are going to pass the full error, so error, then the message, which is error dot message, and finally the stack, which is error dot stack. That's it. So this is our error controller that will control the error and send us some response. So the response, it sends the status, the total error, the error message, and the stack where the errors occurs. So this is our error controller. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my app.js, and here, so after this we will have our routers. So we have here routes for users routes, and then we will have routes for posts, and then what we are going to do is we are going to use app.all. So if any of the path we define in our request is not exist in our users route or post routes, in that case, that means the route is not defined in this API. So in that case, we're going to do is we're going to catch everything except for this route, and then we're going to call a function rect res and next, and then we are going to call next, and we are going to use our app error class, and we are going to import it from our utils app error, and in the app error we need to pass a message. So first we are going to pass a message, so can't find and rec dot original URL, so the URL that requested here on this server, and then we have to pass a status code which is 404. So now this app error will receive this as a message and this as a status code, and then it will store the status code here. It will take the status from the status code and the capture stack trace, and then our error controller will handle this. So for the error controller to handle this, we are going to use app.eos, and then we are going to import the error handler, error controller. So const, we're going to name this global error handler, and we're going to require this from dot slash controllers slash error controller, and here we are going to call this global error handler. That's it. Now everything works properly. Our app running on port 8000 and our database connected successfully. Next, what I am going to do is I'm going to open my server.js, and at the top, so after importing the .env and Mongos, here we are going to use a process dot on, and if the uncaught exception error occurs, then what we are going to do is we are going to get the error, and we are going to console log uncaught exception, and then shutting down. We're going to shut down our apps after this, and then we're going to console log the error dot name, then the error dot message, and then we're going to exit our process. So we're going to end our process. So process dot exit and 1. That's it. And another one, we are going to add this at the end of this. So process dot on, and this one will be unhandled rejection, and in that case we will get the error, and we're going to console log unhandled rejection, and then we are going to add shutting down. So shut down our process, and after that we are going to console log the error dot name, and then we're going to console log or error dot message, and then we're going to do is server dot close, and here we're going to exit our process. So process dot exit 1. So this is the overall error handling mechanism for our project. So our error handling mechanism is complete. Next, what we are going to do is we are going to first create the authentications model controllers and routes. So for this, I'm going to first create a users model. So here in the models, I'm going to create a user model.js. Then here I'm going to import Mongo's require Mongos, and then I am going to use const user schema. We're going to create a schema, and we're going to use new Mongos dot schema, and inside this we're going to first have a username, and the username will be a type of, so type string. Then we're going to use another one which is required, and this one will be an array, so required will be true, and then we're going to pass a message which is please add username. That's it. Next, what we have is unique. Unique will be true, just like the Instagram. So username will be unique. Then we're going to use stream. Stream will be true. That will exclude all the empty spaces. Then the mean length. The mean length will be 3 for the username. And then we're going to add a max length. The max length will be 30. And we're going to use the indexing to true. That's it. Next, after the username, we will have an email. And the email will be a type of string. And required will be true. And the message will be please provide email. And then unique will be true. Then lowercase will be true. And then we're going to use a validator. As you can remember, we install a validator package. So here I am going to first import, so const validator, and we're going to require this from validator. And then here we're going to use a validator, not validator, validate. And this validate, we're going to use validator dot is email. And if it is not an email, we are going to send a message that please provide a valid email. After the email, we have passwords. So password, and password will be a type of string. Then we have required, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Required will be true, and we're going to add this please provide password. Then we have a mean length. The mean length will be 8, and we're going to use select to false because we don't want to show the password. That's why select false. Next we have password confirm, and here, so here we have a comma, so I'm going to copy this and paste it here. The type will be string and required will be true, and the message will be please provide password, or we just say please confirm your password. And after this we are going to use a validate, and in validate we are going to create a validator which will be a function. We'll get the current element, and we're going to return L element, and we're going to check this with this dot password, and then we're going to pass a message, and the message will be passwords are not the same. So here we have some error, I think. So the validate, so here this one will be just the function, so that's it. So validate, then inside this we have a validator, and then the message. So this is our password confirm, and this will check if the password and password confirm are same or not. If it is not saying, then this will provide an error message that passwords are not same. Then after the password confirm, we have profile picture. So profile picture, and this one will be a type string. Then we have bio, and bio is a type of string, and the max length will be 150, and default will be an empty string. After the bio, we have followers. Followers will be a type of, so this one will be special, so this one will be type mongos dot schema dot types dot object id, and this will be a reference of user. That's it. This is the follower. So I'm going to copy this again, and then we have following. So following, this one will be a type of mongos.schema.types.object id, and reference will be user. Then I'm going to copy it again. Next one is the post. So post, and this one will be a type of mongos.schema.types.object id, and here the reference will be the post. So we are going to create another model for our post. Then after the post, we have another one. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. This one is save post. So saved posts, and this one will be the same, that mongos.schema.types.object id, and reference will be post. Then after this, we have is verified. So if the user is verified, this one is type boolean, and default will be false. So default, the user is not verified. Then after this, we have OTP, and OTP will be a type of, so type string, and the default will be null. Then I'm going to copy this again. Next one is OTP expires. So OTP expires. This one is the type date. This will be a date type, and default will be null. Then we have, so OTP expires. Then we have reset password OTP. So reset password OTP. This one is a type of string, and the default will be null for password reset OTP. Then I'm going to copy this, and this one will be password reset OTP expired, and this type will be date, and default will be null. So that's it. The password reset OTP expires. Then we are going to create another one, which is created at, and this one will be type of date, and default will be date.now, so the time it created. And here we're going to also add another one, which is timestamp to true. So that's it. So this is our schema. And then what we are going to do is we're going to use a user mongoose dot model user, and we're going to pass the user schema, and then we are going to export, so module dot exports the user. So that's it. So this is our user model. So we have username, email, password, and all of this. So our user model is completed. Now we are going to create the controllers for our authentication. So for this, in the controller, I am going to create a auth controller.js, and here the first one is, so we are going to create a exports dot sign up, and this one will be a catch async, and here we'll have an async function with request, response, and next. Then we have an arrow function, and inside this, first we are going to receive email, password, then we are going to receive password, confirm, and username from our request dot body. That's it. And then what we are going to do is we are going to check if the user is already exist. So existing user will be await, so we are going to use await, and then we are going to use the user model, so we are going to import it from our model, and then we are going to use a method called find one, and we are going to find using our email. That's it. And then what we are going to do is we are going to check if there is an existing user, then we are going to return next with new app error. So we are going to use our app error. Now you can see how easy it is to use the error handling mechanism, and we do not need to send the response again and again. Here we just need to call our app error with the message and status code. So here the message will be email already registered, and the status code will be 400. That's it. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to generate a OTP. So const OTP equal to, and for OTP I'm going to create a new util folder, so which is generate OTP.js. So we are using a separate component so that we can use it later. So here we are going to use module.exports, and this will be a function. Here we are going to return math.floor, then we are going to add this number, and then we're going to add math dot random. So we are adding this to make sure that our OTP is always in 6 digit, and we are going to multiply it with this number, and then we are going to convert this into two string. That's it. So this is our generate OTP. Now I'm going to open our auth controller, and here in the OTP we are going to call our generate OTP function. So let's use our generate OTP. So generate OTP and call this. So it's not inside this, it will be outside. So that's it. Next we are going to create a OTP expires. OTP expires, and this one will be a date dot now, and we are going to add this to 24 into 60 into 60 into 1000. So this is basically 24 hours. So the OTP will be expires after 1 day. Then we are going to create a new user. The new user, this one will be await user dot create, and inside this we are going to pass the username, then we are going to pass the email, then the password, then password confirm, OTP, and OTP expires. That's it. Now let's send a response here. So res dot status, let's use 200 dot JSON, and let's say status will be success. Then we're going to pass our data, which will be our user. So this is our controller. So this one will be user, will be new user. That's it. So this is our sign up controller. Now we have to add this in our routes, then we can send request. So for that reason, I'm going to create a router here inside my route, and I'm going to name this user routes.js. And inside this, first I'm going to import express from require express, and then I'm going to create a router using express dot router. By calling this, we're going to create a router, and then we are going to export our router. So module dot exports router, and then we are going to add router dot post, and we're going to use sign up, and the function we want to run is sign up, which is coming from our controller. So now when we hit on the sign up, the sign up function will run and the user will be created. Now by doing this, it will not work. So we have to add this in our app.js. So in the app.js, first I'm going to import our user router require dot slash routes slash user routes, and here this is the routes for user. So we are going to use a middleware app.use, and then here we are going to create add a path, so slash API slash v1 slash users, and then our user route. So by doing this, this URL will be added to all the routes that you are going to create in user route. For example, in user route, we create a slash sign up slash sign up, but this URL will be added before this. So that route will be slash API slash v1 slash users slash signup. So this route will always be there in the user router. And before that, the local host 8000 will be added automatically. And when you host your project in live server, then there will be the hosted URL. So that's it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Postman to check our APIs. So I'm going to open Postman. So this is the Postman, and here I am going to create a new blank collections, and I'm going to name it photo flow YT, and inside this I'm going to create a folder, and the folder will be for auth, and then I'm going to run a request here. So localhost 8000 slash API slash v1 slash user slash sign up. So this is the routes that we define in our user routes. So here you can see slash sign up, and there is a post request. So this one will be a post request, and we have to pass some data. So the data we need to pass here is the email, password, password confirm, and username. So let's add. So here the body, then the raw, and JSON. So here we are going to pass our username. So username, the username, let's say my name. Then we have to pass the email. So let's say at gmail.com. Then we have to pass the password. This one will be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and a password confirm 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Now let's send to see if our process works or there is any error. So if I click here to send, and here you can see the status is success, and here we have data, the username is this, the email, the password confirm. We don't have any bio, so that's why it's empty string. Followers following is verified false. Here we have OTP that is generated, and the date when the OTP will expires, and reset password is null, reset password OTP expires is null, ID created and updated, which is awesome. That means we successfully created our sign up functionality. Now you can use MongoDB Compass to see your data. And here you can see it's generated as a name test. And inside this, we have this users. And here you can see we have our users. Awesome. But here the name is test. To change this, let's delete these collections. So drop database, and now go to your project, and then in the config file, and here after this we're going to add photo flow. Now hit save, and then stop the terminal and run it again. And now let's go to your MongoDB and let's create it again, but let's see our database connection successful. So if I save, so it's generated successfully. Now if I go to our MongoDB here, MongoDB Compass, so we need to refresh this. So let's refresh, and here you can see we have the photo flow, we have the users. So awesome. So now we have our user in our database. Now here we need to do four major functionality to do. So first one is, you can see our password is stored here in raw format. So the password users enter is directly saved to the database, but that's very bad. We need to encrypt our password. This is the first thing to do. The second one is, we need to create the email sending functionality so that we can send OTP to our users. The third is, we need to generate a template, email template, that we are going to send to our users. And the fourth one is, we need to work with cookies so that we can send cookies with our response. So we need to do all of this next. So first, let's encrypt the password. So for this, what I'm going to do is, to encrypt the password, I'm going to open the user model. So I am in the user model, and here I'm going to use a pre-middleware hooks. So what pre-middleware hooks will do is, so before the data save in our database, it will encrypt our password. So we're going to use user schema dot pre to use the pre-middleware hooks, and we're going to use on the save, so when the data is saved to our database. And then we're going to use an async function, and we're going to use next to call the next middleware. So here we do not need the arrow function, and inside this we're going to check if not this dot is modified password, then we're going to return. If the password is not modified, then we do not need to run this because there is no work for password. But if but other case, we're going to use this dot password, and we're going to await. We're going to use Bcrypt. So let's first import this. So at the top, and here I'm going to use const Bcrypt, and require Bcrypt.js. Now at the bottom here, so await, then we're going to use Bcrypt. So Bcrypt dot hash, and we're going to pass this dot password, and then a salt value which is 12. That's it. And here we're going to use this dot password confirm, and we're going to make it undefined, because when we save the database, before the save we do not need the password confirm because we already confirmed this that the both are same. That's why it's saving in the database. If they are not saved, then this will get an error, but the error is not here, that because the password and password confirm are same and it's going to save on the database. That's why the password confirm will be undefined here. So make it undefined, then we're going to call the next. So that's it. Now what I'm going to do is, in the compass I'm going to delete this and go to the postman, and here I'm going to click here to send. Now you can see our user generated, but the password is still the same. And in the database, let's check. So it's not encrypted. So here we have a mistake. So first one is, we need to call the next here to return, and here we use a password. So typing mistake, so that's it. Now if I go to the postman, if I click here to send, and the email already exists, so let's delete the response. And now if I click here to send, now you can see we have this encrypted password, not the normal password, it's encrypted now. And the password confirm is not here because it's undefined now. Awesome. Now if you go to the MongoDB Compass and reload the page. And here you can see your data. So username, email, password, bio, followers, following post. So our password is now encrypted. That's awesome. Now in the auth controller, we are going to create a functions that will send the response with cookies. So for this, at the top, first I am going to create a function called sign token that will create a token. So sign token, and we have an we are going to provide this an ID, and inside this we are going to return, and we need to import JWT here. So let's import it. So const JWT require from JWT JSON web token, and then here we're going to return JWT dot sign, and we're going to provide the ID, and then we need to pass a security, JWT security, and for the security we are going to use our config, and here after this we are going to use JWT secret, and we need another one which is JWT expires in, and we need another one which is JWT cookie expires in. So first one, you can provide anything you want, anything random for your security. I'm going to give this, and make sure you have different one, and expires in 90 day, and here the cookie expires in 90. So that's it. So this is our environment variable. Now go to the auth controller, and here we're going to use process dot end dot JWT secret. So first one is JWT secret, and then we're going to pass expires in, and this one will be process. So process dot in dot JWT expires in. So let's go here, let's copy this and then paste it here so that we don't have any chance of typing mistake, and same for the JWT secret. Copy this and paste it here. So this is our sign token functions, and then I'm going to create another function const create send token. Here we will get user, then we're going to get a status code and response and message. So we will receive this, and then inside this first we are going to generate our token using our sign token. So sign token, and here we are going to pass user dot id. So inside the user we have the id property, and then I am going to create a cookie options, and inside this we have expires, and expires will be new date, and inside this date dot now plus process dot end dot JWT cookie expires in. So let's copy it from here and paste it. Cookie expires in into 24 into 60 into 60 into 1000. So this is our expires, cookie expires. So after the cookie expires, we have HTTP only will be true. Then the secure will be process dot end dot node end. If the node environment is in the production, so only in the production the secure will be true. Then we have same side, and this one will be process dot end dot node end. If this is production, in the production, if it is in the production, then we are going to use none, otherwise we are going to use lax. That's it. So these are cookie options. Then we are going to send the cookie using res.cookie, and the name will be token. Then we are going to send the token with cookie options. That's it. So this will send the cookie. And next what we are going to do is we are going to make our user password to undefined, because we do not need it here now. Undefined. Then user.otp will be undefined also. And then we're going to use res.status with status code that we receive. Then we're going to use .json, and inside this the status will be success, status success. We're going to pass the message here. Then we are going to send the token, and we are going to send the data this user. So that's it. So this function now generate the token, create the cookie, send the cookie, and send the response. Now we can use this in our every request to send the token and the response. So this is it for our create send token functionality. Now we are going to configure our email sending functionality. For this, in the utils, I'm going to create a email.js, and here at the top I'm going to import node mailer and require node mailer. So we install it previously. Then I'm going to create a function called send email. This one will be an async function. It will receive an options, and inside this first we need to create a transporter. So transporter, we're going to use node mailer dot create transport, and inside this we have to pass some option. For first one is the service. We are going to use Gmail service, Gmail, and then we need to provide the auth information, and here we need to use the user, and we need to use the password. Now the question is how you will get the user and password for this. So for this I'm going to open my browser, and in the browser your email, click here to manage your Google account, and here search for app, and then go to the app securities, so app passwords, and here you can see I created one app which is MERN Auth. Let's create another one, and let's name it photo flow yt and click here to create, and here you can see it give me the password. So I'm going to copy this from here and click here to done, and then I'm going to open my config, and here I'm going to create one is email and another is email path. So I'm going to paste the password here and I'm going to put my email here. So that's it. So these are email and password. Now I'm going to open my auth controller, not auth controller, the email.js, and here will be process dot in dot email, and I'm going to copy this, and the second one will be in email path. So this is our auth user and pass. Next, after this, after creating the transport, we're going to create the mail options, and here form will be photo flow so photo flow share your imagination, let's just say this, and then we're going to use two will be options dot email. We're going to pass the two options, so from our controller, then the subject will be option dot subject, and finally HTML will be option dot HTML. So these are mail options, and finally we're going to send our mail. So we're going to await transporter dot send mail, and then mail options. We're going to pass the mail options. That's it. So this is our send email, and finally don't forget to export this to module dot exports send email. So we're going to export these functions, send email functions, from here. So this is our email functionality. Next, we are going to create a template to send our users a proper email using the template. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder here called email template. So email template, and here I am going to name this OTP template .hbs, and if you remember, we install this hbs also. So we have otp template .hbs. If you want, you can name it anything you want, but I name it OTP template. And here we are going to use our HTML, so HTML5, and in the header we have metadata. The title will be here, the title, let's say OTP verification, and then in the body we have a div with class name of container, and then inside this div we have another div with class name of header. Now inside this div we have a h1, And here we are going to add a dynamic property which is title. So here we will have our title. So this dynamic, this one will be passed from our controller. So this title will be changed depending on the which types of email we are sending. Then after this div, we have a p with hello, and then we are going to use the username which is dynamic also. Then we are going to use the message, dynamic message. Then we have another p tag with if you didn't request if you didn't request this, please ignore this email. Then we have another div with class name of footer, and then inside this we have a p tag with thank you for using our services. So service, that's it. So this is our boilerplate. Now after the title, we are going to add a style to style our project. So first we have a body. So in the body we have a font family. We are going to use Arial, and then we have a background color. Background color will be hash f2 f2 f2. Then we have a margin 0, so margin 0, and then we have padding of 0, so padding 0. After the body we will have the container, so dot container plus. So in the container the max width will be 600 pixel, then margin will be 0, and auto. After this the padding will be padding 20 pixel, background color hash fff, and then border radius 10 pixel. After the body we have dot header. So in the header we have text align to center, padding 20 pixel, background color hash 4ca f50, color will be hash fff, border radius will be 10 pixel, 10 pixel, 0 and 0. Here we mistake one thing. So after the message we have another div with class name of OTP, and here we will have our OTP. Now after the header dot OTP, and in the OTP the font size will be 24 pixel. Then we have color will be hash 333. Then we have font weight to bold, text align center, margin 30 pixel and 0. After this, we are going to add our footer styling. In the footer, we have text align center, and then padding 20 pixel, font size 12 pixel, and finally the color will be hash 777. So this is our template, our email template. Next, open the controller, auth controller. Here at the top, I am going to import fs, the file system. So require fs, and then I am going to create a function called load template, and here we will get a template name and a replacement. So replacements, this one will be an arrow function, and here in the const we are going to create a template path, and we are going to use path dot join and dash dash dar name. Then we have dot dot slash email template, so this folder, and then the template name. Then we are going to create a source fs dot read file sync, and we are going to pass the template path and utf8. Then template will be asbs, so we need to import the asbs here. So const asbs will be required from asbs, and here asbs dot compile source, and we're going to return our template. So return template and with the replacements. So these are load template functions. Next, go to the create, not create send token, in the sign up. So we create the user. Here we are going to remove this because we are going to use our create send token functions. Now here what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to get our HTML template, and we're going to call our load template, and the title of the file will be otp template dot asbs. So it's this one, otp template dot asbs, and then the replacements, and here the title will be otp verification. Then the username will be new user dot username. Then we have otp, and then the message, your one time password for account verification is, and this is the message. So this is our template. Next we are going to use a try catch here to send the email. So try catch, and in the try block we are going to await, and we are going to import our send email. So if we export this or not, let's check. So we export the send email. Now at the top let's import it. So const send email required from dot slash and then utils slash email, and here we're going to call our send email, and we're going to pass the options here. So first one is the email, which is new user dot email. Then the subject will be OTP for email verification, and then HTML will be our HTML template. So that's it. So these are send email. Then we are going to call our create send token to create the token and send the response. And here we are going to pass our new user. Then we are going to pass the status code, the response, and an email and message. The message will be registration successful. So registration successful. Check your email for OTP verification. So this will be the message. So these are create send token. Now in the case of error, so if the email is not sent to the user, in that case what we're going to do is we're going to await and user dot find by id and delete. We're going to delete the user that created because the user doesn't receive any OTP, so we do not need to keep this in our database because we have error. So that's why we're going to delete this user from our database, and the id will be new user dot id. Then we're going to return next and use our new app error. So new app error, and the message will be there is an error creating the account, please try again later, and the status code will be 500. So this is it for our sign up. Now let's check again. So first let's delete this one from database, and here let's use my email, and now if I click here to send, so it takes some time to send the email, and here you can see the status is success, registration successful, check your email for OTP verification. We have the token and we have the user. So this is the user name, email, bio, and now we don't have the password because we don't want to show the password here also, if even if it's encrypted. So that's awesome. Now I am going to open my email. So let's go to the email. And here you can see we have OTP for email verification. We have the name, password, OTP, but it's not properly designed. Maybe there is some error in our CSS. Let's fix this. So let's go to our template. So OTP template. So the template is not working properly because here we have a mistake. So in the border radius here we add a extra colon here. So if I now save this and let's go to our compass and let's delete this user. Now go to the postman. And now if I click here to send the request, now it's success. Now let's go to our Gmail and here you can see OTP for email verification, and boom, now you have a proper template, beautiful template. Here the title is OTP verification, and here you can see hello and the username, one time password is this. If you don't request this, please ignore this email and thank you for using our services. Awesome. So now our email template works properly. Now the user gets the proper email with an OTP. And in the postman, here you can see we also have the cookie setup. So the name is token and here is the value of the cookie and the date when it expires. Awesome. So everything works properly. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this in photo flow in the auth, and let's name it sign up and click here to save. So this is our sign up functionality. So our sign up functionality is completed. Now we are going to create a middleware function. So the middleware function will give us the currently login user. So I am going to create a new folder here and I'm going to name it middleware. And inside this I'm going to create a file called IsAuthenticated.js. Now here first I am going to import JWT and require this from JSON web token. Then we are going to create a function called IsAuthenticated, and here we are going to use cast async and then a async function, and we will use request, response and next, and inside this we will get the token. So we will get the token from rec.headers, not headers, rec.cookies dot token. So we will get the token from cookies, otherwise it will be rec.headers dot authorization, and then we are going to split this and then get the first element. So this will give us the token. So rec.cookies.token or rec.headers.authorization. Now what we are going to do is we are going to check if there is no token. If there is no token, we are going to return next with a new app error. So we are going to import the app error. We are going to pass the message which is you are not logged in. Please log in. So please log in to access. And the code will be 401. So if the cookie is not present here, we are going to pass this error. So you are not logged in. Please log in to access. So login to access, and the code is 401. Then after this, we are going to decode. So const decode decoded. So we are going to decode the token using JWT dot verify, and we will give the token, and we are going to give the secret. So process dot end. So process dot end dot JWT secret. This will decode our token, and from here we are going to get the current user, and we're going to use await user dot find by id. So we need to import the user model here, and dot find by id, and here we're going to pass decoded dot id. So here we will get the id because when we create the token. So if I go to the auth, and if you remember, here we use the id to sign the token, and when we decoded it, it will get back to the id, so it will give us the id. Now here, when I get the user, we are going to check if there is no current user. So no current user. In that case, we are going to return next new app error. So new app error, and here the message will be the user belonging to this token does not exist. And then we're going to pass 401 code. That's it. Then what we're going to do is we're going to use reg.user. So in the request, we're going to say the current user so that we can access it anytime. And then we're going to call the next middleware. That's it. So this is our IsAuthenticated middleware. Now don't forget to export this. So module dot exports and is authenticated. So this is our is authenticated middleware that will give us the currently login user. So we are going to use this a lot of the place, and for now our is authenticated middleware is completed. Next, go to the controller, and now we are going to create a verify function to verify user account. So to verify the email, we are going to create a controller, and I'm going to name it to exports dot verify account, and we're going to use the catch async from here, and then async with request, response, and next, and then we're going to add an arrow function here. Now inside this, we are going to get the OTP from the user. So OTP and reg.body. So we are extracting the OTP from the body. Then we are going to check if the OTP is there or not. So if there is no OTP, then we are going to return next with a new app error, and we are going to pass the message which is OTP is required for verification, and the code will be 400. Now if the OTP is there, we are going to get the currently login user from reg.user. If you remember, we created the middleware where we add the reg.user, to the currently login user. So that's how we are going to get the currently login user. Now we are going to check if the user, so currently login user dot OTP is not equal to OTP that the user provided. In that case, we are going to return another error. So return next new app error, and here we are going to pass that invalid OTP, and the code will be 400. This is another check. Then we are going to check if date.now is greater than user dot OTP expired. So we are going to check if the OTP is expires or not. So if OTP is expired, then we are going to create another error, next new app error, and here we are going to give the message that OTP has expired, and then a message that please request a new OTP, and the code will be 400. And if everything is all right, okay, then we are going to set our user.is verified to true, and then we're going to set our user.otp to undefined. So basically we are removing the OTP. Then user.otp expires will be undefined, and then we're going to await, and we're going to use the user model. Then .save, we're going to save the user. So here this one will be user dot, so not that user, we're going to use the currently login user dot save, and we're going to use validate before save to false. So that's it. Then we're going to create send token. We're going to pass the user, then the 200 status code, the response, and then email, then the message email has been verified. That's it. So this is our verify account controller. Next, go to the router. So user routes.js. So routes user routes.js, and here we're going to add a router.post and slash sign, not sign in, slash verify. And here the important thing is, first we are going to add IsAuthenticated Middleware, and then we are going to add our verify account. So what will happen is, when we hit on this route, first the IsAuthenticated middleware will run, and it will check if the user is authenticated or not. If it is not authenticated, then this will return us the error that we define in the IsAuthenticated middleware. And if everything is okay, it will go to the next function, which is the verify account, and this will verify the account. So this is our router. Now we are going to check this. So first let's go to the compass, and let's delete this one, and now go to the postman, and then I'm going to copy this and open another one, and here change this to verify, and this one will be a post request, and in body binary JSON, not text, JSON, and here we have to pass the OTP. Now first let's create an account here. So if I click here to send, a new user is created. Now let's go to our email to check the OTP. So here you can see the message, the email, and here we have our OTP. So I'm going to copy this and go to our verify, and here pass the OTP. Now if I click here to send, and here you can see the status is success, email has been verified. Then we have this token, user information, and here the is verified is true. Now if you go to your compass and reload the page, refresh the page, and here you can see is verified is true now. That means our verify account also works properly. Now let's save this one and name this verify account and hit save. So let's go to the auth controller. So our verify account functionality is completed. Next, we are going to create the recent OTP functionality. So here I am going to export dot recent OTP, and we are going to use catch async again here, then async request response and next, and then here we will get the email. So email, we get the email from rec.user. So we'll get the email from currently login user, and then we're going to check if there is no email, then we're going to return next with a new app error, and we're going to pass a message which is email is required, and then we're going to add a code which is 400. Then we're going to get the user from await user dot find one, and we're going to use the email. Then we're going to check if there is no user. In that case, we are going to return next with a new app error, and the message will be user not found, and then here the code will be 404. Then we are going to check if user dot is verified. So if the user is already verified, in that case we are going to return next with new app error, and the message will be this account is already verified. So we do not need to send the OTP here, and the code will be 400. Then we are going to create a new OTP. So const OTP, and we are going to use generate OTP, and this will give us the OTP, and then we are going to create a OTP expires which will be same as the previous one that we generated. So I'm going to copy from here. So this is it. So date.now plus 24 into 60 into 60 into So this one will be 1000. So I think I mistake it, and here I'm going to paste it. So 1000. This is the OTP expires. Then we are going to do is the user dot OTP, and we are going to add the OTP here. Then user dot OTP expires will be the OTP expires. Then we are going to save the user. So await user dot save, and we are going to use validate before save to false. So that's it. So we save the user. Next we are going to load our template. So const HTML template, and I'm going to copy this from our create account. So let's copy this and paste it here, and let's check if we need to modify anything. So your one-time password for account verification is, we do not need to change anything here. This one will be do the job. And then after this HTML template, we're going to use a try catch, and in the try block we're going to await send email, and we're going to pass the options here. So email will be user dot email, then the subject will be recent OTP for email verification, then the HTML will be the HTML template. That's it. Next we are going to send a response. So here we are going to use res.status. So here we do not need to send the cookies and all of this. So here we will use res.status 200.json, and inside this the status will be success, and the message will be a new OTP is sent to your email. So that's it. So this is the status and message. And in the catch block we are going to user dot OTP will be undefined, then user dot OTP expires will be undefined, and then we're going to await user dot save. We're going to save the user again, and the validate before save will be false. Then we're going to return a next with a new app error, and the message will be there is an error sending email, try again later. That's it. And the code will be 500. So this is it for our recent OTP. Now we have to add this in our routes. So go to the user routes, and here we are going to use router dot post and the route will be slash resend OTP, and we're going to add is authenticated, and then we're going to add the resend OTP. That's it. So this is our router. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my Compass and delete this user and go to the Postman, and let's copy this, go to a new tab and paste it here. This one will be resend OTP, and this one will be on post request, and we do not need to pass anything here. So first let's create a new account. So click here to send. So the account is created. Now if you go to the email, here you can see we have our email OTP for email verification. Now for example, you don't get it and you want to get a new OTP, so you have to hit this route. So now if I click here to send, so here we have an error that new user is not defined. So let's go to our code, let's go to the Auth Controller, and let's see where we use the new user. So here we use the new user. This one will be user.username. Now let's go to the Postman again. Now if I click here, now you can see we have status success and the message is a new OTP sent to your email. Now let's go to the email, and here you can see the title resend OTP for email verification. Now if I open this, so this is the OTP verification and this is our new code. So now I'm going to copy this code and let's see if we can verify with this code. So I'm going to open the verify account, and then in the body I'm going to put this OTP. Now if I click here to send, and now the messages email has been verified. So if you go here, and the verification is completed. So now you verify your account using the resend OTP functionality. Now I'm going to save this with resend OTP. Click here to save. So this is it for the resend OTP functionality. So our resend OTP functionality is completed. Now we are going to create the login functionality. So I'm going to create a controller for login. So export login, and we're going to use catch async and async request response and next. Then inside this we will get the email and password from the user. So user will put their email and password, and we will get this from request.body. And then we're going to check if there is no email or there is no password, then we're going to send an error. So we're going to use return next new app error, and the message will be please provide email and password, and the code will be 400. That's it. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the user using the await user model dot find one, and we're going to find based on the email, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the password. So dot select, and we are going to select the password. So that's it. Now what we need to do is we need to compare the password that user provide and the password that's saved in the database, and if these two are correct, then we are going to allow the user to log in. But here is the problem is the password that user provide here is the raw data, like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, like this one, and the data, the password that's saved in the database are encrypted, something like this, something like this. So we cannot directly compare these two. So we need to use the JWT to compare these two. So now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function in our model. So I'm going to open the user model, and here in user model I'm going to create a function. So user schema dot method. So these are called methods, and dot correct password, and this one will be an async function, and we're going to use the function here, and we will get a user password and a database password. We are going to pass these two, and then we are going to return await. We are going to use our bcrypt js. So bcrypt dot compare. We are going to compare the user password with the database password, and this will return true or false based on the compare. Now I'm going to copy this correct password name, and then I'm going to open my auth controller, and here after this we are going to check if there is no user or the password compare is not true. So we're going to use await user dot correct password, and we're going to pass the password that the user provide and user dot password that's saved in our database. That's it. Now based on this we are going to send an error. So we're going to return next new app error, and the message is incorrect email or password, and the code will be 401. That's it. Now if everything is okay, the password is correct, then we're going to create send token, and we're going to pass our user, then we're going to pass the status code 200, we're going to pass the response and the message. The message is login successful. That's it. Now we are going to add this in our router. So let's open user router, and here router dot post, and we're going to use slash login, and the function is login. Now I am going to hit save, and then I am going to open our postman to test our API. So I'm going to copy from here, paste it here. This one will be login, and this one will be a post request, and in the body we're going to use raw and JSON. So in the sign up body I'm going to copy everything from here, and here I'm going to paste it. So you do not need the username and password confirm. So this is our email and password. Now let's click here to send to check if our user can log in or not. So if I click here to send, now you can see status is success, login successful. We have our token and our user information. Awesome. That means our login functionality also working. So I'm going to save this, log in, and in the body if I use a different password and then click here to send, and you can see it says the error, the incorrect email or password. So our error controlling also works properly. So our login functionality is completed. Next, we are going to create the logout functionality. So for this, I am going to create a controller to exports dot logout, and this one will be an catch async. Then we are going to use async with request, response, and next. And inside this, first we are going to use res dot cookie, and the cookie name is token. So we are basically clearing the cookies. And let's use locked out, and then here we are going to use the expires will be new date, and date dot now plus 10 into 1000. Then we are going to use http only to true, and we are going to use the secure. So let's copy from here. The secure will be in the production, so put it here. The secure will be in the production. So that's it. This will remove our cookie, and if the cookie is removed, that means our token is removed and we are logged out. Here I'm going to send response, so res.status will be 200. Then we're going to use JSON, and here we're going to use a status of success, and the message will be logged out successfully. That's it. Now we need to add this in our router, so let's go to the user routers, and in the user routers we are going to use router dot post slash logout, and let's use our logout. That's it. Now let's go to the postman. Let's copy this and let's open another tab. This one will be post, and here I'm going to click here to send. So we need to change this to logout. Now if I click here, now you can see status is success and message is logged out successfully. Now if you go to the cookies, here you can see the token, the value is logged out. So our cookie is perfectly properly removed from the, so our token is removed from our cookie. That means we are logged out. Now if you go to the resend OTP, and if you click here, so here you will get a message that you are not logged in, please log in to access. That means our login functionality, also our IsAuthenticated Middleware, also works properly to give us this message. So now I'm going to save this with the name of logout, and I'm going to click here to save. So that's it. So this is our logout functionality. Our logout functionality is completed. Next, we are going to build the forget password and reset password functionality. So first I'm going to start with the forget password. So here I'm going to create a controller export dot forget password. So this one will be a catch async functions, async and request response next, and then inside this we'll get the email from our user from reg.body, and then we are going to get the user using this email. So user will be await user dot find one, and we are going to use our email. Now if there is no user with this email, we're going to show an error message. So if no user, that means the email is not correct. So we are going to return next new app error, and here I am going to give the error message to no user found, and the code will be 404. Then we are going to generate a OTP using our generate OTP function, and then we are going to create a expire. So reset const reset expires, and this one will be date dot now, and we're going to add this with this value, which is typically the 5 minutes. So 5 minutes. So this is the 5 minutes. So after 5 minutes the OTP will be expires. So date dot now plus this number. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this. So user dot reset password OTP will be the OTP, and user dot reset password OTP expires will be reset expires. So that's it. Then I'm going to save the user using user dot save, and we're going to use validate before save to false. That's it. So we save our user. Then we are going to send the OTP, reset OTP to our user using our email system. So we are going to import our HTML template, and we are going to use load template, and the file path will be OTP template dot hbs, and then the replacement. So the title will be reset password OTP, then the username will be user dot username, then the OTP, and lastly the message. The message will be your password reset OTP is. That's it. So this is our template. Next we are going to use the try catch. So try catch block. So we're going to send the email. So await send email, and here the email will be user dot email, then the subject will be password reset OTP, and we're going to say that valid for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. That's it. And then the HTML will be our HTML template. So this will send the email, and then we're going to send a response. So res.status will be 200.json, and inside this the status will be success, and then the message will be password reset OTP is sent to your email. So that's it. Now in the error case, we're going to use user dot reset password OTP to undefined. We're going to make this undefined. Then user dot reset password OTP expires to undefined, and then we're going to save the user. So await user dot save, and validate before save will be false. Then after saving the user, we are going to return an error. So return next new app error, and then the message will be there was an error sending the email. Try again later. That's it. The code will be 500. So this is our forget password. Now let's create the reset password functionality. So for this I'm going to create a exports dot reset password, and this one will be a cache async and async and request response next, and then inside this we will get the email OTP and password confirm. So this is the email of the user, this is the recent password OTP. So reset password OTP, this is the new password that the user wants to give, and this is the password confirm. We are going to get this from reg.body. Then we are going to find the user. So const user will be user, so await user dot find one, and we are going to find based on the email and the recent password OTP, which is the OTP, and then reset password OTP expires and it is greater than date dot now. So based on this condition we are going to find the user. Then we are going to check if there is no user, that means we have error. So we are going to return next new app error, and the message is no user found, and the code is 400. And if there is a user and everything's okay, then we're going to change the user password. So user dot password will be the new password, then user dot password confirm will be password confirm, then user dot reset password OTP will be undefined, and user dot reset password OTP expires will be undefined. Then we're going to save our user. So await user dot save, and then we're going to create and send token, the user, the status code, the response, and a message which is password reset successfully. Now we have to add this in our route. So let's go to the user routes, and here router.post will be slash forget password and the forget password. Next the router dot post slash reset password and reset password. So that's it. Now let's go to the postman to check if our reset password is working or not. So let's go here, and this one will be forget password. This one will be post request. In the body we need to send the email, so I'm going to pass my email, this one. Now I'm going to hit send. So here you can see the status is success. The password reset OTP is sent to your email. Now let's go to the email and let's reload. And here you can see the password reset OTP valid for 5 minutes. So here the message change, your password reset OTP is this one. So I'm going to copy this and go to the postman, and let's save this with the name forget password. Save. So it's saving. Let's check our reset password. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. This one will be post request, and this one will be reset password, and in the body we have to provide the email. So email. So here something wrong, so let's use this email. Then we need the OTP. So we copy the OTP. So let's go and copy the OTP from here and paste it. Then the password. So password, let's use new password, and then password confirm will be new password. Now let's click here to see if it works or not. So here you can see success, password reset successful. We have our token and everything. So our reset password also working properly. Let's save this. So reset password, click here to save. So it's saved now. And now let's go to the login and let's try to log in with our old password. So if I click here, here you can see incorrect email or password. So if I give this, still incorrect email and password. Let's add our new password. Now if I click here to send, now you can see login successful. So I think we save this, forget password. So here now we have two, so let's delete this one. So reset password, forget password. So now we have organized this. So sign up, verify account, login, logout, and all of this. And our forget password and reset password functionality is completed. Now we are going to create a functionality where the login user can change their password. So for this I'm going to create a export.change password controller, and here I'm going to use catch async. So catch async and async with request, response, and next. And then inside this, first I'm going to get the current password from the login user, and then new password and new password confirm, and we will get this from request.body, and then I'm going to get the email from currently login user, so reg.user. So we are going to get the currently login user's email. Then let's find the user using await user dot find one, and then we're going to use the email. So these are currently login user, and we're going to select the password here, password. So that's it. Next we're going to check if there is no users, then we're going to return a error, so new app error. In the new app error we are going to send the message that user not found, and the code will be 404. That's it. Next we are going to check if the password, so current password that user provide, is same as the password saved in the database. So for this we are going to use await then user dot correct password method that we created, and then here we're going to pass the current password and the user dot password, so the password saved in the database, user dot password. And if it's not true, that means the current password and the password saved in the database are not true, we're going to return next new app error, and we're going to give the message in correct current password, and the code will be 400. And then we're going to check if the new password is not the same as new password confirm, then we're going to return next new app error, new password and confirm password are not same, and the code will be 400. If you don't use this will work because we added our password confirm and password check functionality in our model, but I'm going to show here that how you can do it manually also. And then I'm going to use user dot password to password new password, and user dot password confirm to new password confirm, and then we're going to save our users, so user dot save, and then we're going to create send token, and we're going to pass the user 200 response and password change successfully. That's it. So this is our change password controller. Let's add this in our route. So here router dot post slash change password, and then we are going to first add our IsAuthenticated and then the change password. That's it. Now let's go to the postman and let's copy from here, paste it here. So this one will be change password, a post request. In the body we need to provide the current password, which is in that case new password. Then we need to pass the new password. So let's say new password 10 and new password confirm will be new password 10. Now let's send this request. Here you can see password changed successfully. We have our token and our user. That means our change password functionality also working. So let's save this. So change password and let's click here to save. So it's saved now. So now you have a full authentication API endpoints here. So sign up, verify account, resend OTP, log in, log out, and all of this. So this is it for our auth controller. Our auth controller is now completed. Now we are going to create a user controller to manage our user related functionality. So where we are going to create our controller for get profile, to edit profile, then follow unfollow system, and all of this. So for this I am going to create a new controller here and I'm going to name it user controller.js. Here first I'm going to create a controller for get profile, which will provide us the profile of a user. So we're going to use catching and then async with request, response, and next. And then inside this we are going to get the ID of the user that we want to get the profile, and we're going to get this from our request dot params. In the request param, so slash slash users slash then the ID. So this is the params. So you will get the ID from this params. Now based on the ID we are going to fetch the user. So user will be await user. We are going to use our user model here and dot find by ID, and we will pass the ID, and then we are going to dot select, and here we are not going to select the password because we do not need the password, we do not need the OTP. OTP expires, then the reset password OTP, and we do not need the reset password OTP expires. So I'm going to copy this, and OTP expires, and we also don't need the password confirm. So that's it. So you don't need all of this. Next what we are going to do is we are going to populate. So we are going to populate, and the path will be post. So in the user there will be an array of object of the post that the user created, like the ID. Let's say this is one ID for the post, this is another ID for the post. Now we are going to populate this, means that we will get the actual post information using this ID. So that's why we populate this. So the path will be post, and then we're going to pass the options, and in the option we're going to use the sort, and then created at will be -1. So we are going to sorting this in descending order. Next we are going to use populate again. So populate, and here the path will be save post. So in this time we are going to populate the save post section. This will also be an array of the object of post that the user save, and the options will be the same. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So that's it. So this is our user, and then we are going to check if there is no user, then we are going to create a return new, then return next, then we are going to use new app error, and the message will be user not found, and the message will be 404. Then we are going to send a response. So res.status will be 200, then .json, and the status will be success, and the data will be user. So this is our get profile. Now let's add this in our router. So let's open the user router, and this is the auth related. So auth routes, and then let's say the user routes. Here we will have router dot get will get the user profile, so slash profile slash then the id as a parameter, and then here we are going to pass the get profile controller. So that's it. So this is our get profile. Now in this case I'm not going to test this in our postman, because if I going to test every API endpoint, then this will make our video so long. So I encourage you that when you develop this project, you test all of the API endpoint in postman. For now I'm going to test this directly in our frontend. So this is our get profile. After this we're going to create another controller which is to edit profile. So I'm going to create exports dot edit profile, and this one will be an catch async and async with request, response, and next, and inside this we will get the user id from request.user.id. So for the from the currently login user we will get the user id. Then here we are going to get the bio. So if the user wants to change their bio, then we'll get the bio from rec.body. And if the user changes their profile picture, then we will get the profile picture from request.file. In the request file we will get the profile picture. So here what we need to do is we need to configure our image upload functionality, and for the image upload we are going to use Cloudinary. So first let's open your browser, and go to the Cloudinary services and open the Cloudinary, and then click here to sign up for free. And I'm going to sign up using my GitHub. You can sign up using your Google also. So this is the Cloudinary dashboard. Now click here the programmable media. So here you can see we have a cloud name. So first I'm going to create some environment variable here. So here we need Cloudinary cloud name. Then we need Cloudinary API key, and finally we need Cloudinary API secret. So Cloudinary API secret. Now let's go to our Cloudinary. So here this is the cloud names. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to click here to go to the API keys, and here I already have one, so I'm going to generate a new API key. So just click here to generate a new API key. So our new API key is generated here. I'm going to change this name like social app YT, and here you can see we have our API key and API secret. So I'm going to copy the API key from here and then I'm going to paste it here. Next I'm going to copy the API secret from here, and I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So this is our API key and API secret. So now let's go to our project. So here we need to customize Malter for the image upload. So in the middleware, I'm going to create a file called malter.js, and here we're going to import Malter require Malter, and then we're going to use const storage. We're going to use Malter dot memory storage, and then we're going to create a upload. So Malter, and we're going to pass our storage, and then we're going to use module dot exports upload. So we are going to export the upload. So this is our Malter configuration. Next, in the utils, I'm going to create a Cloudinary.js to configure our Cloudinary. And here, first I am going to require the Cloudinary. So require Cloudinary dot v2. We are going to import this, and then we are going to use Cloudinary dot config, and then inside this we are going to first provide the cloud name. So we are going to use the process dot in dot, and let's copy our cloud name. So Cloudinary cloud name. So paste it here. Then we need to provide the API key, and we need to provide the API. So first let's put the API key here. The API key will be Cloudinary API key, and then we need to pass the API secret. So this one will be process dot env dot cloudinary API key, and this one will be process dot env dot, then we have Cloudinary API secret. Cloudinary API secret. So, and finally, we're going to use a timeout, which is this number. So that's it. So this is our Cloudinary config. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function which will upload our image to Cloudinary, and I'm going to name it upload to Cloudinary. This one will be an async function, and this one will receive a file URI, and here we're going to use try catch. In the try block, we're going to get the response, and we're going to await Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload, and we're going to pass our file URI that we receive as a parameter here, and then we're going to return the response. That's it. And if we have an error, we're going to catch the error, and we're going to console log the error, and then we're going to throw in new error, and the message will be failed to upload image to Cloudinary. That's it. So this is our upload to Cloudinary. Then we're going to export. So module dot exports, and we're going to export our upload Cloudinary, and then the Cloudinary. So we're going to export this too. Next, we're going to create a function which is data URI that will configure our image URL in the correct format. So in the utils, I'm going to create data URI.js, and here first I'm going to import data URI parser and require data URI slash parser. So we are going to import the data URI parser, and then I'm going to import path. So path, and we're going to import this. So require path, and then I'm going to create a function called get data URI, and we'll get the file here, and then first we're going to use parser. So new data URI parser, and we're going to call this, and then we're going to create a extension name which will be path dot ext name, and then we're going to pass the file dot original name, and then dot to string. So that's it. Then I'm going to return parser dot format and ext name and then file dot buffer. So file dot buffer and then dot content. So we are going to return this, and then in the module dot export, and we'll get our, we're going to export our get data URI. So this is our data URI configuration. Now let's go back to the user controller. So in the controller, user controller, and here, so after getting the bio and profile picture, we're going to create a let cloud response, and then we're going to check if there is a profile picture. So if the user wish to change the profile picture, in that case we're going to create a file URI, and we're going to use our get data URI function from our utils, and we're going to pass our profile picture file. So pass the profile picture, which is a file. That's it. And then we're going to use our cloud response, and then we're going to await. Then we're going to use our upload Cloudinary and then the file URI. So this will upload our image to Cloudinary. That's it. After this, we are going to get our user. So await user dot find by ID, and then user ID. So we are going to pass the user ID to find the user, and then we are going to select the user and without the password. And if no user is found, if there is no user, then we are going to return next new app error, and the message will be user not found, and the code will be 404. So that's it. So this is our user, and then if there is a bio, then we are going to set user dot bio to the bio that user upload, and if there is a profile picture, then the user dot profile picture will be cloud response dot secure URL. So this will be the user profile picture, and all of this we're going to await user dot save, and we're going to use validate before save to false. That's it. Then we are going to send a response. So we are going to return res dot status will be 200 dot json, and inside this the message will be profile updated, and then the success will be success, not success status will be success, message will be profile updated, and then we're going to use pass the data with the user. So the updated user, we are going to send the updated user. So this is our edit profile controller. Then go to the routes and user routes, and here we are going to use router dot post. Then we are going to slash edit profile. Then we are going to first use the is authenticated because the user needs to be authenticated. And then we're going to use the upload. We are going to import this from our middleware. Upload dot single, we are going to upload single image, and then we are going to use the name here profile picture, and then we are going to use upload, not upload, edit profile. So that's it. So the edit profile, first we have the is authenticated, then we have the upload dot single profile picture, and then the edit profile. So this is our router. So routes to edit profile. So I'm not going to test this, and we're going to test this directly in our frontend, and if there we got some error, then we're going to fix it here. But I encourage you first test this and then go to the frontend. So after the user edit profile completed, so our edit profile is completed now. Then we are going to create a controller to get suggested user. So I'm going to export dot suggested user. We're going to use catch async and then async, get the request response and next. Then inside this we'll get the login user id from rec.user.id. So we'll get the currently login user id from our request.user, and then we will get users. So await user dot find, and we're going to find, and the id is not equal to login user id. So that means we are going to get all the user except from this login user, because we are not going to suggest the login user to login user profile or account. And then here we are going to select, so select, and here I am going to copy this from here. So we are not going to select all of this. So go here and paste it here. So this is our user, and then we are going to send the response here. So res dot status will be 200 dot json, and the status will be success, and the data will be users. So that's it. We're going to pass the users as the data here. So this is our suggested user. Now go to the user routes, and here we're going to use router dot get slash suggested user, and then this one will be first is authenticated, the user needs to be authenticated, then suggested user. That's it. So this is our suggested user routes. So our suggested user functionality also completed. Next, we are going to create the follow unfollow functionality. For this, I'm going to export dot follow unfollow. We'll handle both in the same functions, and we're going to use catching, then async with request response and next, and then here we'll first get the login user id from our rec.user.id, and then we're going to get the targeted user, the person I want to follow or unfollow, which is target user id, and we will get this from our params rec.params.id. Then we are going to check if the logged in user id, and we're going to convert this to string and we're going to compare this with target user id. If both are same, that means the user logged in is try to follow himself, so we are going to prevent this, and we are going to return next new app error, and the message will be you cannot follow or unfollow yourself, and the code will be 400. So that's it. Next, we will get the targeted user. So target user await user dot find by id, and we're going to pass the target id, target user id. Then if there is no target user, then we're going to send another error message, which is return next new app error, and the message will be user not found, and the code will be 404. Then we're going to check, so const is following, we're going to check if the logged in user is already followed this user or not. So we're going to use target user dot followers dot includes the login user id. So this will give us the value of the is following. Now based on this, if the is following is true, we are going to unfollow the user when the user is click the button. So here we are going to await, and we are going to use promise dot all, and here we are going to use user dot update one, and the id will be login user id, and we are going to pull following So we are basically removing the following user from login users following list. So here the following targeted user ID. That's it. We are also going to update the target user. So up user dot update one, and here we will basically have this two, and the ID will be target user. So we are going to update the target user, and we are going to pull the following here. So remove from the followers list. So followers, and we are going to remove the logged in user ID. So log in user ID. That's it. So if the following is true, then we are going to perform this. Else we are going to use the user, not user, await promise.all, and inside this the user dot update one. In that case we are going to also update our both user. So update one, and inside this the ID, first the ID will be login user ID, and we are going to add to set. That means we are going to add in the following list the target user ID. So in the login users following list we are going to add our targeted user, and in the targeted users follower list we are going to add our logged in user. So I'm going to copy this and paste it again, and we are going to update one. Here the targeted ID will be target user ID, and add to set. Here instead of following we are going to have followers, and we are going to pass the login user ID. So login user ID. So that's it. So this will handle our follow unfollow both cases. After all of this we will get the updated logged in user. We're going to await user dot find by ID, and we're going to find using the login user ID, and then we're going to select, and we don't want to select the password, and then we're going to send a response here. So res dot status will be 200 dot json. This one will be the message. So if is following is true, then we are going to send unfollowed successfully. Otherwise, we'll send follow, so followed successfully. Then we are going to send a status of success, and finally the data, the user will be the updated logged in user. So that's it. So this is our follow and unfollow functionality. Let's add this in our router. So let's go to the user router, and here router dot post, and the route will be follow, unfollow, and we're going to add the param, the ID of the user that we want to follow or unfollow, and then first is authenticated, and then follow and unfollow. That's it. So this is our follow unfollow functionality. After this, we are going to create another one which will give us the currently login user, and we are going to name this get me, which will be a catch async function, catch async, async, request, response, and next, and then we'll get the user from reg.user, and if there is no user, then we are going to return next new app error. The message will be user not authenticated, and the code will be 404. After this, we are going to use res.status 200.json, and the status will be success, and the message will be authenticated user, and the data will be user. So that's it. This is our get me controller. Now let's go to the user routes, and in the user route we are going to use router dot get request, and the route will be /me, and then is authenticated, and get me. That's it. So this is our get me functionality. Here I noticed something, that we have some mistake. So in the get profile, this one will be saved post. So now hit save. So this will be saved post. So that's it. So this is it for our user controller. Our user controller is completed now. Now we are going to create the post related models and controllers. So first I'm going to create a new model, and I'm going to name it post model.js. And here first I'm going to import Mongos, so require Mongos, and then I'm going to create a post schema. So post schema new Mongos dot schema, and here we are going to define our models, schema models. So first one is caption. So we'll receive a caption and the type will be string. Type will be string and the max length will be this number and the message will be caption should be less than 2200 characters. And then we are going to add a trim to remove the empty white spaces. So trim will be true. So this is our caption, and after the caption we will get image, and in the image we will have an URL, and this will be a type of string, type string, and required will be true. And here we'll have a public ID that's generated by the Cloudinary, and this one will be a type string, and this one is also required. So required true. So this is our image where we have URL of type string and required true, and a public ID of type string and required true. Then we will have the user that created this post. So user will be type, this one will be a special type. So mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, and the reference will be user, and it's required because without a user we cannot create a post. So required true, and the message will be user ID is required. That's it, this is our user. Then we will have a likes array, where the type will be mongoose. So basically this one, the ID of the user who liked the post, and the reference will be user, and this one will be an array. That's it. Then we will have comments, and the comments will be an array of object where we have the type, and the type will be this one, mongoose.schema.types.object ID, and the reference will be comment. And we are going to create a separate model for the comment. So comment. Then we are going to add a created at, and this one will be a type of date, and default will be date dot now. That's it. And here we're going to add a timestamp true. Then here we are going to indexing for improve the performance of the queries. So when you queries, it will improve the performance. So we are going to use post schema dot index, and the indexing we are going to use the user one, and the created at will be -1. So that's it. So that's how we are going to indexing our post. Then we have a post, and we're going to use mongoose dot model, and we're going to create the post model and then pass the post schema. That's it. Then we're going to export module dot exports, and we're going to export our post. So this is our post schema. We're going to create another model for our comments. So here I'm going to create a comment model.js, and here first I'm going to import mongoose require mongoose, and then a comment schema. We're going to use new mongoose dot schema, and here the first one will be text. Text is a type of string, and required will be true, and the text will be comment text is required. Then we're going to trim to true, and that's it. This is our comment text. Then we will have the user. So the user who posts the comment, the type will be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object id, and the reference will be user, and required will be true. Then we're going to add a created add property here. The type will be a date, and default date dot now. That's it. And here also we're going to add the timestamp to true. Then here I'm going to create a const of comment, and we're going to use mongoose dot model, and this one will be comment, and we're going to pass the comment schema. And finally we're going to export. So module dot exports the comment. So we're going to export the comment. So these are two models. One is the post model and another is the comment model. Next, I'm going to create a controller for our post, and I'm going to name it post controller.js. And here first we are going to have a create post controller. So export dot create post, and we're going to use catching, and then async with request response and next, and here we will get the caption from rec.body. So in the request body we'll get the captions, and we will get the image from rec.file. So in the file we will get the image, and then we'll get the user ID from rec.user.id. So we'll get the currently login user ID using rec.user.id. Then we're going to check if there is no image, then we're going to return a error. So return next new app error, and the message will be image is required for the post, and the code will be 400. Next we are going to optimize our image. So for example, if the user uploaded an image which is like 4 to 6 megabyte, then we are going to optimize this image. So to optimize our image we are going to use Sharp, and we already installed Sharp. So I'm going to import Sharp and require Sharp, and here first I'm going to create a optimized image buffer, and we're going to await Sharp, and here we're going to pass our image dot buffer, and then we're going to resize this with width will be 800, height will be 800, and fit will be inside. Then we're going to add dot to format, and we're going to use JPEG, then the quality, so we want the quality of 80, and then we're going to add dot to buffer, and call this. So this is our optimized image buffer. Then we're going to create a file URI. We're going to use a backtext here and data image slash JPEG and base 64, and then we're going to add our optimized image buffer. Sorry, this one will be inside. So here we have a comma, and then the optimized image buffer, and then we're going to convert this. We're going to convert this into string, so to string, and here we're going to use base 64. So these are file URI. Then we are going to create the cloud response, and we're going to await we're going to use upload to Cloudinary and pass our file URI, and then we're going to create a let post, and this one will be await. We're going to use the post model here, post dot create, and inside this we're going to pass the caption. Then the image will be, first we have the URL. The URL will be cloud response dot secure URL, and the public ID will be cloud response dot public ID, and then the user will be the currently login user. So we're going to add the user ID. So that's our post. So we created a post. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to add post to users post. So in the users, we have a field for post that will contain all the posts that the user created. So here, this users post array, we're going to push this post. So first const user await and user model user dot find by ID. We're going to find the user using the ID, and we're going to pass the user ID, and then we're going to check if there is user. Then in the user dot post, in the user post, we're going to push the post ID. So we're going to add this post ID in the user post dot ID. That's it. Then we are going to save. So user dot save, and we're going to add a validate before save to false. Then what we are going to do is we're going to populate the post. So post will be await post dot populate, and we're going to populate first the path is user. So we're going to populate the user, and we're going to select. So from the user, we're going to select the username, email, bio, and profile. So we are just populate this field. So this field will be available. Then we are going to return res.status, and this one will be 201.json, and the status will be success. Then the message will be post created, and the data will be post. That's it. So this is our post controller. Now we need to add this in the router. So for this I am going to create a new router here, and I'm going to name it post router.js, and here first I'm going to import the express from require express, and then we're going to create a router, and we're going to use our express dot router and call it, and then we are going to define the routes here, and we are going to export it. So module dot export router. Now then in the app.js at the top, I'm going to import the const host router require dot slash routes slash post router. So here we have some mistakes. The name will be post routes. So here let's copy this from here and then delete this one, and here let's create a post routes.js and paste the code here and hit save. Now then go to the app, and here this one will be post routes, and now we're going to use app.use and slash API slash v1 slash, and then we have post, and then we're going to add our post router. That's it. Now let's go to the post routes, and here we first have a router dot post, and this one will be slash create post, and we're going to first add our IsAuthenticated middleware. Then we're going to pass upload from Malter. So upload from middleware Malter, upload dot single, and here we're uploading image. Then we're going to create post. We're going to add our create post controller. So that's it. So this is our create post controller. Our create post controller is completed. Next we are going to create a controller to get all posts. So I'm going to export dot get all post. This one will be catch async and async function with a request to response next, and then here we'll get our post await dot post, not await dot post, await post. So we need the post model, and dot find, this will give us all the posts, and then here we are going to first populate. So populate the user, so path user, and select, we're going to select username, profile picture, and bio. Then we're going to again populate and this times we are going to populate the comments. So path will be comments, then we're going to select the text and the user, and inside the populate we are going to populate the user. So populate the path user, and select we're going to select username and profile picture. That's it. And then we're going to sort this in the descending order so that the post created recently will come to the first. So sort and created at created at, and we're going to use -1. So that's it. This is our post. Now here we're going to return res.status. This one will be 200.json. The status will be success, and the results we're going to use post.length, and finally we're going to pass the data, which is posts. That's it. So this is our get all post. Now let's go to the router. So post router, not post model, in the post router, and here router dot get and slash all and get all post. That's it. So this is our get all post controller and routes. Next we're going to create a controller to get a specific user's post. So we're going to use exports dot get user post. This one will then catch a sync function, and inside this we will have async with request, response, and next. And then here first we'll get the user ID from request.params.id. In users param, we will in the request params we will get the user ID, and then we will get the post. So await post dot find, and we're going to find based on the user ID. Here we're going to pass the user ID, and then we're going to populate this. We're going to populate the path will be comments. Let's see if we use the comments. Yes, the comments. Then basically this one. So let's copy this and paste it here. So the path will be comments. We're going to select the text and the user, and we're going to populate the path, user and username and profile picture. And we're also going to sort this, so let's copy and paste it here. So we're going to sort this in descending order, and then we're going to return res dot status 200, then dot json, the status will be success, the results will be post dot length, and the data will be post. So this is our response. So these are get users post. Now let's go to the routes. So post routes, and after this we're going to use router dot get and user post, then the params, and this one will be get user post. So that's it. This is our controller to get a specific user's post. Now we are going to create the functionality to save or unsave a post. So for this I'm going to export dot save or unsave. So we're going to create the both functionality here in the same controller. So save or unsave post, and we're going to use caching with our request response and next, and then inside this we will get the currently login user ID from request.user.id, and then we will get the post ID that the login user try to save or unsave. So post ID will be rec.params.id. So we'll get the post ID from the params. Next we will find the user. So user will be await user dot find by ID, and we're going to pass the user ID. That's it. Then we're going to check if there is user or not. So if there is no user, then we're going to return next new app error, and the message will be user not found, and the code will be 404. So this is the case where the user is not found. Then we are going to check if this post is already saved in the user's save post list. So we are going to create a function called isPostSave, and then we are going to use user dot saved post save post dot includes. If the save post include this post, that means the post is already saved in users, and here this one will be post ID. That's it. Now based on this we are going to write our logic. So if the post is already saved, then we are going to unsave the post. If the post is already saved, then what we are going to do is we are going to use user dot save post saved posts, and we are going to pull. So that means we are going to delete this post from the save post array. That's it. Then we are going to save our user. So await user dot save, and we are going to use validate before save to false. So we save our user, and then we are going to return a response. So return raise.status, raise.status. The status will be 200.json, and here the status will be success. Then the message will be post unsaved successfully, and then we're going to pass the data, and we're going to pass the modified user. That's it. So this is our if case. So if the post is already saved, else if the post is not saved, we are going to save the post in users post save posts array. So here in the else case, we are going to use user dot save posts, and we are going to push this post. So post id. That's it. Then we are going to save our user dot save, and the validate before save will be false. That's it. Then we're going to return a response. So return res dot status. The status will be 200, and dot json. So in the json we're going to pass a status will be success. Then we have a message. The message will be post saved successfully, and then the data will be the modified user. That's it. So this is our save or unsaved post controller. So these are save or unsaved post. Now we have to add this in our router. So let's go to the post routes, and in the post routes we are going to use a router dot post, and we are going to use save slash save unsave post slash, and then the post id. That's it. And then here we're going to pass our IsAuthenticated. So IsAuthenticated middleware, and then we're going to pass save or unsave post from our controller. So save unsave post, and then we have the post id, and then the IsAuthenticated middleware, and save or unsave post controller. So that's it. This is our save unsave functionality. Next we are going to create the delete post controller. So I'm going to export dot delete post. This one will be a catch async function, and async with request response next. And inside this, first we'll get the post id. So the post we want to delete, so id we will get it from request dot params. Here in our save or unsave post we have a mistake. So in the post id, this one will be post id. Why is that? Because in the routes, so if you go to the post route, here you can see we define the post id, not id. So that's why in the post controller here we will get the post id using reg.params.post id. So that's it. This is a simple mistake. Now here we will get the user id from our request.user.id. Then we'll find the post. So we're going to await post.find by id, and we're going to pass the id. So this is the post id. So after finding the post, we're going to populate the user. So dot populate and we are going to populate the user here. Then we are going to check if there is no post. Then we are going to return next new app error, and the message will be post not found, and the code will be 404. So this is if the post is not find or not found. Then what we are going to do is, if the post id, so here we are going to check the post we want to delete is actually created by the login user. So if you are a login user, you cannot delete other people's post. So here we are going to check this, that the post you want to delete is your own post. So we are going to check if post dot user dot id is, and we are going to convert this to a string using dot to string, and we are going to check if it's not equal to user id dot to string. We are going to check this user id, currently login user id, with the post id. So posts user id dot to string. If it is not equal, then we are going to send a message next new app error, and we are going to give the error message that you are not authorized to delete this post, and the code will be 403. That's it. Next, what we are going to do is, we are going to remove the post from users post. So in the users post list, we are going to delete this post also. So we're going to await, we're going to use the user model and dot update one. So we're going to use update one, and here we will use the id of user id, and then we're going to pull posts with the post id. So that means we are deleting the post from users post list. That's it. Then we are going to remove this post from users saved list. So if this post is saved by other, we are going to delete this also. So we are going to await user dot update many, and here we are going to use save post, and this one will be id, and then we are going to pull, and we're going to pull the save post with the id. That's it. Then we are going to also delete the comment. So remove the comments of this post. So here we are going to use await. So await comment dot delete many, and we are going to delete this post comment. So post will be the post id. That's it. Then what we are going to do is, we are going to remove the image from Cloudinary. So remove remove image from Cloudinary, and we're going to use if the post dot image dot public id, if it exists, then we're going to await Cloudinary. So we're going to import the Cloudinary. So let's see if it is imported or not. So here the Cloudinary, and then Cloudinary dot uploader dot destroy, and we're going to pass the post dot image dot public id. That's it. So we're going to remove the image also. Then we're going to finally remove the posts. So await post dot post dot find by id and delete, and we're going to pass the id. So that's it. So after completing all of these, we're going to send a response. So res dot status 200 and dot json, the status will be success and the message will be post deleted successfully. So this is our delete functionality. Let's add this in our routes. So go to the post routes, and here we will have a router dot delete. So we are going to use the delete method here, and slash delete post slash, and then the id of the post as a params. Then we'll get the IsAuthenticated Middleware. We're going to add the IsAuthenticated Middleware, and then the delete post controller. So this one, that's it. So this is our delete functionality. So delete controller. Next, we are going to create the functionality for like or dislike a post. So I'm going to export dot like or dislike post, and we're going to use catch async and async function with request, response, and next. And here inside this, first we'll get the post id from the request dot params. We'll get the id, and then we'll get the user id from request dot user dot id. Then we're going to find the post based on the IDs. So await post dot find by id, and we're going to pass the id here. Then we're going to check if there is no post. Then we're going to return next new app error, that post not found, and 404. Then we're going to find out if the post is already liked or not. So post is liked will be post dot likes dot includes, if it is include the user id in the like list, include user id, user id. So if it's include the user id, that means the post is liked. And based on this, we are going to check if is liked is true. In that case, we are going to await post dot find by ID and updates. We are going to update here, pass the ID, and then we are going to pull, and we are going to pull from likes and user ID. So basically we are removing the like here, and after this we're going to create new will be true. After doing this we are going to return a response. So return res dot status will be 200 dot json, and the status will be success, and the message will be post disliked successfully. That's it. This is the if case. In the else case, we are going to await post dot find by id and update, and here we're going to pass the post id, and then we're going to use add to set, and then the likes will be user id, and the new will be true, and then we're going to send a response just like this one, and here the message will be post liked successfully. That's it. So now we're going to add this in our routes. So go to the post routes, and here router dot post slash like unlike like or dislike and the id. Next we're going to pass the is authenticated middleware, and then the like dislike controller. That's it. So this is our like or dislike post. Next we are going to create the functionality to add a comment. So for this I'm going to create a controller called add comment, will be a catch async with async request response and next, and then here first we will get the id, and we're going to change it name to post id, and we'll get this from rec.params. So from the params we will get the post id, then we'll get the user id, user id from request dot user dot id, and then we will get the comment text from rec dot body. Then we are going to find the post. So post will be post, and we're going to await post dot find by id, and we're going to pass the post id. That's it. Now we are going to check. So if there is no post, we are going to return next new app error post not found, and if there is no text, then we are going to return a new app error that comment text is required, and the code will be 400. Then we are going to create a comment. So const comment will be await, and we're going to use the comment model dot create, and here we're going to pass the text. The user will be the user id, and then we have a created at, which is date dot now. That's it. So our comment is created. Next, what I'm going to do is in the post. So in the post dot comments, we're going to push this comment. So we're going to pass this comment. So post dot comments dot push comment. So we are pushing this comment to this post comment. Then we are going to await post dot save, and the validate before save will be false. Then we are going to await comment dot populate. So we are going to populate the path will be user, and we are going to select username, profile picture, and bio. Then we are going to send a response. So res.status will be 201.json, and status will be success, message will be comment added successfully, and data will be comment. Now we are going to add this in our post routes. So here router.post, and the path will be comment, and we'll get the ID and then is authenticated, and we're going to get the controller function comment on post. So what we name it, add comment. So that's it. So router.post slash comments ID is authenticated and add comment. So this is it. So this is for our post controller. So we almost add so all the functionality for our model, our controller, and we also add this to route. So our backend is completed for now, and then we are going to start our front end, and if we get any error in the front end, then we are going to come back to our backend and fix the error. So for now our backend is completed. Now we are going to start working in our front end. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to split our terminal. So here we are going to cd to our backend, and we're going to run our backend here. So npm start, and here, so here we are going to run our front end. So first cd front end, and we're going to use npm. So first we need to install Next.js. So to install Next.js, I'm going to use npx create next app at the rate latest, and I'm going to use a dot slash so that all the packages are installed in this front end folder, and I'm going to hit enter. So we are going to use the latest version of Next.js. So we're going to y for proceed. We're going to use the TypeScript. We're going to use ESLint. We're going to use Tailwind CSS. We do not need the source directory. And yes, we are going to use the app router. And the turbo pack is new in Next.js 15, and this is used for faster development. So this will not help you in the deployment, but it will help you in the development. So I'm going to click yes here, and we do not need to import our aliases, customize our import aliases, so no. So this will install all the necessary packages to initialize a Next.js project. So let's wait some time to complete the installation. The installation is completed. Next, we are going to install ShareScene UI for our frontend. So if you go to the website and search for ShareScene, and if you go to their documentations, so here you can see they have different types of component like accordion, alert, then they have avatar, carousel, and we can use their component. So first let's install shared CNUI for Next.js. So we need to copy this. So copy, then go to our terminal, and here I'm going to paste it and hit enter. And here we are going to use the default, which is New York. Then we are going to use the neutral, and we do not use CSS variable for theming, so I'm going to select no, and I'm going to hit enter. And here we are using the latest version of Next.js, which is React 19. So here you can see it looks like you are using React 19. Some package may fail to install due to the peer dependency. So we just use the use force here. I'm going to hit enter. So it's now successful. Now if I go to the share CNUI, and here we did all of this. Now let's add a button component in our share CN. So I'm going to copy this, and I am going to paste it here and hit enter. And again we are going to use force. So it's completed now. Now let's walk you through the files structure here. So here first we have ts config, and we do not need to do anything here. Then we have tailwind config.ts, and here we are going to remove the extend part because we do not need it here. We're going to start from the scratch, and you do not need to do anything here. Then here it added a lib folder because of the shared CN, and here we have a utility functions. Then here it added a component, and if I in component here it added a UI, and here this is the button, shared CN button. Here you can see they have different types of variant, default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, link. And the best thing is you can create your own version here, own variant. So for example, you can create like my button and provide your styling here, which is awesome. But I'm not going to do this because the default variants are enough for us. So this is our button component, and then this app is our main directory. Here we have global.css, and here remove this, we do not need it. Then we have this layout.tss. This is the overall layout of our project, which wraps our project. And here if you add a navbar and a footer, this navbar and footer will be attached to all the page you created in this project. So this is the overall wrapper of our project. So we're going to explore this later. For now, this is enough introduction. Next we have this page.tsx. So this is the main page. When you go to the localhost 3000, this page will appear to the screen. So here I am going to remove all of these, and I'm going to create a boilerplate, and I'm going to name it home page. So if you wonder how I use the shortcut, to use the shortcut you need to install an extension, and the extension is called ES7 Redux React Native Snippet. By installing this package you can use the shortcut to create the component boilerplate. And inside this let's create a h1 with hello, and let's test our Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to use a class name of text7xl and text rate 950. So if you wonder how I get the Tailwind suggestion, so for this I am using an extension called this one, Tailwind CSS Intelligence. So if you install this you will get the auto suggestion. After this we are going to use a share CN button to check if our button is working properly. So button, it is importing from our components UI buttons, and here let's say button 1, and let's define, so this is the default one, let's create another one. So button, and we're going to use a variant of outline and button 2. So that's it. Now we're going to run our project. So I'm going to use npm run dev. Here you can see it's running using that turbo pack. So npm next dev turbo pack, so it's starting. Now let's go to the browser and let's go to the localhost 3000. And here you can see we have our text hello, and the text is larger and different background color. That means our tailwind is working properly. And here we have two buttons. That means our share scene also works properly. So let's add some padding here so that we can see them more clearly. So P8. Now if I hit save, now you can see this is our button. So this works properly. So our share scene UI and our tailwind working properly. Now I'm going to remove all of these because these are the demo. We do not need it here. And let's just say home page and remove it from here. That's it. Next, I'm going to teach you the basic routings in Next.js. So we are going to explore some of the static routings as well as the dynamic routings here. So first we have our local host 3000. Then we are going to explore local host 3000 slash, for example, the product page. Then we're going to explore so localhost 3000 slash product details page. So this is the nested routing. And finally we're going to explore a dynamic routing for localhost 3000 slash product details slash 1. This can be anything like 123 or any other ID you want. So we're going to explore these routes to get a better understanding of how routing works in Next.js. So first let's create this one. So to create a localhost 3000 slash product, you need to create a folder name exactly like this. So product. So I'm going to create a folder called product, and inside this you need to create a page.tsx, and it's important. It must be page.tsx, otherwise it will not work. So I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate. Let's say product, and that's it. So now let's go to our website, and here if I go to the localhost 3000 slash product and hit enter, and you can see this is our product page, and here the text is product. Now I'm going to explain to you the layout here also. So our layout is the overall wrapper. So if you add something here, this will add to all the pages that you are going to create. So for now I'm going to add a navbar here and then a footer here. And if I hit save and then go to our project, here you can see we have our navbar and footer, then the children, which is the product. And if I now go to the localhost 3000, in home page you can also see the navbar, homepage and footer, and it's also attached to our product page. So here it also have the navbar, product and footer. That's awesome. So this is our product page and this is our layout. So next explore this nested routes. So where we have product slash product details. So for this I'm going to delete this. So before that we are in the localhost 3000. So I'm going to remove this page.tsx because we do not need it now. And now we need to create a nested route. So in the product, and then we have the product details. So what we need to do is we need to create another folder using this name. So I'm going to copy this, and in the product I'm going to create another folder with this name, and inside this I'm going to create a page.tsx. And now if I use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, let's name it product and hit save. Now if I go to our project and now if I go to the slash product, you can see it will give us a 404 because this page does not exist. And then if I go to the product details here and if I hit enter, now you can see we are in the product detail page, and you can see here we also have the navbar and the footer also. This is the power of our layout. It will wrap our project, and we can use something that are common to every page like the navbar and footer. So this is our product details, nested routing. Now we are going to check the dynamic routing where we can pass some ID and we can extract the ID. So for this, I'm going to delete this and let's make it bigger. And to create a dynamic route, here we need to create a folder name that will start with this third bracket, and inside this we are going to give the name that we are going to expect here. So like here you can expect a ID, you can expect a post ID and anything you want. So here let's say you want ID, and then inside this you need to create a page.tsx, and let's use RAFC to create the component boilerplate. Let's say product details page. And now if I go to our project and go to localhost 3000 slash product details slash some ID, and now if I hit enter, now you can see we are in the product details page. Now the question is how you can extract this value from the URL. So to do this you need to, so first you will get the params here, and this will give us a warning because of the TypeScript. So we are not going to add the TypeScript here because this is our demo. You will see a lot of TypeScript examples throughout this application. So you will get the ID by awaiting, and in Next.js 15 this params is an asynchronous operation, so we need to create an async function, and then we are going to await our params, and then we are going to use dot id to get the id, and here I am going to add the id. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and here you can see we have our id 12. Now if this is something like this and I'm going to hit enter, now you can see this is the id. So that's how you are going to extract the id or the information from the params. So now let's go to our localhost 3000. So this is the basic routing and how routing works in Next.js. And now I hope you have a better understanding of how static routing and dynamic routing works in Next.js 15 application. So let's remove all of these, and I'm going to delete this because we do not need it. This is just for the learning purposes. So it's deleted now. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to customize our fonts and metadata. So for this, let's go to the layout.tsx, and here you can see they give us some demo fonts to use, but we are not going to use this, and we are going to use another font. And for this application we are going to use Roboto. So I am going to import Roboto from next font Google. So the Next.js 15 already have the Google font integrated here. Then I'm going to create a constant called font, and I'm going to use Roboto and call this and pass some option. First one is the font weight, and here we will have 100, 300, 400, 500, 700 and 900. Here this one will be comma. Then we have a subsets, and this one will be Latin. That's it. Then we are going to add our font here. So we are going to remove all of these, and then font dot class name. Now if I hit save and go to our project and reload the project, and if I inspect and if I hover here, you can see it's using the Roboto font. You can see here that 16 pixel Roboto and Roboto fallback. That means our font size works properly. Next, we are going to change this metadata. Metadata is very important for SEO purposes. So here the title, I'm going to give this photo flow, a social media website, or you can say web app. And I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and I'm going to give this like built with Next.js. That's it. Now if I go to our project, here you can see at the top we have PhotoFlow, a social media web app, and we customize our metadata. Next, I'm going to add two photos here that we are going to use. So I'm going to use images, and here I'm going to just paste the image. So this is the two photo. One is the logo and one is the banner. You can use any logo, any banner you want. You don't need to use the exactly this one in your application. So I'm going to copy this logo.png and sign up banner. And another thing that we are going to do is we are going to delete this favicon, and I have a favicon which I'm going to use. So this is from our deployed version. So I'm going to copy this here. So what you can do is you can go to a website like png to favicon, and you can go to these types of website that will convert your png to a favicon, and then you need to paste the favicon here. That's it. So now if I go to our application, and here you can see our favicon chains, and now we have this photo flow icons, which is awesome. And for the banner and logo, you can use anything you want. Now I'm going to remove this, we do not need it. So this is our metadata. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a types file. So types.d.ts, and here we will add our types for the project. So first we're going to export a interface user. So this one will be our user types, and we're going to do this because this will help us in the TypeScript use. So here we will have an ID of type string, then we have the username of string, then we have email of type string, we get a password which is an optional with a string, then we have profile picture which is an optional, and this is a type of string. Then we have bio, which is also an optional properties, and this is the type of string. Then we have followers, which is type of string array. Then we have following, which is also a type of string array, because here we will have just the ID of the post. Then we have a post array, which is a type of post, and we are going to create another interface for this post. So this one will contain the post array. Then we have save post, saved post, and this one will be a type of string array. So or this one will be a post array of post. Then we have a is verified, which is type of boolean. So this is our user type. Next we are going to export interface post. The post will contain a id underscore id of type string. Then we have a text captions of type string. Then we have a user, and the user will contain the ID of type string and username of type string and profile picture of type string, and it also contains the created at which is type of string. Then we are going to create another one which is for comment, and the comment, so here we forget to add the interface, and in the comments the ID will be string. Then sorry, this one is the comment where we have the ID and the comment text and the user that add this comment, which is contains the ID, username and profile picture, and a created tag which is a string. And here this one will be our post, and in the post we have an ID, we have a caption of type string, then we have an image of the post, and this is optional, and this one will contain an object with URL of string and a public ID of type string. And then after the image, this one will have a user of type user, otherwise undefined. Then the likes, which is a type of string array, and then the comments, which is a type of comment array, and finally the created tag, which is type of string. So as we are using the TypeScript, we need some types, so that's why we are creating these types. So first the user types, then the comments, and then the post type. So these are types for our project. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a home folder here, home, and here I'm going to create a home.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in our app page. So here we are going to add our home component. So in the home component, we will do all the heavy stuff. So we are going to add our home page related components like the feed, the sidebar, the suggested user, and then this home will be added to our page.tsx. That's how our page will be clean. So here you can see it's really clean. So this is it for our basic front-end application setup. Now we are going to start with creating our authentication related pages like the sign ups, login, verify, and forget password, reset password. So first we are going to start with sign up. If I show you the sign up page, here you can see this is our sign up page where we have a banner and this sign up form. So first what I'm going to do is in the app, I'm going to create a folder called auth, and inside this I'm create another one which is sign up, and then inside this I'm going to create a page.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and I'm going to name it sign up page, and I'm going to hit save. Now if I go to our project and if I go to the /auth/sign up, and now we are in the sign up page. So what I'm going to do is in the layout I'm going to remove this navbar and footer, and then what I'm going to do is in the component I'm going to create another folder called auth, and inside this I'm going to create a file called signup.tsx, and here we are going to write all the sign up related functionality and then add this in our sign up page. So I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then here I'm going to add this. So I'm going to remove this, and here we will have our sign up from our components /auth /sign up. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see the text sign up. Now let's go to the sign up here. So first, this div have a class name of width will be full, height will be screen, then we have overflow will be hidden. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of grid cost will be 1, in large screen grid cost will be 7, we are going to divide the part in 7, and gap will be 8. Now inside this div, first we have another div, and this one is for our banner, and this div have a class name of in large screen the call span will be 4, and then we will have another one for form. So the form div will have a class name of in large screen the call span will be 3. Now here we have some of other classes also. So height will be screen, then it will be hidden in smaller devices, and in large screen this one will be block. Now inside this div we will have an image which is coming from next image, and the source will be slash images slash sign up banner dot jpg. Then we have an alt tag with the text sign up, then we have width of 1000 and height of 1000, and we have a class name of width full, height will be full, then we have object will be cover. That's it. Now if I save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our beautiful banner. Now in the form div we have some of more classes here. So we have flex will be in the column direction, items will be center, justify will be center, height will be screen, and that's it. Now inside this div we first have a h1 with the text of sign up with, then we have a span, and then the text photo flow, and this h1 will have a class name of font bold, then we have text of excel, in smaller devices text will be to excel, text will be in the left, and we have uppercase, and margin bottom will be 8, and for this span we have a class name of text will be row 600. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our text sign up with photo flow, so just like this one. And then what we have, so after the h1 we have a form, and we don't have any action here, and then inside this form, and this form have a class name of block, width will be 90%, smaller devices width will be 80%, In medium screen width will be 60%. In large screen width will be 90%. And in extra large width will be 80%. That's it. Now inside this form we have a div, and this div have a class name of margin bottom will be 4, and then inside this div we have a label, and label for name, and then the label have a class name of font semi bold, margin bottom will be 2, and block. That's it. And the label will be username. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have the label username, just like this one. Then after the label we have our import of type text, and the name will be username. Then we have a placeholder with username, and we have a class name of px4, py will be 3, bg will be grade 200, then rounded lg with full, this one will be block, and outline none. Now if I hit save, and this is our first input for our username. Next we have one for email. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this div and paste it underneath. Here the label will be for the email, and then the label text here will be email. Then what we have is the input type will be email, and the name will be email, and the placeholder will be email address. Email address. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have another one for the email address. Next, after this div we have another div with the class name of margin bottom will be 4. Now here what we are going to do is we are going to create a separate component for our password input. So if you go here, you can see the password input have this show and hide password functionality, and we will have this password input a lot of other places, so we don't want to repeat this functionality again and again. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a separate component for our password input. So in the auth here I am going to create a component called password input.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate. Here what we're going to do is we are going to convert this password input into a client component. By default all component in Next.js is server component, but you cannot use hooks in your server component. To use hooks you need to convert your component into a client component, and in password input we are going to use hooks. That's why we are going to convert it into a client component. To convert it into a client component we just need to use this use client directive at the top. That's it. Now here we will receive bunch of props here. We are going to create a interface for our props. So I'm going to name this props. You can name it anything you want. You can name it password props. You can name it other thing. So I'm going to just name it props. And here we will receive a name which is type of string. Then we will receive a label which is type of string, and this label is an optional. Then we have a placeholder which is type of string, and this one is also an optional. Then we have value which is type of string. It's also optional. Then we're going to pass the onChange function here, onChange function, which is optional also. And here this one will have an E, which is type of change event, HTML input element, and this one will return void. So these are on change. Then we will get some class name here. So input class name, which is type of string. This is optional. Then we have a label class name, label class name, which is type of string. It's also optional. Then icon class name, it's also an optional and type of string. So these are the props we expect from our parents component. Now here we are going to pass our props, and here we're going to get our name, then the label, then the placeholder, and we are going to set a default one, which is enter password, then the value, then the onChange, then the input class name, it will be empty, then the label class name, empty, and then we have the icon class name, empty string. So that's it. So we destructure our props here. Now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state variable. So const show password and set show password, which will be use state, and initially this one will be false. So we are not going to show our password initially. So this one is for the creating the functionality to show and hide the password. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function called toggle password visibility. So toggle password visibility, this one will be an arrow function, and this one will set our show password with the opposite of this show password. So if it is true, then it will make it false, and if it is false, then it will make it true. That's it. Next, we don't need any div here, and inside this we are going to check if there is a label. If there is a label, then we will have a label, and inside this we will have our label text, and this label will have a some basic class name. Here we are going to use a template literal because we are going to inject this dynamic class name here. So the basic class name we are going to add is font semi bold, then margin bottom will be 2, this one will be block, and then we are going to pass our label class name. That's it. So after this we will have a div with class name of relative. Now inside this div we will have an import of type. So here the type will be dynamic. So if the show password is true, then this one will be a type text. Otherwise, this one will be a type password. So that's how we are controlling the show and hide functionality. Then here the placeholder will be the placeholder we get as a props. Then the value will be the value. Then the name will be name. The on change will be the on change that we receive as a props. So on change, so this one which we receive as a props. Then we have a class name, and here again we're going to use the dynamic class name here. So first we have some basic class names that we have a px of 4, py of 3, bg will be grade 200, rounded lg, width will be full, this one will be block, and outline will be none. This is our basic class name, and then we are going to add our specific class name, input class name, that if we send some extra classes from the parents. That's it. So after the input we have a button, and this button will have a type of button. So type of button, then what we have here is the on click. So in the on click we are going to run our toggle password visibility. Then we have a class name, so this one will be same as dynamic class name, because here we're going to use some generic class name and then the specific class name. So first one is the absolute, then we have outline will be none, right 3, then we have top 3, and padding will be 0. And then if we pass some extra class name here, which is icon class name, that's it. Now inside this we are going to use, if the show password is true, if it is true, then we are going to show a button, otherwise we will show another button. So here we are going to use a eye icon, which is come from Lucid React, and when we initialize our shared scene UI we have the access to this Lucid React. So the eye icon is coming from Lucid React, and here the eye icon will have a class name of height 5 and width will be 5, and otherwise we will have a eye closed icon from Lucid React, and here we also have a class name of height 5 and width will be 5. That's it. So this is our password input component. Now let's go to the sign up, and here in the sign up we are going to use our password input, and we are going to pass some props here. So first we are going to pass the label, so this one will be password, then we are going to pass the name, this one will be password also, then we have a placeholder, enter password, and for now we are going to pass only these three, and then we are going to, when we create our functionality, we are going to pass the value and on change. So now if I go to our project, here you can see we have our password field, but the I close is not the proper one that we need. So let's go to our password field here. So this one will be I off. We don't need this I closed. We need the I off. Now if I say, and now if I go to the project, and here you can see it's working. Now let's add some password. This is our password and it's showing the password. So if I click here, now you can see it's hidden. So our functionality also working properly. Next we have another one for confirm password. So after this div, here we'll have a div, and this div will have a class name of margin bottom will be 4, and inside this we are going to use our password input, and we need to pass the props here. So the name will be password confirm, then the label will be confirm password, then the placeholder will be confirm password. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our confirm password also, which works properly, and our show and hide functionality also works properly. So this is our sign up. Next we need the button for sign up now, and then a text. So let's go here. So here for the button we are going to create another component for this one, and in this button we are going to add our loading also. So this button will be the combination of our normal button and the loading button, so that we can use this button another places also, so we can reuse the button. So for this what I am going to do is I'm going to create a helper folder here, helper, and here I'm going to create a component loading button dot tss, and I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate. So here we need to receive the prop. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an interface and the props, and this props will extends our button props, which is coming from our UI buttons. And inside this, the is loading will be a type of boolean, so we are receiving a is loading props here. Now here we are going to pass our props, and we are going to import our is loading. That's it. Next here we are going to return a button from our UI button, and then we also need the children, and the children will be types of react dot react node. So we will get the children also, and we will also receive any other props we will get here. Then here inside the button we will have our children, and in the button we're going to disable this when there is loading, and we're going to pass the extra props if we want here. So if we pass any other props, this will be appear here. Now inside this we are going to check if is loading is true. If loading is true, then we are going to add a loader, which is coming from Lucid React. Otherwise we are going to pass null. We will have null, and this loader will have a class name of animate spin, and margin right will be 2. That's it. So this is our loading button. Now let's go to our sign up. So auth, then sign up, and here we will have our loading button. And in the loading button, we're going to pass the size. The size here we need large. Then the class name, we will give some class name of with full, and margin top will be 3. Then the type will be submit, and then we need to pass another props which is loading. So for this I am going to create a state variable here, and as we are using the hooks, we need to convert this into a client component. So use client. So here we are going to create a state variable for the loading. This will help us when we create the request, and when the request is running, we are going to show a loading state for the user. So const is loading and set is loading, and this one will be use state, and initially this one will be false, and we are going to pass it here. So is loading will be or is loading variable. Now if I hit save, and this one will not be a self closing, so loading button, and the text here will be sign up now. That's it. So this is our loading button. Now here it's complaining because set is loading is declared but its value is never read, but we are going to use this later. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have a button sign up now. So just like this one. Now I'm going to show you what a loading button will looks like. So for this, let's make this true. So make this true, and when the user click here to sign up and the request is running, this will be the loading button, and here you can see it's disabled. You cannot click it here. So this is our loading button. So for now I'm going to make it the false. So that's it. Our sign up function looks nice. Next we have this already have account and login here. So for this, so now after this form, we have a h1 with the text already have account. Then we have a link which is coming from our next link, and the href will be /auth/login. We don't have this route for now, but we're going to create this for our login. And then inside this div, inside this link, we have a span. We have a span. And inside this span, we have the text login here. Now this h1 will have a class name of margin top of 4. Text will be large. Text gray will be 800, and hit save. And for the span here, we have a class name of text blue 800. Then we have underline, cursor pointer, font medium. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see already have account login here. Awesome. Now if I show you the responsiveness, so in the mobile devices you can see it fit perfectly, and in the iPad devices it also fit perfectly. So our component is Signup Page is fully mobile responsive. Now we will get our users informations, and for this, first what I'm going to do is I am going to create an interface, and we're going to name this form data, and this one will be username. So username of type string, then email of type string, then password of type string, and a password confirm of type string. That's it. Next, I'm going to create a state variable which is form data and set form data, and we will have our use state, and this is a type of form data, and here we will have our username object with username, and initially it will be empty string, email of empty string, then we have password of empty string and password confirm of empty string. So that's it. This is our form data at set form data. Next, we are going to create a function that will handle our input chain and store the input in our form data. So form handle change, we will get an event which is type of change event with HTML input element, and this function will return void. Now inside this we will get the name and value from our e.target, and then we are going to set our form data, we will get the previous state, and here what we're going to do is we're going to destructure our previous state and only change the input that user changing. So name will be the value. That's it. This will change our input, handle our change input, and store them in our form data. For example, if here the name is email, then this will add all the previous state and only change the email with the value that user provide here. That's how this will work. This handle change will work. Now what I'm going to do is in the first input here for the username, we're going to add our value which will be our form data.username and on change, and this one will be handle change. Next we will do same for this email. Here the value will be form data.email, and in on change we're going to use handle change. Now for the password input, the value will be form data.password, and on change, in the on change we are going to pass our handle change, and let's copy this too and paste it here. This one will be password confirm. That's it. This will handle our input change. Now let's log in our form data here. So console log form data and then the form data. Now if I hit save and go to our project, let's inspect, go to the console and clear everything. Let's give this a name, a email address, a password and a password control. Here you can see we have our form data store here. So here you can see the email, the password confirm and the username. That means we successfully store our users information in form data. So let's remove this form data from here. Next we are going to create a function called handle submit, which will be an async function. We'll get an event which is form event and then this one will be an arrow function. Then we're going to use e dot prevent default. That's it. And then in the form, so here the form in the on submit, we're going to pass our handle submit. That's it. And here we're going to create our request. Now before sending the request, we need Axios. So I'm going to split it again, and here I'm going to cd our front end. So we already in the front end, sorry for that. And here I'm going to use npm i axios. This will install the Axios package here. And then what I'm going to do is, so it's completed. So let's close this. Next, what I'm going to do is in the front end, I'm going to create an environment variable called int.local. And here I will have an environment variable which is next public backend API, and this one will be localhost 8000/API/v1. That's it. This is our base backend URL, and for the user we will add just the users, and for the post we will add posts. So this is our base. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another one which is called server.ts, and here I'm going to export, and I'm going to export a base API URL, and this one will be process.env.base API URL. That's it. So exports const. That's it. So exporting the base URL here. Now let's go to our auth and sign up, and here let's log in the console log, and we're going to use our base API URL from our server. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so it's undefined, so something is wrong here. So let's see what is wrong. So this one will be next public backend API. Copy this and go to the server and paste it here. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so now you can see we successfully get our base URL. That's awesome. So now remove this console log from here and save this. Next, we are going to set up toaster for our toast messages. In the deployed version, you see we have a toast message, when there is a success, there is an error. So now we are going to set up it. So for this, I am going to open the shared cn, and in the shared cn, we are going to install Sonar. So if I go here, so if I click here, you can see this will show a toast messages. So we are going to use this Sonar. So first, what we need to do is we need to add this. I'm going to copy this and let's create a new one and cd to our front end and paste it. This will add Sonar to our project, and we're going to use for share. So it's completed. Next, what we need to do is we need to go to the layout, and in the layout, so after the children, we're going to add a toaster from component UI Sonar. That's it. This is our toaster. This is it for the toaster setup. Now we can use toaster in our project also. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a utility function for our API request that will handle our request as well as the error case properly. So for this, in the component, I'm going to create a folder called util, and here I'm going to create a API request.ts, and here first I'm going to import Axios error from Axios. Then we're going to import toast from our Sonar, and then I'm going to create an interface of API error response, and here we will have a message of string. So these are API error response props. Then I'm going to create a const so first export this, export const handle auth request, and this one will be an async function, and we're going to use TypeScript here to add this, and then we'll get a request callback, which is a function, arrow function that returns promise. And then we are going to pass set loading here, set loading, and this one is optional, and this one will be loading of boolean, and then we have void. Then we have promise with t or null. So these are basically some TypeScript here, and then we have our function. That's it. Now inside this, we are going to check if the set loading is passed as a props, then we are going to set our loading to true. Then we are going to perform a try catch block. So try catch block here, and also the finally. So in the finally case, so if the request is success and if the request is error, if both case, we will stop our loader. So if there is set loading is passed, we are going to set our loading to false. That's it. Now in the try catch, we're going to create a response and we're going to await, and we will get a request callback, and we are going to call this request callback function, and then we're going to return the response. And in the error case, so this function is basically for handling our error properly. So here first we will get access error. So access error will be error as access error API error response. That's it. Then what we're going to do is we're going to console log the error, and then we're going to check if the access error, so let's make it lowercase, so access error, and if the access error dot response dot data dot message, if it has this message property here, then we're going to use our toast dot error, and we are going to show the message as an error. So I'm going to Control C and Control V here, and we're going to also console log this. So copy and paste it here. In the else case, we just give a generic error message that something went wrong, please try again later. Or you can give the other thing like an unexpected error occurred. That's it. And in the error case, we are going to return null. That's it. So this is our handle our auth request function that will provide proper error message as a toast. So that's it. Now let's go to the sign up, and in the handle submit. Here another good thing is we don't need to use the try catch here again and again because we already handle the try catch in our handle auth function. So here what we need to do is first I'm going to create our request callback function. So sign up request, this one will be an async function, and we're going to await, and we're going to use our axios, which is coming from our axios dot post. We're going to create a post request, and we're going to use a template literal, and here we're going to add our base API URL, then slash users slash sign up, and then we're going to pass our form data as our data. And then another most important thing is you need to use with credential to for handling the cookie. This will add the cookie in our request header. So this is our sign up request. Next what we'll get, so we'll get the result from await, and we're going to use our handle auth request, which is coming from our utils. So here it is. And here we're going to pass the callback function, which is sign up request, and set is loading. That's it. Now if there is a result, for now let's console log the result, and add a toaster here. So toast dot success, and we're going to use our result dot data dot message. So we will pass the message in our controller, if you remember, and we're going to pass it here, and we're going to console log data result dot user. Now if I hit save, now let's go to our application and let's put a username, email address, a password. So let's see if both are same. Now I'm going to inspect, and in the console let's click here to sign up now. So here is an error. You can see our error handling also working properly. We will get this toast message and unexpected error occurred. So let's see what's happened here. So there is a course error. So let's go to our backend and then app.js. So this is our course. So here is the problem. We use HTTPS, but our local host is on HTTP server. So now hit save. Now go to our project. Now if I click here to sign up, I think this will work now. So here you can see the registration successful. Check your email for OTP verification. Awesome. That means our sign up functionality works properly. Now if I go to our email, and here you can see we have our OTP, which is awesome. So it successfully sign up in our process, create our account. So in the MongoDB Compass, so if I refresh the page here, so here you can see this is our account. So username, the email, this is the encrypted password, bio, and OTP expert. Awesome. So everything works properly here. So now let's go to our sign up function. So here we need to do some of the things here. So to do, so here what we need to redirect. So first is redirect the user to home page. Then we need to add our user to Redux. So here we are using Redux for our global state management system. Now here we need to configure our Redux store so that our user is stored in a global state so that we can use it anywhere we want. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up our Redux store so that we can handle our global state. So for this I'm going to open the Redux Toolkit official page. So we are going to use Redux Toolkit. So click here to get started, and if I scroll here, then we need to install the Redux Toolkit as well as the React Redux. So let's copy this, go to our terminal, and I'm going to create a new terminal here, and I'm going to cd to frontend, and I'm going to paste it. We also need the React Redux. So copy this and paste it here, and I'm going to hit enter. So this will install our React Redux toolkit as well as the React Redux. But if we use this typical Redux toolkit here, there will be a problem. So in that scenario, if we reload the page, the global state that we save in our Redux will be lost. So that's why we need to do something, and we need to store the user properly so that it doesn't clear when we reload the page. So that's why we are going to use Redux persist also. So here if I search React, not React, Redux persist, so use with React Redux persist. So we are going to use Redux persist here. This will ensure us that the user we save in the global state doesn't lost when we reload the page or we leave the page. So we are going to use this Redux persist also. So now we need to install this Redux persist. So let's see where the installation is. So if I go here to Redux persist, go here. So we need to install this Redux persist. So I'm going to copy this and then go to the example here. And then in our terminal, npm I Redux persist, hit enter. So this will install the Redux persist in our project also. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a store folder in our root level. So store, and here I'm going to create a store.ts, and we're going to create another one which is auth slice.ts. So in the store, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open their example, and here first I'm going to import this. We do not need the create root here, so I'm going to import the configure store, and I'm going to paste it here. Then what we need is this one with the storage. We're going to import the persist get in another file. So just copy this too and paste it here. And then what we need is this persist config. So copy this and paste it here. Then we need this persist reducer. So persist reducer, and then this store. So copy this and paste it here. We also need something, and what we need after this config is our root reducer. So I'm going to create a root reducer. So here I'm going to import another one which is combine reducer. So for example, if you have more slice like auth slice, post slice, and another slice for handling the comment, then we are going to combine all the slice in our root reducer. So here we are going to use combine reducer, and inside this first we have auth, and here we are going to pass our auth slice, but we don't have auth slice now, so I'm going to just give this empty string here. And here we do not need the persist store here, so we are going to use this in another file. And in persist reducer we are persisting all our reducer. Then we have the store where we configure our store. Then after this I'm going to export some type for our TypeScript. So first type root state will be return return type, so this one return type, and then the type of store dot get state. So remove this. So this is our first type, our root state type. Then I'm going to export another type which is app dispatch, which is a type of store dot dispatch. And then I'm going to export default our store. So that's it. This is our store.js. And now let's go to the auth slice. So here I'm going to import something from @Redux JS toolkit. And what we are going to import here is create slice and also a payload action, which will help us in our TypeScript. That's it. Next, we are going to create a interface for our auth state. Auth state. In the auth state, we have user, which is a type of user. And as you remember, we created this user type in our type.d.ts. Here we have the user type. So in the auth state, we have a user, which is type of user. Otherwise, it will be null. That's it. Now I'm going to define a initial state, which is a type of auth state. And here initially the user will be null. We don't have any user initially. Next I'm going to create a auth slice, and we're going to use create slice, and inside this we have a name, and for the name I'm going to use auth. Then we have the initial state, then we have reducers, and first we have a reducers of set auth user, and here we will get a state and an action, and action will be a payload action, and inside this we have user, otherwise null. Then we have this arrow function, and here we are going to set state dot user with action dot payload. So here we receive the user as a action payload, and this action payload will be assigned to our user. That means our user will be assigned to this user. So that's it. Then we're going to export const set auth user from auth slice dot actions, and then export default auth slice dot reducer. So that's it. Now let's go to your store again, and here if you remember we need to provide the auth slice reducer. So here I'm going to import const auth slice from dot slash auth.ts. So from here, so not const, this one will be import. So we're going to import the auth slice from our auth slice.ts. We do not need the ts here. So that's it. Now here in the auth, we are going to pass our auth slice. That's it. So this is our store and auth slice. Next, we need to provide a client provider with the persist get, but we are not directly use this in our layout, because in that case we need to convert this layout into a client component, but we don't want to do this. So what we're going to do is I'm going to create another folder here, and I'm going to name it HOC, which stand for higher order function. And here I'm going to create a client provider .tsx, and here I'm going to first use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and we're going to convert this into a client component using use client. And then Inside the client provider, we will get the children, which is a type of, so where the children is children type of React node. That's it. Then inside this, we are going to create a state for persistor and set persistor, and we're going to use state, and initially this one will be null, and this is a type of persistor. So type of persistor, which is coming from Redux persist. Otherwise, this one will be null. Then after this, we're going to use a use effect hooks, and inside this we have an empty dependency array, and here we're going to create a client persistor, will be persist store. So persist store, we're going to import this from our Redux persist, and here we're going to pass the store from our store.js. Then we're going to set persistor to client persistor. That's it. Then what we are going to do is we are going to check if there is no persistor, then we're going to return null. That's it. Then we're going to return a provider from React Redux, and in provider we're going to pass the store, which is our store, and then inside this we are going to pass the persist gate from Redux persist integration / React. So we're going to import the persist gate from this one, Redux persist integration React, and then in the persist gate, and inside this we have our children, and in the persist gate we first give this loading to null, and then a persistor of persistor. That's it. So this is our client provider for our Redux store. Now let's go to the layout.tsx, and here we're going to wrap our children with our client provider. So the children as well as the toaster. That's it. So this is our Redux setup. Now let's go to the sign up form to check if our Redux is working or not. So it is in the auth, in the sign up, and let's see if our terminal is working properly. So there is no error. So in the sign up, after we successfully get the result and we show the message here. So here what I'm going to do is, first at the top we are going to get the dispatch function. So const dispatch from use dispatch hooks from React Redux, So this will give us the dispatch. And here I'm going to remove the console log, and we are going to dispatch and set our auth user, which is a reducer if you remember. So set auth user from auth slice, and inside this we need to pass the user. So we are going to use result dot data dot data dot user. That's it. Then we are going to show the success message, and then we are going to redirect our user to a verified page. Currently we don't have this verified page, so for now let's redirect. So for this let's use the React. So let's use the router. So const router from use router and import this from next navigation. And here let's use our router dot push, and let's go to the home page. So that's it. Now in the home page, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get our user. So if we use the Redux, we need to use the use client here, and here I'm going to get our user from our Redux store. So how can we get the user from Redux store? So for this I'm going to create a constant user, and I'm going to use selector hooks from React Redux, and here we'll get the state, which is type of our root state. So import this from our store, not from the Redux.js, from our store. And then we will get our state dot auth dot user. So that's it. This will give us our user. So let's console log our user. Now hit save and go to our project. So this one, let's inspect, go to the console, and here you can see we have our user, which is awesome. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this user, and I'm going to create an account again so that the user can add it to our Redux store. So now let's go to the sign up. So slash auth slash sign up, and let's use the name. So let's use another name like my name, and then the email, the password. And now if I click here to sign up now, and we have the registration successful, check your email for OTP verification, and we are redirected to our home page. Now if I inspect and go to the console, and here we have the object, and here you can see the username is my name, and it is updated at this date, and we have the email and all of this. That means our Redux is perfectly storing our user. So if I now reload the page, you can see that our user will be there. So it's persisting. So it's storing our user. If I reload the page, or if I close it and go to the localhost 3000 again, inspect, and you can see it's storing our user. So that means our Redux is working perfectly. Now let's remove this. We do not need it here. Let's remove this, and hit save. And let now go to the sign up. So we already implement this, redirect to home page, and add our user to Redux store. So that's it. So our sign up functionality completed. Also our Redux setup is completed. Now we can use our Redux in our other authentication related component also. So our Redux setup is completed. Next, we are going to build the login functionality. So for this, I'm going to create a new folder inside my auth and I'm going to name it login. And inside this, I'm going to create a page.tss and I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate and I'm going to name it login page. And here in the auth, I'm going to create a component called login.tsx and I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate and then I'm going to hit save. Now I'm going to add this login in my login page here. So here we will have our login component. So that's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project and let's go to the /auth/login and now we are in the login page. So let's remove this Redux and this is our login text. Now our login will be almost similar to our sign up page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of this and I'm going to paste it in my login component. And let's change this name to login and at the top this one will be login. And in our form data we will just have our email and password. So I'm going to remove the username and password confirm. And then we need the dispatch, we need the router, and we need the is loading, and here we do not need the username and password confirm in our form data, and the handle submit will be working like before, so where we will change the email and password when the user type something in this field, and we're going to work on this handle submit later. Let's come here and here we need the banner and here this one will be login with photo flow. So login with photo flow. Now hit save. So now here you can see this is login with photo flow. Next, what we need to do is we need to remove this username because we do not need the username here. We need the email, we need the password, but we don't need the password confirm. So I'm going to remove this also. We need the login loading button here, and this one will be login now. Then this one will be the text don't have any account, and here it's giving a ESLint error, so we're going to replace this with this, replace this one with this code, and this one will be sign up here, and the link will be /auth/sign up. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have email, password, login button, and don't have any account, sign up. Now if I click here, it will go to our sign up page, and now if I click here, it will go to our login page. So after this we have a space, so I'm going to say now it looks good. And if I show you the deployed version, here you can see we have another option for forget password. So for this, after the password field, after this div, no, inside this div we have a link which is coming from our next link, and in this link we have the text forget password, and this link will have a href of /auth/forget password. We don't have this route for now, but we are going to create it later when we work on the forget password functionality. Then what we need some class name here, So margin top will be 2, text will be red 600. Then we have block, font will be semi bold. Then we have text of base. Then we have cursor, pointer, and text right. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have the forget password like button, and clicking this will redirect to the forget password page, which doesn't exist for now. So now what we are going to do is, so here you can see it's forget password. I clicked the button mistakenly. So now what we are going to do is we are going to handle our submit request. So for this, go to the top, and here we have the handle submit. We are going to prevent the default behavior, and this one, let's name it login request. So login request, and we're going to use axios.post the base URL user slash here. This one will be login, and then the form data with credential true, and here we're going to pass our login request and loading. And if there is a result, we are going to set the user to our Redux store. We are going to show a success message, and we are going to push the user to the home page. That's it. Now let's go to our project. Let's try to log in with our code and our password. First, let's use the wrong password, and if I click here, and here you can see incorrect email or password. Our error handling also working here. Now let's use the proper password and click here to login, and here you can see login successful. We have the toast message, and we are redirect to our home page. Now if I show you the Redux store, you can see we also have the user store in our Redux store. So I'm going to use const user, and we're going to use selector state, and the state will be type of root state. That's it. So remove this, I don't know where it come from, and let's log the user. Now if I hit save, and let's use this here. So here we have a problem, that is, oh, this function is not allowed in the server component. We need to convert this into the client component using use client. That's it. Now the error will be gone. Now if I go to our project, and if I inspect in the console, we have the object with our user. It means our Redux also working here, and our login functionality also works properly. So this is our login function. Now we are going to create the verify page and verify functionality. So if I show you the deployed version, here you can see this is the OTP verification page. So when the user sign up for the first time, they will get a OTP code to their email, and then they have to put this OTP here to verify their account. Now we are going to create this functionality. So for this, I am going to create a new folder in my auth, and I am going to name it verify. And inside this, I'm going to create a page.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and this one will be verify page. And here, as usual, in the auth, I'm going to create a verify.tsx file, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this here. So here we will have verify. That's it. Now if I go to localhost 3000 slash auth slash verify Now we are in the verify page. So let's go to our code in the verify page. So the first div have a class name of height will be screen, flex, items will be center, flex will be in the column direction, then justify center. Now inside this div we have a icon which is mail check from Lucid React, and this one will have a class name of inside this class name of width 20, height 20, in smaller and large screen width will be 32, in smaller and large screen height will be 32, text color will be red 600, and margin bottom will be 12. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our mail icon. So after this we have a h1 with the text of OTP verification, and then we have another p tag with we have sent a code to, then here we are going to add the email. So now we don't have access to the email, so for now let's give this a random one. Now this h1 will have a class name of text to excel, in smaller devices text will be 3XL, font bold, and margin bottom 3. This p tag will have a class name of margin bottom will be 6, text small, in smaller devices text will be beige, text will be gray 600, font will be medium. Now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our OTP verification and we have sent a code to your email. So just like this one. Then we have this OTP box. So we have 6 OTP box. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first create a div with class name of flex, SpaceX will be 4, and inside this div I'm going to first create a dynamic variable and create an array of 6 elements 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then we're going to map through it. So map, and we will get the index here, and then we are going to return. So for every element we are going to return a OTP box, so just like this one. So here we are going to return a input, so input, and the input will be type number, then we're going to pass the key of index, then max length 1 for each input, and value. So here we're going to add a value. For now let's remove this. So when we start implementing the functionality we're going to add the value here and the on change also. Then we have some class name of in smaller devices width will be 20, in smaller devices height will be 20, width will be 10, and height will be 10 for mobile devices, rounded LG. Then we have BG of gray 200, then text of LG. In smaller devices, text 3XL, font will be bold, outline none, so outline we're going to use outline gray 500, text will be in center, and we're going to add a custom class which is no spinner. So why we use this custom class, I'm going to show you now. So if I go to our code here, so here you can see we have our OTP box, which is awesome. So just like this one, but here one thing that you can notice that here we have this range which looks very ugly. So we need to remove this. That's why we use a custom classes. So for this, let's go to the global.css. So in the global.css, we are going to add our custom class. So let's go to the global.css, and here we are going to use @layer. So we already have layer, but this one is for base. So let's use another one, layer for utilities. And here we're going to use dot no spinner, and here we have the no spinner, and we're going to use dash webkit outer spin button, and then no spin and webkit inner spin button. In both cases, we are going to apply appearances none and margin 0, and then in the dot no spinner we are going to apply appearances none. Now if I hit save, now let's go to our project, and now you can see this ugly up and down arrow is gone. So now it looks awesome. Next we have this didn't get the OTP code, resend code, and a button. So let's go to our verify component here. So after this div, we have another div with class name of flex, items will be center, margin top will be 4, space x will be 2. Now hit save, and inside this we have h1, and with the text didn't, so didn't get the OTP code, and here the h1, first let's fix this ESLint with this code, and then this h1 will have a class name of text small. In smaller devices, text will be large, font will be medium, and text gray 700. Now if I hit save, and after this h1 we have a button, and the button will be resend code, and this button will have a class name of text small. In smaller devices, text will be large, font will be medium, and text blue 900, and then underline. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have the text didn't get the OTP code, resend code, just like this one. Next, we have the button. So after completing this step, we have our loading button. We are going to use loading button from our helper, and inside this the text will be verify, and we have to pass some props here. So first one I'm going to pass is the size. The size will be large here. Then we have class name of margin top will be 6 and width will be 32. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our button, but it doesn't look like this. So we have to add some class name here. So here width will be 52. Now if I hit save, now it looks good. Awesome. Next, what we need to do is here in the button we need to pass the is loading props. So let's create a loading state here. So const is loading and set is loading from use state. Let's import the use state, and initially this one will be false, and let's add it here. So is loading will be our if loading. That's it. And we have to convert this into a client component because we use the hooks here. So I'm going to use client directive at the top. That's it. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create the functionality of, so you can see if I type one OTP, it will go to the next one, and you cannot type more than one character here. And same for when you deleting. So when there is nothing and you hit the backspace, it will go to the previous one, just like this. So we're going to build this beautiful feature now. So for this, let's go to the top. So at the top, I'm going to create a state variable for our OTP to store our OTP. So OTP and set OTP, and we're going to use state. And here inside this use state, we will have an array of empty string. So we have 6 of them for our 6 OTP. So 3, 4, 5, and 6. So that's it. And this use state will be a type of string array. So string array. That's it. Next, I'm going to create a input refs. So input refs, and here we have use ref. So I already have a dedicated video for the authentication where I explain everything in details, more details. So if you want, you can watch this video. I will give the link in the description. So here we have use ref, and this one will be an empty array. And here we are going to pass the type here. So here we have HTML input element, otherwise null. That's it. And this one will be a array of this element. So add the array. So that's it. So this is our input ref. Next, I am going to create a function called the handle change. So const handle change, and here in the handle change we will receive an index of type number, and we are going to receive an event which is type of change event, and here we have HTML input element, and this function will return void. So now inside this function, we will get the value from event dot target. So here in this function we are storing our OTP, so we'll get the value here, and then we are going to check if. So here we are going to use this syntax. So basically this is for that we cannot put more than one character in our OTP box. Slash dot test, and then the value, and then we have this, and value dot length is less than equal 1. In that case we are going to use const new OTP, and here we're going to destructure our OTP, then the new OTP index we are going to assign the value, and then set our OTP to new OTP. So that's it. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if value dot length is equal to 1. So we have a value, and then we're going to use our input refs dot current and index plus 1. So if we have a length of 1 and we have the next input, so what we're going to do is we're going to shift the input from the next one. So we enter a OTP in OTP box, then we will shift it to the next OTP box. And here, if both case satisfy, then in this case we are going to do is input refs dot current index plus 1 dot focus. So we'll go to the next one. That's it. So this is our handle change, which will get our OTP and store it in our OTP, and also implement the functionality where we enter a OTP, it will shift it to the next OTP box. Next, we are going to create another one for the deleting the OTP. So I'm going to create a handle key down, that means deleting, and here we will get basically this input. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So we'll get the index and event, and we're going to check if event dot key is backspace and index is event dot key is equal to backspace and we're going to check if input refs dot current index doesn't have the value, that means there is no value in the input box, and we're also going to check if the input have the previous input box dot current dot index minus 1, and there is previous input box. In that case we are going to use the input refs dot current and we're going to focus to the previous one, and here we are deleting, so that's why we are using the previous index minus 1, that means the previous one. And here we need to change this one will be keyboard event and HTML input element. So remove this, and we have to import this keyboard event, and that's it. So that's it. Here we have a new error it's showing, so let's see what happened here. Here we have a extra bracket, so remove this and hit save. So this is our handle key down. Now we have to put all of this in the corresponding place. So first let's go to the input, and here the value, so the value will be OTP index, otherwise an empty string. Then we have ref, here we'll get the element, and we're going to use our input refs dot current index. In the current index we are going to assign our element. That's it. Then after this we are going to use the on key down, and here we'll get the event, and we're going to add our handle key down and pass our index and our event. That's it. And then in the on change, so in the on change we'll get the event, and we're going to use our handle change with index and the event. That's it. Now let's log our OTP here. So let's console log our OTP. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I start typing, as you can see it go to the next one, and we cannot type more than one character here. And if I start deleting, it will go to the previous one. Awesome. You can see it's awesome. Now if I inspect and if I console, and here you can see we have an array of our OTP. So let's change one here. So 4. Now we can see 114111. Here I think we have 6, but why we have one extra here like this? So let's reload the page. So everything is empty. Let's add. So here is some issue I think. So let's try to fix it first. Here the problem is we start the array from 1, but we need to use from 0 to 5. Now if I hit save, and now if I go to our project and if I inspect to console, and if I start putting some value, now you can see now it's in the correct order. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. Awesome. Next we are going to create the functionality to verify the user, and also we are going to create the functionality to resend a code. So first here I'm going to create a function. So const handle submit, which will be an async function, And here first we need the OTP value. So OTP value, and we are going to join our array using OTP dot join, and we are going to join this to get our actual OTP. Then I'm going to create a request called verify request, which will be an async function, and we're going to await axios dot post, and here we're going to use our backtick to, then we need our base API URL, then slash users slash verify. Then we need to pass the value here. So we're going to pass OTP, which is the OTP value. That's it. Then we're going to pass the with credential. So with credential will be true. So this is our verify request, and then we're going to get the result, await, and we're going to await and handle auth request. So here I notice one thing, that is I name it handle auth request, but we're going to use this in other request also, like post request and in post related request. So I encourage you to name this just handle request, which will handle our request. So as I use handle auth request, I don't change it, but if you want to make it more conventional naming, you can name this handle API request. Now here I'm going to pass the verify request and set is loading. Then we're going to check if there is a result, then we're going to dispatch. So let's first get the dispatch here. So const dispatch, we're going to use dispatch. Then we need the router. So const router, use router. Now let's go to our handle submit. We're going to dispatch set auth user with our result. Now we're going to modify our user in the Redux store with our recent user with the verified property to be true. So result dot data dot user, that's it. Then we're going to show a message toast dot success result dot data dot message, and we are going to redirect our user to home page. So user dot push and home page, that's it. So this is our handle submit. Now I'm going to create another function for our recent OTP. So const handle recent OTP. This one will be an async function, and inside this we are going to create another request for recent OTP request. This one will be an async function, and we're going to await axios dot post, and let's use our base API URL, then slash users slash recent OTP. Then for the data we're going to pass null, and then with credentials will be true. That's it. So this is our recent OTP request. Then we'll get our result from await, handle auth request. We're going to pass our recent OTP request and set if loading. And if there is a result, that means we successfully resent the OTP, we are going to just show a toast message that success result dot data dot message. So that's it. Now when user click on the verify, so in the on click we're going to call our handle submit, and when the user click on the recent code, so on click we're going to run our handle recent OTP. Now I'm going to hit save. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the current user so that we can create one. So I'm going to delete this one as well as this one. Now let's go to our project. So here we have some error. Let's reload the page. We have some runtime error. So let's see what happened here. Next router was not mounted. I know what happened here. So I think we import the use router from next router. So here it's wrong. We need to import this from next navigation. That's it. Now if I hit save, now it looks good. Now let's go to the sign up page now. And before that, let's go to the sign up page. Sign up. And here we're going to redirect to auth slash verify. We're going to redirect our user to verify page. Now let's create an account. Now enter a password. And if I click here to sign up now, so registration successful. Check your email for OTP verification. Now let's go to our email to check our OTP code. So here you can see we have our OTP code here. So this one is our OTP. Now let's check if our recent OTP is working or not. So let's go here and click here to recent code. And here you can see we have our loader. Beautiful. So here you can see a new OTP is sent to your Gmail. So let's check. So here you can see we have our recent OTP for email verification. Awesome. Now use this to check if we can verify our user or not. So 220747. 220747. Let's use a wrong one here and click here to verify. And here you can see invalid OTP. That means our error handling also works properly. Let's use the correct one and click here to verify. And email has been verified. Awesome. Now we are in the home page. Now let's inspect here and let's inspect the console. Let's see the user, and here you can see the is verified property is true. That means our user is now verified, which is awesome. So we implemented the verification system here with the backend and the frontend. Next, what we need to do is, so for example, if the user already verified, then we don't want to allow the user to visit this page, like the verify. Now if I go to this page, the user can visit this page, but the user is already verified, so we don't want to visit this page when the user already verified. So for this, what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to import our get our user from our Redux store. So const user use selector, then state root state. So let's import the root state from store, and this is our user. Then what I'm going to do is, sorry, not in the sign up, So sorry for that. Let's cut it from here. We don't need the use selector here. It's safe. Let's go to the verify, and here we need our user, and that's what I'm going to do is first, and here instead of this hard coded, we're going to use our user dot email. Now if I hit save and use selector is not defined, let's import the use selector first. Use selector, and let's import the root state. Now if I hit save, now here you can see it's showing the actual email addresses. Next, what I'm going to do is here I'm going to create another state variable for if page loading and set is page loading, and I'm going to use state at, and initially this one will be true. So when we first enter this URL, the loading will be true. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a use effect, and here we have the dependency array, and inside this first we are going to check if there is no user. That means the user is doesn't exist. In that case, we are going to replace the space with the, so replace slash auth slash login. So we'll redirect our user to the login page. That means if a user doesn't have an account and try to access the verification page, this will stop them to visit the verification page. So this is our first check. Else if there is a user and an user dot is verified is true, that means user is already verified, in that case we are going to replace this page with our home page. So we are going to redirect our user to the home page, and if this case are checked properly, then we are going to set our is page loading to false to stop the loading. And here we need to pass the dependency array. So if you hover here, you can see we need to provide the router and user. So let's use route user and router. That's it. Now what I'm going to do is here we're going to check if the each page loading is true, then we're going to show the user a loader. So we're going to return a div, and this div will have a class name of hide screen flex justify center items center, and inside this div we will have a loader from our Lucid React, and this loader will have a class name of width 20 height 20 and animate spin. Now if I hit save, now let's go to our project, and here you can see initially we have this loading. So this will check if we have the user. So let's reload the page, and now you can see the user is already verified. That's why we are redirected to the home page. Awesome. Now let's check again. Let's go to the slash auth slash verify, and we are redirected to our home page. Awesome. Our verification system works properly. Next, we are going to implement the forget password functionality. So if somehow the user forget their password, they can reset their password using our application. So in the deployed version, if I click here to the forget password, we will redirect to this page where the user will enter the email address and click here to continue, which will give them a forget password, reset password, OTP code. And the user needs to provide this reset password OTP to change their password. So first let's start with the forget password. So for this I'm going to create a new folder in my auth and I'm going to name it forget password, and inside this I'm going to create a file called page.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and this one will be forget password and hit save. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a component here called forget password.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this in our forget password page. So here let's add the forget password. That's it. Now let's go to our application, and first let's go to the auth/login, and here if I click to the forget password, and here we have some problem. So this one will be forget password page. That's it. Now import the forget password here from our component. Now if I hit save, now if I go to our project, now you can see we are in our forget password page. Awesome. Now let's start building the forget password. So click here to the forget password, and here for the first div we have a class name of flex, items will be center, justify center, then we have flex in the column direction, then we have width of full, height will be screen. Now inside this div we have an icon which is key square icon from Lucid React, and this icon will have a class name of width will be 20, height will be 20, in small and large screen width will be 32, and small and large screen height will be 32. Text will be red 600, margin bottom will be 12. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our icon. So after the icon we have a h1 with the text of forget your password. So and then what we are going to do is we're going to style them using class name of text to Excel. In smaller devices text will be 3XL, then font will be bold, and then margin bottom will be 3. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our heading, so forget your password, so just like this one. After the h1 we have a p tag with the text of, so let's copy the text from our deployed version. So enter your email and we will help you to reset your password. So copy this and paste it here, and this p tag will have a class name of margin bottom will be 6, text will be small, in smaller devices text will be base, then we have text center, text color will be gray 600, and font will be medium. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our text, enter your email, and we will help you to reset your password just like this one. Then we have this input and a button. So after the p we have an input of type text, and the placeholder will be, so this one will be a type of email, and the placeholder will be enter your email. Then we have a class name of px will be 6, py will be 3.5 rounded lg. Then we have outline of none, bg will be grade 200. Then we have block, then we have width will be 90%. In smaller devices width will be 80%. In medium screen width will be 60%, and in large screen width will be 40%, and extra large screen width will be 30%. MX will be auto. And then after this input we will have our loading button. So loading button, and the text will be continue. And this loading button we're going to pass some props here. So class name width will be 40 and margin top will be 4. Then we're going to define the size, and this one will be a large button, and that's it. Now if I hit save, we need to provide the loading also. So first let's go check our design. So you can see here we have our input box and the button to click here to continue. Awesome. So next what we have is I'm going to create a loading state here, and we need to convert this into a client component. I'm going to use client at the top, and here is loading and set is loading, and we're going to use state, and initially this one will be false, and here we're going to pass our is loading, which is loading. That's it. So this is our design. Now we're going to implement the functionality where user can enter their email and then they redirect to a verified page, and the user also receive a password reset OTP. So for this we need to collect the email. So what I'm going to do is at the top I'm going to create a state variable for email and set email, and we're going to use state, and initially this one will be an empty string. Then I'm going to create a function called handle submit, which will be an async function, async arrow function, and here I'm going to create a forget pass request function, which is also an async function, and here we're going to await axios dot post. We need to import the axios, so axios dot post, and we're going to use our backtick with our base API URL, then slash users slash forget password. Then we're going to pass our email, and then we're going to pass our with credentials to true. That's it. Then after this we're going to get our result using await handle auth request, and we're going to pass our forget password request and set is loading. That's it. Then if we have the result, then we are going to show a toast message. So toast from sooner dot success, and the message will be result dot data dot message. That's it. Now when we click on this button, so in the on click we're going to call our handle submit, and here also let's log the result. So log result dot data. Now if I hit save, and we need to get the email also, so let's go to our input. So in the input we are going to use the value will be email, and then in the on change we'll get the event, and we are going to set our email to e.target.value. So that's it. So now if I go to our project, so here it's giving us an error, I think. If I reload the page, so the error is gone. Now here let's put a email, and it's not in the database. So if I click here to continue, here you can see no user found. So our error handling works properly. Let's use the correct one. So code.js 51 at gmail.com. Now if I click here to continue, so still no user found. So that is because I delete the user from our database. So let's create a user first. So sign up. Let's use the name, email address, password, and click here to sign up. Registration successful. Let's quickly also verify the user. So we have 656150, 656150, 656561, and then 5050. Let's click here to verify. So email has been verified. Now let's say the user forget their password. So let's go to the login page and click here to forget password and enter the email at gmail.com. If I click here to continue, and here you can see password reset OTP is sent to your email. Let's check our email, and here you can see password reset OTP. So these are password reset OTP. So we successfully get the password reset OTP from our forget password page. Now next what I am going to do is we need a verify account verify page, not verify page, reset password page. So first let's go to the auth and create a reset password folder, and inside this page.tsx, and use RAFC to create the component boilerplate and name it reset password and hit save. And then I'm going to create a component in our auth, and I'm going to name it password reset.js, not js. This one will be tsx. Now let's go here. So this one will be reset password page. So reset password page, and here I am going to import our reset password. So first here use RAFC to create the component boilerplate and hit save. And here I'm going to import the reset, not reset, this one will be password reset. That's it. Now if I go to our password reset, so password, not password reset, this one will be reset password. So this is the deployed version where we have this form. Let's go to the development project here. So auth slash reset password. Now if I hit enter, so we are in the reset password page. Now in the reset password, we need the email. So what I'm going to do is in the forget password, so let's go to the forget password, and here what I'm going to do is first I'm going to use our router from use to router and make sure it's from next navigation. Then I'm going to remove this console log and we're going to push our user, so router dot push, and we are going to use a template literal here. We're going to push our users to auth slash reset password, and here we are going to pass a params email, which one will be encoded URI component and then the email. So we are basically passing the email to our reset password page. So that's how we are going to receive our reset email in our reset password. Now if I go to our project and let's go to the forget password, and if I put my email codejs51 at gmail.com and click here to continue, now we are in the reset password page, and here you can see we have our email, which is URI encrypted. And then I'm going to show you how you can get the email from this params. Now let's go to your password reset.tsx file. So here we are going to convert this into a client component using the use client, and then here what we are going to do is we're going to first create a search params using use search params, and then we'll get the email from search param dot get email. Now let's console log the email. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I inspect and go to the console, here you can see we have our email. So we successfully get our email from our params. Now next what I'm going to do is here the first div have a class name of height of screen, flex, items will be center, justify will be center, flex will be in the column direction. Now inside this div we have a h1 with the text reset your password, and this h1 will have a class name of text to excel, smaller devices text will be 3XL, font bold, then margin bottom will be 3, and after this h1 we have a p tag, and let's copy the text from here. So copy this and paste it here, and this p tag will have a class name of margin bottom will be 6, text will be small, in smaller devices text will be base, then we have text center, text will be not clip, text will be center, text color will be gray 600, and font medium. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our text, enter your OTP and a new password to reset your password. Yes, so after the p tag we have a input. So we have a input with type number, then the placeholder will be enter OTP. After this we have the class name of block, width will be 90%, in smaller devices width will be 80%, then in medium screen width will be 60%. Then large screen width will be 40%. Then in extra large width will be 30%. Then MX will be auto, PX will be 6, PY will be 3, BG will be grade 300, then rounded LG, and we're going to use the no spinner. Then we have outline of none. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see enter your OTP, so just like this one. Then after this input, we have a div with class name of margin bottom will be 4, margin top will be 4, width will be 90%, and smaller devices width will be 80%, and in medium screen width will be 60%, in large screen width will be 40%, and in extra large width will be 30%. Then inside this div we are going to use our password input, and then here we are going to pass the name, password, then the placeholder will be enter new password. Then the input class name, so we are going to pass some extra class name here. This px will be 6, py will be 3, bg gray 300, rounded will be lg, and outline will be none. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so this is our enter new password. Then I'm going to copy this again. We have another one for the confirm password. So here this one will be password confirm. Then we have the placeholder of confirm password. So confirm new password, and we have the same input class name. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we don't need this margin bottom and margin top, so remove this and hit save. So now it looks good. Here we have the enter OTP, enter new password, confirm new password, just like this one. Here we have a mistake that we use the same placeholder of enter password. Then we have these two buttons, one for change the password, one for go back to the forget password. So after this div, we have another div with class name of flex, items will be center, spacex will be 4, then margin top 6. Now inside this div we have our loading button from our helper, and the text will be change password, and here we don't have any extra class name. We are going to add the loading state. Then after this loading button we will have another button from our UI button, and inside this we are going to have a link from next link, and inside this link we have the text of go back, and this link have a href, and for the href we are going to use slash auth slash forget password, and for this button we are going to use a variant of ghost. So variant ghost. Now if I hit save and go to our projects, here you can see we have our change password and go back. Awesome. Next I'm going to the top and let's remove this console log. Here I'm going to create some state variables. So first we have OTP and set OTP from our React, not React.state, from our use state, and we're going to import the use state. So OTP and set OTP. Then we have password and set password from use state. Then we have another one for password confirm and set password confirm from use state. And then we have another one which is for our loading. So is loading and set is loading. Now let's go to the loading button, and here I am going to use the is loading will be is loading. That's it. Next we have to get the input value. So first let's go here, and inside this the value will be OTP, and then in the on change we'll have the event, and we're going to set our OTP with e.target.value. Then for the next one, the value will be password, and in the on change we have the event, and we're going to set our password with event e.target.value. And for the third one, here the value will be the password confirm, and then in the on change we have the event with set password confirm to e.target.value. So that's how we will get our OTP, password, and password confirm. Now here I am going to import not import, we're going to create the dispatch using use dispatch, and we are also going to create a router using our use router from next navigation. Then I am going to create a function called handle submit, and we're going to use async function here, and then we're going to check if there is no OTP or password confirm, then we're just return. Next what we're going to do is we are going to create an object of data where we have our email from the parents, then we have the OTP, then we have password and password confirm. That's it. Next I'm going to create a request of reset pass request, which will be an async function, and here we are going to await axios dot post. So let's import axios dot post. We are going to use our template literal and the base API URL and slash users slash reset password, and then we're going to pass the data, and finally the with credential will be true. So this is our request. Then we'll get the result from awaiting our handle auth request, and we're going to pass our reset pass request and set is loading. That's it. Then we're going to check if we have a result, that means we successfully reset our password. Then we are going to dispatch, and we are going to set our auth user, and we are going to modify it with our current user. So result dot data dot user. Then we are going to show a toast message. So toast dot success with result dot data dot message, and we are going to redirect our user. So using router.push and push to the login page. That's it. Now when we click on the change password, so here in the on click, we're going to run our handle submit. Now if I hit save, so now let's go to our project and here reload the page. So click here to go back and let's enter our email at gmail.com and click here to continue. So a password reset OTP is sent to your email. Let's go to our Gmail and if I reload, so here we have our password reset OTP. So I'm going to copy this and let's go to our project and paste it here, enter a new password and let's first use a wrong OTP and click here to change password. It's a no user found, so let's use the correct one and click here to change password. So password resets successfully, so we successfully reset our password. So let's log in with our newly created password and if I click here to login, so login successful. So that means our reset functionality, our forget password and reset password functionality also working properly. Now if I show you the responsiveness of our forget password and if I inspect and select a mobile devices, you can see in mobile devices it fit perfectly. And if I go to the slash reset password, you can see it also fit perfectly. So our forget password and reset password page are fully mobile responsive. So this is it for our authentication related functionality. We implemented the sign up functionality, login functionality, forget password, reset password, verify password. We have one functionality left here where we change our user profile and change the currently login user password. So we are going to see that later in this video. So for now, our authentication functionality is completed. Next, I'm going to create the main home page. So if I show you the main home page, here you can see here we have our left sidebar, we have our feed section, and then here we have the suggested user section. So we are going to start implementing this main page. So for this, I am going to create a, so here I am going to create a left sidebar .tsx and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate and hit save. Then I'm going to create a feed.tsx and I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate. And then I'm going to create another one which is our right sidebar, or you can say the suggested user section, and I'm going to use TSX. And let's use RAFC to create the component boilerplate. That's it. Now go to your home and here I'm going to remove this and let's remove the use selector and the root state and hit save. Now this first div have a class name of flex and then inside this div we have a div with class name of width will be 20% and this one will be hidden smaller devices and medium screen, this one will be block and border right will be 2 and height will be screen and this one will be a fixed positioning. And inside this div we will have our left sidebar. Now hit save. Then we have another div with class name of flex1. This will take the most of the space, so this is for the feet. And in medium screen margin left will be 20% for this left sidebar and overflow y will be auto. That's it. And inside this div we have our feed And then we have another div with class name of width will be 30%. Then we have padding top of will be 8, padding in the x direction will be 6. In large screen, this one will be blocked and hidden. So in the smaller devices, we don't show the suggested user. And here we will have our right sidebar. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have three parts. So this is the left sidebar, and here you can see we have the border. Then this is for the feed, and this is for the right sidebar. Now we are first start implementing our left sidebar. So let's go to the left sidebar, and here I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client. And first I'm going to create a sidebar links. So sidebar links array. So this will be an array of object, and inside this we have an icon for the, if I show you the deployed version, here you can see we have an icon and a text. So for this I'm going to use the icon. First one will be home icon from Lucid React, and we have a label of home. Then we have another one which will be the icon search, and the label will be search. Then we have icon of message circle from Lucid React, and then we have the label of message in message. After this we have an icon for the heart, the heart icon, and the label will be notification. Then we have an icon for square plus, so square plus, and here the label will be create. So after this we have an icon. So this one is some tricky. Why? Because here we have a profile, and as you can see here we will have the user profile image, and if the user have no profile image, then we have this placeholder profile image. So for this we're going to use ShareCN component, and the component we're going to use here is this avatar. So here you can see they have this avatar. So first we are going to add this. So copy this and open this terminal and cd to our front end, and then add this ShareCN add avatar. So we are going to use force. So it's completed now. So inside this icon we'll have an avatar from our UI avatar, and this avatar will have a class name of width will be 9 and height will be 9, and inside this we have a avatar image from UI, and here what we're going to do is the source will be the user's profile. For now I'm going to make it an empty string. I'm going to add some class name of height full and width will be full. Then we have the fallback, so avatar fallback from UI avatar, And here let's use the cn for now and hit save. And now what I'm going to do is at the top I'm going to import our user, get our user from our Redux store. So const user, we're going to use selector hooks, and here we will get the state, and this will be type of root state. So state will be a type of root state from our store. And then we have our state dot auth dot user. So this will give us the user. And here in the source we're going to use our user profile, user dot profile image. Otherwise we are going to use this fallback. So this is the icon, and then we have a label, and the label will be profile. That's it. After this we have another one where the icon will be logout icon from Lucid React, and then we have a label of logout. That's it. So this is our sidebar links. Next what I'm going to do is for the first div we have a class name of height will be full. Then inside this div we will have another div, and this div, inside this div we will have an image from next image, and the source will be slash images slash logo dot png. Here you can use any logo you want. The alt will be logo, then the width will be 150, the height will be 150, then the class name will be margin top of -2 rem. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, here you can see we have our logo photo flow, but here we have some space and here we don't have the space. So here in this div have some class name. So class name of, in large screen padding will be 6, otherwise padding will be 3, and cursor will be pointer. Now if I hit save, now it looks good just like this one. And then what I'm going to do is by clicking this we are going to redirect to the home page. So for this I'm going to use our router. So const router, use router from next navigation, and when someone click this div, so here in the on click we're going to use our router dot push, and we are going to push our user to home page. So that's it. Now if someone click here, this will go to the home page. After the image we have another div. After this div we have another div with class name of margin top will be 6. Now inside this div we are going to map through our sidebar links. So map, we will get the individual link, and then we're going to return a div here, and this div will have a key with link dot label, and then this div will have a class name of flex items will be center, margin bottom will be 2, padding will be 3, rounded LJ, then we're going to use group, then the cursor pointer, then the transition all, duration will be 200 millisecond. In hover, the background will be gray 100 and SpaceX will be 2. So that's it. Now inside this div, we have another div with class name of, in the group hover, the scale will be 110, transition all, and duration 200 millisecond. And inside this div we will have our link dot icon, and then after this div we will have a p tag with our link dot label, and this p tag will have a class name of, in a large screen text will be large, otherwise text will be base. Now if I hit save and let's go to our project, so here you can see we have our neighbor link and we have this hover effect also, and we have this icon, but this looks not accurate like this one, so I think we have some styling missing. So let's check what we miss here. So here we have a mistake, so this class name will be not here. After this div we have another div with class name of this, and then inside this div we have all of this code. So let's cut it from here and paste it inside this. Now if I hit save, now let's check. Now you can see it looks good, just like the deployed one. And we have this beautiful hover effect also, just like this one. And here you can see for the profile image, the user doesn't have any profile image, that's why here we are using a placeholder profile image and it's CL. So our sidebar looks nice, but if we inspect this in the mobile view, we don't have our sidebar, so we need to implement this functionality. So for this what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to install a add a shared scene component, which is this one, the sheet component. And here if I click, you can see this will open a sidebar. So we are going to use this component to show our sidebar in the mobile devices. So first let's add this. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here and hit enter. Next I'm going to open my home, and here we are going to use force. So here use force. So it's completed now. Then go to this div, and here we're going to use another div with class name of, in medium screen this one will be hidden, and inside this we are going to use the sheet from UI, and then inside this div we will have a sheet trigger, and we are going to trigger this by clicking a icon which is menu icon coming from Lucid React. And then after this we have our sheet content, and then we have the sheet title. We don't have any title, so let's make it empty. And then we don't have any sheet description, so also make it empty. And then we have our left sidebar, so we are going to use the left sidebar here. Now if I hit save, now let's go to our project, and if I inspect, here you can see we have a menu icon. So if I click here, this will open this beautiful sidebar, and we can close it, and we have this beautiful animation also. So you can see how easy it is to implement these types of sidebar using the shared UI. So this is our responsive sidebar. Awesome. So we completed our sidebar. So let's also add this logout functionality quickly. So let's go to the left sidebar, and here what I'm going to do is, first at the top I'm going to create a function, and I'm going to name it handle sidebar, and inside this we are going to receive a label of type string, and this one will be an arrow function. And if, and also here I'm going to use our router, so const router, using use router from next navigation, and inside this we are going to check if the label is equal to home. If the label is home, then that means the user click on the home links of the sidebar. Then we are going to push our router, so router dot push our user to home page. Then if the label is equal to logout, then we are going to call a function, and we are going to name it handle logout. So let's create this function. So const handle logout. This one will be an async function, and here, so this is our handle logout function. Now let's add this handle sidebar to our sidebar links. So sorry, we are using this inside our home, but it will be in our left sidebar. So cut it from here, remove this, and hit save. And let's go to the left sidebar, and here at the top let's add all of this. So we already have router, so we do not need it, and hit save. And let's add our handle sidebar. So here in this div, when the user click on click, we're going to use this arrow function, and we're going to call our handle sidebar with the link dot label. We're going to pass the label, so that here we can decide that what button, what links user click, and what action we need to perform. So this is it. Then let's handle this logout. So in the handle logout, what we're going to do is, we're going to first, so here we're going to await Axios. So we do not need to use our handle auth function here, we are directly use it. So Axios dot post, and then the base API URL. Then we are going to use the users, and then logout, and for the data it will be an empty, and then the with credential will be true. Now if I hit save, and after this, after logout, we are going to dispatch. So first import the dispatch here. So const dispatch will be used dispatch, and we are going to dispatch an action here. So dispatch set auth user, and we are going to pass null here. So we are going to remove the user. That's it. And then we are going to show a toast message. So toast dot success, and this one will be logout successfully. That's it. And we are going to redirect our user. So router dot push, and we are going to redirect to /auth slash login. That's it. So now if I go to our project here, and if I click to log out, you can see log out successful, and we are redirected to our login page. Now I'm going to show you some things there. So now if you go to the application and cookie, here you can see the cookie is removed. And another thing is, here you cannot access our verify page. So this will reload and redirect you to the login page because you are not authenticated. So that's awesome. So let's log in again. So login successful, and we are back to our home page. So for now our sidebar component is completed, but we are going to also add other functionality in our sidebar, like the creating post, the profile. By clicking the profile page, we will redirect the user to profile page and all of this. So for now our sidebar is completed. Next we are going to create the right sidebar, which is the suggested user section. So here you can see, here we have a section where the currently login user information are, and then we have this suggested user. So let's go to our right sidebar, and here we're going to convert this into a client component using use client. And then here I'm going to first get our user. So const user using use selector hooks, and here we will get a state, which is a type of root state, and then state dot auth dot user. Then I'm going to create a state variable for suggested user and set suggested user and use state, and this one will be an empty array, and this will be a type of user array. That's it. Then we're going to create another state variable for each loading, and set is loading, and we're going to use state, and initially this one will be false. Also we're going to create a router. So router, use router from next navigation, and that's it. Then I'm going to use use effect to get the suggested user. So inside this use effect, I'm going to create a function called get suggested user. This one will be an async function, and inside this we're going to first create a get suggested user request, which will be an async function, and here we're going to use our axios. So we are going to await axios dot get, and we are going to use our backtick with our base API URL slash users slash suggested user, and then with credential will be true. So this is our get suggested user request. Then we'll get the result by using await handle auth request, and we are going to pass the get suggested user request and set is loading. Then what I'm going to do is, if there is a result, then we're going to set our suggested user to result dot data dot data dot user users. Now I'm going to hit save, and here I'm going to console log suggested user, and then the suggested user. Now if I hit save, and we need to call this get suggested user. So get suggested user and call this, and we have to pass the dependency array. Now if I hit save, and let's go to our project. So I think we have some error. Let's console. So let's go to the console, and let's reload the page, and we have empty suggested user because we only have one user here, which is currently login user, that's me, and there are no other user to suggest, so that's why it's an empty array. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another account here. So let's log out, and let's click here to sign up. Let's give this another email address and password, and click here to sign up now. So we have the same username, that's why we have an error. So let's change the username. Now click here to sign up now. So registration successful, check your email for OTP verification. So let me quickly add the OTP here. Now I'm going to click here to verify. So email has been verified. Now if I inspect, and if I go to the console, now here you can see we have one user as a suggested user, and you can see this is the other account that we created previously with this username and this email. Awesome, so we get the suggested user here. So next what we are going to do is we are going to style and design this component. So here what we are going to do is, first we are going to check if loading is true. In that case we are going to return a div. In this div will have a class name of width full, height will be screen, then this one will be flex, items will be center, justify center, and flex will be in the column direction. Now inside this div we are going to use the loader from Lucid React, and then the class name we are going to use animate spin. Now if I hit save and go to our project, if I reload the page, here you can see we have this beautiful loader. Awesome. So we also have the loading feature here. Now for the actual component, we have a div, and inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, items will be center, justify will be between. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, items will be center, and spaces will be 4. Now inside this div we will have our avatar, and then this inside this we have our avatar image from UI avatar. So this one is a self-closing, and after this we have a avatar fallback, and here let's use this CN. For the avatar we have a class name of width 9 and height 9, and then the avatar image, we have the source. The source will be user dot profile picture, and the avatar image will have a class name of height full, width full, and rounded full. Now hit save, and if I go to our project, so here you can see we have this profile image. That's awesome. Then after this avatar, we have another div, and inside this we have a h1 with our username. So user dot username, and then we have a p tag with user dot bio, and if the bio does not exist, in that case we are going to use a fallback, my profile bio here. That's it. Now hit save, and this h1 will have a class name of font bold, and this p tag will have a class name of text gray 700. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have this cn profile picture, and then the username and the bio, just like this one. Awesome. Next we have this button to switch. So let's go here. So after this step, we have a h1 with the text switch, and this h1 will have a class name of font medium, then text blue 700, cursor pointer. And now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have this switch, so just like this one. Awesome. Next what we have, this the suggested user. So let's go here, and after this div, so after completing this users part, then we're going to use our suggested user, and we're going to first slice. So slice from 0 to 5. That means we are going to show only the 5 user as the suggested user. We are not going to show all the user as the suggested user. So we're going to slice this, and then we're going to map through it. We'll get an individual suggested user, and then we're going to return a div, and here we have the key. The key will be suggested user dot id, and then it will have a class name of margin top of 6 cursor pointer. That's it. Now inside this div, we'll have another div with class name of flex. Items will be center, and justify will be between. Inside this div, we have another div with class name of flex items center spacex 4 cursor pointer. That's it. Then inside this div we have this avatar, so I'm going to copy it from here. So let's copy and paste it here. Here the source will be suggested user dot profile picture. That's it. Now if I save and go to our project, so here you can see we have this one, because we have only one suggested user. So before that we have this text, so we are missing that text. So after this div, we have another div with class name of flex items will be center, justify will be between, then margin top will be 8, and inside this div we have a h1 with the text of suggested user, and then we have another h1 where it will say see all. Now this h1 will have a class name of font semi bold, then we have text gray 700, and for the second one this one will be font medium. So first use the class name font medium, and then the cursor pointer. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have this suggested user and see all, just like this one, which looks amazing. And next we have this suggested user, so we have this image and then the profile name and the bio. So if I click here it will go to the profile page. So for now let's go here. So let's go to our project. After the avatar, and we have another div, and inside this div we have a h1 with suggested user dot username, and then we have a p with suggested user dot bio. Now if I hit save, and this h1 will have a class name of font bold, and for the p tag I have a class name of text gray 700. And here if the bio is not present, we are going to use a fallback, which is my profile bio here. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have this suggested user and the bio, just like this one, and then we have this button for the details. So after this div and this div we have a h1 of details, and this h1 will have a class name of font medium and text blue 700, cursor pointer. And now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see it's the details, so everything looks like this one. And if I inspect, this one will be hidden in the mobile devices, so we only have this sidebar and then the button, so everything works properly. So this is our sidebar component, right sidebar, and as you can see it's a suggested user section. So our right sidebar is completed. Next, instead of building this feed page, we are going to build the profile page. So if I show you the profile page, so if you click here, this will be this user's profile page, and you can also see the other users profile page. Like for example, if you click this user, this will open their profile page, and here we have this top profile page and then this bottom part with this post and save section. So now we're going to build this. So for this, first I'm going to create a new folder in the app. So let's close all of this. In the app, let's close this auth. So I'm going to create a profile folder, and inside this we are going to create a dynamic row. So we are receive an ID of the user that we want to see the profile, and here we are going to use page.tsx, and then I'm going to use rafc to create the component boilerplate, and let's say profile page, and we're going to make this an asynchronous function because we will receive the params here. So here the params will be an object of params where the id will be a type string. That's it. Now we're going to console log the params here. Next, what I'm going to do is first I'm going to open the left sidebar and we're going to check if the label is equal to, so if the label is equal to the profile, so profile, then what we're going to do is we're going to use router dot push, and here we're going to use the dynamic literal push the user to profile page, and then we are going to pass the id with user dot id. That's it. Next, I'm going to open the right sidebar, and in the right sidebar, when a user click on the suggested user, so here in this div, so in this main div, so on click we are going to redirect our user using router dot push, then we are going to push the users to slash profile slash then the s user dot id. That's it. Now if I go to our project and if I click here for my profile, now we can see, you can see we are in the profile page. Awesome. And now if I go here in our terminal, and here we think we don't get the params, because to get the params what we need to do is, so const params, we're going to await our params and then dot id. Now if I console log the params and hit save, and now we have an error. So what's the error here? So here we have the same name, so let's change this to id and then console log the id. Now if I hit save, now here you can see we get our id. Awesome. So we receive our id. So you can omit the async way, but if you did this then you will get these types of error. So just use this async way. So we get our id. Next, what I'm going to do is in our component I'm going to create a folder called profile, and here I'm going to create a profile.psx, and I'm going to use rfc to create the component boilerplate. So this one is the profile page. So profile, so here let's delete this, and let's rename this to profile, and here profile.tsx, and then I'm going to use rfc to create the component boilerplate. So it's still giving us this, so let's delete the full folder here, and then let's create again profile and then profile.tsx and then rfc to create the component boilerplate, and let's change this to profile. Now hit save, and then here we are going to use our profile. and here we're going to pass the ID, which is this ID. Now hit save, and here we have some error, so this one will be profile. Now it's working. So here we have some warning because previously we make this a lowercase. So I think the VS Code still thinks it's in lowercase, that's why it's giving the error. So what I can do is, let's stop the terminal and let's run again. Let's see if this fixes the problem. So no problem, we don't have any error actually in our code, in our project. So no problem. So if I inspect, and here we don't have any error, and we have our profile text. So here we pass the ID as the props, and we have to receive this. So here we'll get a type props, and we'll get the ID of type string, and then here we'll pass the props and structure the ID, and then console log ID. So here add like component, and here you can see component, then this ID. So we successfully received the ID here. That's awesome. So here first I'm going to convert this into a client component using use client, and then here I'm going to get our user from our Redux. So use selector, then the state, which is type of root state, and then the state dot auth dot user. That's it. Then we're going to create a state variable for post or save. So post or save, and set post or save, and use state, and initially this one will be post, and this is a type of string. That's it. Then I'm going to create another one which is loading, and set is loading with use state, and initially false. Next we will get the router from our use router. Let's cut it and put it at the top. Next we have another state variable for user profile, set user profile, and use state. Initially this one will be empty, and this is a type of user. That's it. Next we are going to check if this profile is the currently login user profile. So const is own profile. So for example, if I log into the application and I want to see my profile, so this is my own profile. So I'm going to check if the profile page we are visiting is for my own profile page. So what I'm going to do is here user dot id. So user id will be equal to the id we receive here. So if these both are same, that means it's our own profile. That's it. Then we are going to check if we are following the person we visiting. So the profile we are visiting, if it's followed by us, followed by me or not. So we are going to check this. So const is following the user dot following dot includes. If the following list includes this ID, that means we are following this person. That's it. Next, I'm going to create a use effect hooks and then the dependency array. And here first I'm going to check if there is no user, then we are going to return our user to the login page. So router dot push slash auth slash login. That's it. And here we already have a dependency array which is user and router. Then after that we are going to create a function const get me. If you remember, we already created a route for this, a controller for this. So this one has an async function, and here we're going to create a get user request, which will be an async function, and then we're going to await axios dot get, and we're going to use our base API URL slash user slash profile. So this one will be get user, not get me. We're using the user profile. So user slash profile, and then we're going to pass the ID. That's it. Then we will get the result. So result by await handle auth request, and then pass the get user request. So get user. So this one will be inside. So we're going to pass the get user request and set is loading. That's it. And then if we have the result, then we're going to set our user profile to result dot data dot data dot user, and then we're going to call the get user function. That's it. And then we're going to pass the ID as a dependency. So this is our function to get the user. Now let's log in. So console log user and then the user profile. Now if I hit save, go to our project, if I inspect, go to the console, and the user is undefined. Let's reload the page. So here we have a problem. Cannot populate path post because it is not in your schema. Set this. That means we have some problems in our backend. So let's go to our backend. So in the backend, then the controller, I think it's in the user controller. Get profile. Let's see, it's in the auth or in the post. I think it's in the user. So get profile, edit profile, suggested user, follow, unfollow, get me. So where is this function? So profile, get profile. So this is the get profile. Here we have a mistake. This one will be posts. Now if I hit save, now let's go to our project. Now if I reload the page, let's see. So still the user is undefined. No, we already have this user. So now we have the user. So here you can see this, the email and the username. Now let's go back to our home page and let's click this account. And now if I go to our inspect and console, now we have this user, which is awesome. So previously we have other user, now it's this user, which email is code.js51. And also if I show you the, so now let's go to our profile page and let's log in. So login is on profile and then the is on profile, this will be false. Now let's go back and let's go to our own account, own profile, and now you can see is on profile is 2 and we have different users. So that means we are successfully getting the user profile. So now let's go to our code. Now here what I'm going to do is we're going to check if is loading is true, then we are going to return a div with class name of width full, height will be screen, flex, then items center, justify center, and flex in the column direction. Now inside this div we will have the loader from Lucid React, and then the class name will be animate speed. Now if I hit save, if I reload the page, here you can see we have a small loader for a small amount of time. So that's awesome. So next, for the first div here, have a class name of flex and margin bottom will be 20. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of width will be 20%. This one will be hidden in medium screen. This one will be block, then border right will be 2, height will be screen, and this one will be fixed. Basically it's the left sidebar, and inside this div we will have our left sidebar. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our left sidebar. So then what we have is, after this div we have another div with class name of flex. Flex will be 1 in medium screen, margin left will be 20%, overflow y will be auto. Now it's saved. And inside this div we have our, so let's go home, we have our this sidebar sheet. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it here, and we need to import all of this sheet, then this trigger, then the content, the menu icon, so menu icon, then the sheet title, and the sheet description. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so if I inspect, and we will have this menu to open our sidebar. Awesome. So after this div we have another div with class name of width will be 90% and smaller devices width will be 80%, mx will be auto. Now inside this div first we have our top profile. So top profile, here we have a div with class name of margin top will be 16. This one will be flex in medium screen, flex will be in the row, and otherwise flex will be in the column direction. In medium screen, items will be center, padding bottom will be 16, border bottom will be 2, and medium screen space x will be 20. Now inside this div we have our avatar, so I'm going to copy it from our right sidebar. So let's copy this and then paste it here. Let's import the avatar, then the avatar image, and the avatar fallback. And the avatar class name here we have width of 10 RAM and height of 10 RAM, and margin bottom will be 8, and medium screen margin bottom will be 0. And here the source will be, so the source user profile dot profile picture. That's it. So after this tip, so let's say and go to our project. Here you can see we have the loading. Now we have this beautiful image. So just like this one, when we have actual image, this one looks more good. Then after this div we have another div, and inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, items will be center, SpaceX will be 8. Now inside this div we have a h1 with class name of text to excel and font bold, and this h1 here we will have our profile user profile dot username. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here it's not in the correct place, so I think this div will be inside this div. So after the avatar we'll have this div. Now if I save, now it's in the correct position, so just like this one. So we have our name. And then we have this button, so follow, unfollow. And if it's your own profile page, then you will have this option to edit the profile. So let's go here. After this h1, we're going to check if is on profile. In that case, we're going to use a link which is coming from next link, and then the href, and in the href we will have slash edit profile. So we're going to implement this route later. And then inside this link we'll have a button, so we're going to use a button from our UI button, and the text will be edit profile, and this button will have a variant of secondary. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so this is our own profile, that's why we have this option of edit profile. Now if I go to the home and let's click here, now you can see here we don't have the edit profile, so it's only available for the user if the user login and visit their own profile. In that case we have this edit profile. So after this we're going to check if not is own profile. So if it's not own profile, in that case we're going to show a button, and the button will have a variant. So the variant will be based on the is following. So if the is following is true, then we have destructive, otherwise this one will be secondary. Now inside this button we're going to check if is following is true, then we are going to show a unfollow button, otherwise a follow button. Now if I hit save, go to our project, so these are own profile. Let's go to the other user's profile. So let's go home first and click here. Now you can see we have this follow button because we are not following this person. So if we follow this person, this will be an unfollow button with red color. That's awesome. So after this div, we have another div with class name of flex. Items will be center, SpaceX will be 8, and margin top will be 6, margin bottom will be 6. Now I'm going to hit save. Then inside this div we have a span, and in the span we have the text post. So inside this div we have another div, and inside this div we have this span with post. And here we have a class name of font bold, and inside this div we have another span. So here we don't have any class, so this span will have the class name of font bold, and inside this span we have user profile dot followers, not followers, user dot post dot length. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have 0 post, so just like this one, but we need some gap here. So here add some space and hit save. Now if I go here, so now it looks good, 0 post, so just like this one. So after this tip I'm going to copy this again, and the next one will be followers. So this one will be followers dot length, and here the text will be followers. Then I'm going to copy it again, and this one will be following dot length, and this text will be following. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see 0 post, 0 follower, 0 following. Awesome, it looks like this one. And now if I go to our profile, also here we also have 0 post, 0 followers and 0 following. Next we have this bio section. So after this div, I think after this div we have a p tag with our user profile dot bio. Otherwise we are just going to say my profile bio here. That's it. And this p tag will have a class name of with 80%, and font will be medium. Now if I hit save and let's go to our project, so here you can see my profile bio here. Awesome. So just like this one. After this we have the bottom part where we have this post and saved section. So let's go here, and this is the top profile, and after this we have our bottom post and save. So here first we have a div with class name of margin top will be 10. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex. Items will be center, justify center, and space x will be 14. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of, and here we are going to use a dynamic template literal. So first we have a cn which is coming from our lib utils, and then inside this we have first flex, then items will be center, spacex will be 2, cursor will be pointer, and after that we have some dynamic class name which is post or save. If it's equal to post, then we're going to use text blue of 500. That's it, it's saved. And in that tip, if we click here, so in the on click we are going to set our post or save to post. Now inside this tip we'll have a grid icon from Lucid React, and then we have a span with post, and here the span have a class name of font semibold. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have this post. So after this div we have another one similar to this one, so I'm going to copy it here, and then in this div if the post or save is saved, then this one will be text blue 500, and here in the on click we are going to make it save, and the text here will be saved, and the icon will be bookmark. So bookmark from Lucid React. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here it's not looking good, but the functionality is working. As you can see, if I click the post is blue, and if I click the save is blue. So this one we don't need it, and this div will be inside this. So first we have this empty 10, then this class, and inside this class we have the post and save. So now if I hit save, now you can see it looks good, and we can switch between the post and save. Awesome. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two component here. One is post.tsx, and I'm going to use rfc to create the component boilerplate, and then another one is for save.tsx, and I'm going to use rfc to create the component boilerplate, and hit save. Now in the profile, so after this div, so this div, inside this empty 10 div, we're going to use if post or save is equal to post. In that case, we're going to render our post component, and we're going to pass the user profile as user profile, and then I'm going to copy this, and if it is save, then we're going to import save, and we're going to pass the user profile, and we're going to let's import the type props will be user profile, which is the type of user, and let's pass this here, the props, and let's import user profile. So here we need an equal sign, so that's it. And for now, let's just console log user profile, or we do not need it. So let's copy this and go to our save, and here also use this type, and this one will be user type, pass the props here, and let's import the user profile. So it's user and undefined, so this will be user, otherwise undefined, and same for this, user or undefined. Now it's good. So now if I go to our project, so here you can see the text post. So if I click here the saved, so it's saved. So we can toggle between the post and save. That's awesome. So we are going to build the post and save section later, when we implemented our create functionality and the post related functionality. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the functionality for edit profile. Now to create the functionality for edit profile, so before that, so I'm going to show you the deployed version. So here you can see this is the edit profile page, where we have this profile, we have this bio, we can change bio, we can change the profile picture, also we can change our password from here. So we are going to build this edit profile now. So for this, first I am going to go to the app, and here I'm going to create a folder called edit profile, and inside this I'm going to create a page.tsx, and I'm going to use RFC to create the component boilerplate, and this one will be edit profile, and this function will be a client component, so we are going to use client, and we already have the click option here. When the user click on the edit profile, so this will redirect them to the edit profile page. Now let's go to our project. So if I click here to edit profile, so we are in the edit profile page. Awesome. So now let's go to the edit profile page, and here at the top we are going to first need create the dispatch, because we are going to use this. So use dispatch, then we will get the user from our Redux store using use selector, and then here the state will be a type of root state, and state dot user auth dot user. Then we're going to create a state variable for selected image, and then set selected image, and use the use state, and initially this will be user dot profile pic. So initially here the profile pic of the user will show, and this is a type of string or null. So here undefined is not assignable to a string or null. So here this one will be profile picture, otherwise null. That's it. So after this we have another state variable for bio, and set bio use state, and here the initial value will be user dot bio, otherwise an empty string. Then we have another state variable for current password, and set current password use state, and initially this one will be empty string. Then we have another one for new password, and set new password with use state and empty string. Then we have another one, so const new password confirm, and set new password confirm, and use state and initially an empty string. Then we have a file input ref from use ref, and initially this one will be null, and this is will be a type of HTML input element, otherwise null. That's it. Then we have another state variable of is loading, and set is loading, so use state, and here initially this one will be false. After that we have a function, so here we have a function called handle, which will handle our avatar. So avatar click, Then we have another function for handle file change. This one will receive an event of type of react dot change event, and here HTML input element. That's it. Then we have this arrow function. Then we have another function for handle update profile, which will be an async function. And that's it. And then we have another function for handle password change. Handle password change. This one will be an async function. That's it. So this is all the things we need here. Now let's start designing our page. So here we have a class name flex. Then inside this div we have our left sidebar. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my home, and from here I'm going to copy this and then go to the edit profile and paste it here. Remove the feed, and here we need to import everything here: the sheet trigger, the menu icon, then the content, then the title, then the sheet descriptions, the left sidebar. That's it. Now if I go to our page, so here dialog trigger must be used in dialog. So here we import the sheet from Lucid React, which is incorrect. Let's import this from our component UI. Now if I hit save, now we have our sidebar and it looks amazing. So now we have our sidebar. Next we have this section and all of this. So after this div, we have another div with class name of width will be 80%, mx will be auto, and then inside this div we have another div with class name of margin top will be 16, padding bottom will be 16, and border bottom will be 2. Now it's saved, and inside this div we have another div with class name of flex item center, justify center, cursor pointer. Then inside this div we have our avatar from component UI, and inside this avatar image, not this one, from component UI, and then avatar fallback. Let's use CN here, and then this avatar will have a class name of width will be 10, height will be 10, and then the image source here will be the source will be if the selected image, otherwise a default one. So for example, let's use this empty string. And when we click on this button, so this avatar, we are going to run our, so on click, we will run our handle avatar click. So the target here is when we click on this, we will open our file system to upload an image. So that's why we use this handle avatar click. So here somehow it's not working, I think. So here we have a problem. Here we need to pass 10 RAM and height will be 10. Now if I hit save, now you can see this is our profile image. We don't have any, so that's why it's using the default CN. So that's it. After the avatar, after this div, we have an import of type file, and this one will accept image, and we are going to hide this. So class name will be hidden. So if it is not hidden, let me show you what it will look. So this one will look ugly. So we are going to use the class name of hidden, and here we are going to pass the ref of file input ref, and on change we're going to call our handle file change. That's it. So after the import, we have another div with class name of flex item center and justify center. Inside this div, we have a loading button, and the text will be change photo, and here we're going to pass the is loading, which is loading. Then we're going to pass the variant. Here the variant will be default, so we just skip this and we don't need the variant. Then the size will be large. Then we have a class name of bg blue 800. Margin top will be 4, and when we click on this button, so on click, we're going to call our handle update profile. That's it. Now if I go to our project, so you can see we have our change photo, just like this one. So after this loading button, then after this step, and after this, we have another div with class name of margin top of 10, border bottom will be 2, padding bottom will be 10. Then inside this div, we have a label and HTML for bio. Then we have class name of block, text large, font bold, margin bottom will be 2, and the label text will be bio. After the label, we have a text area, and here we do not need name, so here the value will be bio, and then in the on change we will get the event, and we are going to set bio to e dot target dot value. That's it. And then we have the class name of width full, height will be 7 rem, bg gray 200, bg gray 200, outline will be none, padding will be 6, and rounded MD. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have this bio. Awesome. And here what we can do is at the top for the bio, so here we can just say your bio here for the default, or we don't need it, we are going to make it black. After the text area we will have the loading button, so I'm going to copy it, so here paste it, and is loading. The class name will be margin top of 6, and in the on click we will handle our update profile. So here remove this, only the margin top 6. That's it. Now the text also change. This one will be change bio. Now if I hit save, and here you can see we have this button to change the bio. Awesome. Next we need this password section. So after this div we have another div, and inside this div we have h1 with change password, and this h1 will have a class name of text to excel, font bold, text gray 900, margin top will be 6. So here you can see we have this change password. After this h1 we will have a form, and for the form we don't need any action, and the class name will be margin top of 8, margin bottom of 8, and here in the on submit we're going to call our handle password change, and inside this form we will have a div with class name of width will be 90%, then in medium screen width will be 80%, and in large screen width will be 60%. Now if I hit save, and then inside this div we're going to use our password input, and here we need to pass some props. First one is name, name will be current password, then the value will be current password, then the label will be current password, and in the on change we will get the event, and we're going to set our current password to e.target.value. That's it. Now I'm going to copy this div again, and for the second div the name will be new password, and the value will be new password, label will be new password, and this one will be set new password, and then I'm going to copy it again, and this one will be confirm new password, label will be confirm new password, and this one will be confirm new password confirm, and this one will be set new password confirm. That's it. After this div we have another div with class name of margin top of 6, and then inside this div we have a loading button. So loading button, and the text will be change password, and here we are going to pass is loading to is loading, and then the type will be submit, and then the class name will be bgrate 700. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here we have current password, new password, and confirm password. We have this feature also. Now here we need some spacing. So for that, what I'm going to do is, for the second div here, we're going to add a margin top of 4, margin bottom of 4. Now if I hit save, go to our project. So now let's see where we add this. So this one will be in the second div, so this div. So paste it. Now if I hit save, now it looks good. So now we have our current password, new password, and confirm password field. So let's console log this 3 field. So here let's console log our console log as the object, the bio, the current password, then the new password, then new password confirm, and so these 3. So I'm going to cut it from here and paste it here. So let's remove the bio from here. We're going to check the bio in the handle here. So console log bio. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I inspect, and you can see this page is fully mobile responsive. In the mobile it looks amazing. Let's select the mobile devices. You can see everything fit perfectly. Now I'm going to remove all of this. So let's add a password here, new password, and let's say new password for check, and confirm password. Now if I click here to change password, so here it's reloading because we need to stop here. Here we will receive an event which is type of react dot form event, and here e dot prevent default. Now hit save. Now go to our project again, and first let's check bio. So my bio here, and if we click here to change bio, here you can see we get the bio properly. Now for the password, so first unselect this password check, new password check confirm password check. Now if I click here to change password, so here in the current password we get the password check, the new password check, and new password confirm. That means we successfully getting the value from the user. So now let's remove this console log here from here. Next we need to implement the proper functionality. Now let's create the functionality to edit our profile. So first what we are going to do is we are going to implement this handle avatar click. So the target is, so when we click on this profile picture, this will open our file system so that we can select an image. And here if you remember we use a input. So if I show you, here we have an input for our file which is hidden. So the plan is when we click on this avatar we are going to trigger this input. So let's go to our handle avatar click, and inside this we are going to check if the file input ref dot current, so we have the ref element, then we are going to use file input ref dot current dot click. So we are going to click this input. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and now if I click here, you can see it's open our file system, and now we can select an image here. So the next thing is we need to show the image here, the image we selected. So then go to this file handle file change. Inside this we are going to get our file from event dot target dot files, and we're going to grab the first element. Then we're going to check if there is a file. In that case we're going to create a reader, and here we are going to use new file reader, and then reader dot onload. We're going to create a arrow function, and here we're going to set our selected image to reader dot result and save as string. That's it. Then what we have is reader dot read as data URL, and we're going to pass the file. That's it. Now here we have a error. So the problem is this one is not selected image, this one will be set selected image. Now it's okay. So this will handle our image select. Now let's try this. So if I click here and let's select an image and click here to open, now you can see the image is preview here, which is awesome. But now if I reload the page, you can see this one will be gone because we don't change our photo and we don't implement the functionality. So now let's handle this update profile. So inside this we're going to create a form data using our new from data, and then from data dot append. We're going to append first the bio, which will be our bio. Then we're going to check if file input ref dot current dot files. So if we have an image, in that case we're going to append the image also. So form data dot append, and this one is profile picture, and we're going to append this, the file. So let's copy this and put it here. That's it. Then we're going to create a request. So update profile request, which will be an async function, and we're going to use await axios dot post, and here we are going to use our template literal with our base API URL, then slash users slash edit profile, and then we are going to pass the form data, and then the with credential will be true. That's it. So this is our update profile request. Now we're going to get the result by awaiting our handle auth request, and here we're going to pass our update profile request and set is loading. That's it. Now we are going to check if we have result, then we are going to dispatch an action and set our auth user to result dot data dot data dot user. So we are going to modify this with our edited user, and then we are going to show a message. So toast from sooner dot success and result dot data dot message. That's it. So this is our handle update profile. Now let's check. So if I go to our project, let's select an image, for example this one. If I open, so here is the image. Now if I click here to change photo, so you can see it's loading, and here you can see profile updated. We have this toast message, and you can see here the image also changed with our profile image. Awesome. Now if I go to the profile, and here you can see our image change. Now we have a profile picture, and if you go to home, and here also you can see we have a profile image. That's awesome. Now let's change our bio. So let's add MERN stack developer. Now if I click here to change bio, and you can see profile updated. Now if I go to our profile, and here you can see we have our text MERN stack developer. We also have this text in our home page also, MERN stack developer, which is awesome. That means we successfully able to update our profile. Awesome. Next we are going to use this change password functionality. So for this, here in the change password, we're going to first create a data, and the data will be current password, data object current password, new password, and then new password confirm. That's it. Then I'm going to create a function called update password request, which will be an async function, and we're going to await use the axios dot post and use the template literal with our base API URL slash users slash change password, and then we're going to pass the data, and then we're going to pass the with credentials to true. That's it. Then after this, we are going to get our result by await handle auth request, and we are going to pass our update password request and set is loading. That's it. And then if we have result, then we are going to dispatch a new action with our set auth user with result dot data dot data dot user, and we are going to show a toast message toast dot success, and we are going to use result dot data dot message. That's it. So this will handle our password change. Now if I go to our project, and here let's use our current password. So let's give this a wrong password and then enter a new password. And if I click here to change password, so here you can see incorrect current password. So our current password is incorrect, so we cannot change our password. Now let's add the correct one. And now if I click here to change password, now you can see password changed successfully. That's awesome. So now we have the ability to change our profile picture, to change our bio, as well as our password, which is awesome. And here you can see we already have this MERN stack developer text, and you can use other things like this bracket Next.js. Now if I click here to change bio, now profile updated. So if I reload, here you can see now it's MERN stack developer Next.js. And if I go to profile, here you can see it's also there, and also here. So our edit profile functionality is completed. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create our post slice functionality in our Redux store. So for this I'm going to open my store, and here I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to name it post slice.ts. Here we will have our post related functionality. So first I'm going to import the post from types and comment from our types. Then I'm going to import create slice from redux/toolkit, and also the payload action for our types. Then I'm going to create an interface, or you can create the type for our post state, and the posts will be an array of not post state, post array. So this is our initial state, not initial state. This is our the post state, the type of our post. Then I'm going to create an initial state. The initial state will be a type of our post state, and here we will have our post, and initially this one will be an empty string. Then I'm going to create the post slice using our create slice. Then inside that we have name, and the name will be post. Then we have initial state. Then we have reducers, and inside this reducer first we have a set post method, and here we will get our state, and then an action which is a type of payload, which will be a payload action. So I'm going to copy it and paste it here and post. That's it. So post array. That's it. Then we have the arrow function, and here what we are going to do is we are going to use our state dot posts, and we are going to add our actions dot payload. So here we are going to pass the post from our frontend's other files. When we create the post or we get the post, we are going to set our post, and we pass the post here and set it in our state post. That's it. Then we are going to create another one, which is add post, and in the add post we will get this state and action. But here we are not going to get any array, we just receive a single post. And then we have this arrow function, and here we are going to use state dot post dot unshift. So we are going to add our new post at the beginning of our post array, and here action dot payload. That's it. So these are add post. Then we are going to create another one for delete post, and for the delete post we have a state, we have a action of type payload. So this one payload action, and here we'll receive a string, and then we have an arrow function, and inside this we're going to do is dot post dot unshift, not unshift here, we're going to use the filter. So we are going to filter out the post we want to delete. Here we will get an individual post, and then we are going to check if post dot id is not equal to the action dot payload. So if the action payload where we pass the id is not equal to this id, we are going to filter this out. So this is our delete post. Then we have another one for like or dislike, and here we'll get the state and then the action of payload action, and here we'll have an object of post id of type string, and then a user id and user id of type string. And then we have the arrow function. So here it's not stringify, so it will be string. Now inside this we are going to first find the post here. So post will be state dot post dot find, and here we'll get the individual post. Then we're going to check if the post id is equal to our action dot payload dot post id. So that's how we're going to find the post we want to like. Then if we have the post, we're going to check if post dot likes dot includes our action dot payload dot user id. That means if the post is already liked, then we are going to make it dislike. So then what we are going to do is we are going to use post dot likes will be post dot likes dot filter. We are going to filter out this, and here we will get the id, and then the id is not equal to action dot payload dot user id. So we are removing the like. In the else case, we are going to add the like. So what we are going to do is we are going to use post dot likes dot push. We are going to push the user id. So action dot payload dot user id. So we are going to like the post. That's it. So this is our like and dislike functionality. After this, we will have another one for add comment, and here we'll receive a state and an action of type payload action, and here we are going to get the post object of post id of type string, and not stringify, just string, and we'll get the comment which is type of comment. So not from post css, it's from our type. So comment will be type comment. So where it is, let's copy it from here, comment, and the comment will be a type of comment. Then we have our arrow function, and inside this we are going to first get our post. So post will be state dot posts dot find, and we will get the individual post, and we are going to check if the post id post.id is equal to action.payload.postid. So we are going to get the post. Then we are going to check if there is a post. In that case, we are going to use our post dot comments dot push. We are going to push the comment, and we are going to get the comment from action, payload, and comment. That's it. So this is our add comment functionality. So after all of this, we are going to export all of our action from our post slice dot actions, and here we will have our set post. So here export const, and then post slice dot actions, and here we have set post, add post, then delete post, like or dislike, and finally add comment. That's it. And then we're going to export default our post slice dot reducer. That's it. Now let's go to the store, and here we're going to import post slice from dot slash post slice, and we're going to add this here. So post and post slice. That's it. This will combine our reducer auth and post and then pass it to our persistent reducer. That's it. So this is our post slice. This will handle our post related Redux functionality. So our post related Redux functionality is completed. Next, we are going to create the functionality to create a post. So in the deployed version, if I show you, so when you click here to create, so this will open a model where you can select an image from your computer. Let's select this one, and this image will be preview here, and you have the ability to write a caption like a tiger. And then if you click here to create post, this will create a post, and if you click here to cancel, this will cancel this model. So now we are going to create this functionality. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file inside my home, and I'm going to name this create post model.tsx, and I'm going to use RAFC to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to hit save, and then we're going to add this in our left sidebar. So let's go to the left sidebar, and here we're going to add our create model. So here we are going to add our create post model, and in this create post model we are going to pass some props. So for this, at the top I am going to create a state variable. So const is dialog open and set is dialog open, and we're going to use state, and initially this one will be false. So initially the dialog will be closed, and then if the label is equal to create, so if the user click on the create, then we're going to set our is dialog open to true. Then we're going to open our dialog, and next what I'm going to do is here in the create model we are going to first pass our is open, which will be our is dialog open, and then we are going to pass another props which is on close, and this one will be an arrow function which will set our each dialog open to false. That's it. So now we have to receive this props in our create post model. So let's open the create post model, and here we're receiving a type props, and in the props we are receiving a is open property which is a type of a boolean, and then we are receiving a on close which is a function that returns a void. That's it. Now we are going to pass this props in our create post model. So props, and here I'm going to import is open and on close, and I'm going to hit save. Now after this I'm going to first create a router using our use router from next navigation. Then I'm going to create some state variable. Before that, let's convert this into a client component using use client, and here I'm going to create a state variable. So const selected image and set selected image, and we're going to use state, and initially this one will be null, and this one will be a type of file or null. That's it. So after this we have another one for preview image, and set preview image, which will be a use state, and initially this one will be empty string, not empty string. Initially this one will be null, and this preview image will be a type of string or null. So here we are going to store the image URL. Then we have another one for caption, and set caption, and we're going to use state, and initially this one will be empty string, the caption, and this one is type of string. Then we're going to create a loading state. So is loading, and set is loading with our use state, and initially this one will be false. Then we're going to create a input ref. So file input ref, and we're going to use our use ref. Initially this one will be null, and this use ref will be a type of HTML input element, otherwise null. That's it. Then here after the router, I'm going to also get our dispatch using our use dispatch. So these are our some state variables we need. After this we are going to use our use effect. So use effect, and here we have an dependency array. Here what we are going to do is we are going to check if the is open is not true, that means the model is closed. In that case we are going to set our selected image to null, then set our preview image to null, and also set our captions to null. And here we have the dependency of each open. So what we do here is, for example, if I go to here, I think we have an error. Let's see what it is. Now if I reload the page, let's see if the error, so the error is gone, we don't have the error. So now if I go to the deployed version, and here for example if the user click here to create, and then the user select an image and then a caption, and without creating the post the user closed the model. So we don't want to save this information. So now if I click here to create, it will reset. So that's what we do here using this use effect. So we reset the properties, the state variable, when the user close the model. Then after this we will have a function for our handle file change. Handle file change, this one will receive an event type of change event. We need to import this, and then this one will be HTML input element, and this will be an arrow function. That's it. Another function we need is the handle button click. This one. So this one is for, so if I go to the deployed one, if I click here to create, here you can see we have a button. So select from computer. So by clicking this button, we are going to trigger a input with type of file. So that's how we are going to trigger this file opening, just like the edit profile section we did with the image. So after this handle file change, we have another function for handle create post. This one will be an async function. That's it. So these are the thing we need, the state variables and the function. Next we are going to start designing our create post model, but for this we need a shared CN component, and the shared CN component we are using here is this dialog. So if I click here, you can see this will open a dialog box, and we're going to use this. So first let's add this to our project. Let's cd to our front end and paste it here and hit enter. Let's proceed, then use force. So it's completed now, and now here we are going to use our dialog from UI dialog, and inside this, so this dialog we are going to give this open, which is open, and then a on open change will be on close. On close, that's it. On close, the function we receive as a props. Then we have our dialog content. For now let's use this text hi. Now if I go to our project, and now if I click here to create, you can see we have a model open here, but here I think we have some error. Let's see what the error is. So the dialog content requires a dialog title. The dialog content requires a dialog title. So we don't actually need the dialog title, but let's add it here. So dialog title, and then let's use the hi. Now if I go to our project and if I reload the page, and let's click here to create, now you can see we have this model with the text hi, and we can close it. Awesome. So that's awesome. Let's go to the code, and here inside the dialog content, so inside the dialog content, if I show you the deployed here one here, so if I click here, so you can see when there is no image selected, we have a different designing, and when we have a image selected, we have other designing. So we need to create this dynamically. So for this here, I'm going to check if the preview image, so if we have the preview image, in that case, so let's give a comment, only show the selected image and import for caption when an image is chosen. So here we have a div, and otherwise we will show something else. So first let's implement this. So here let's use this so that we don't have any error. That's it. Now here this div have a class name of flex. Flex will be in the column direction. Then the items will be center. Justify will be center. Text center. And space y will be 4. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of margin top will be 4, and then inside this div we have a image from next image, and the source will be preview image, and the alt will be image, and width will be 400, height will be 400, and we have some class name of overflow hidden. No, overflow will be auto. Then max height will be 96. Then rounded will be medium. Object will be contained, and width will be full. That's it. Then after this image div we have an input of type text, and the value will be caption, and then in the on change we'll get an event, and we're going to set our caption to e.target.value. That's it. Then we have a placeholder of write a caption. Then we have some class name of margin top 4 border. We have a border. Then rounded MD, width will be full. Text gray 700. In the focus we have outline of none. In the focus we have a ring 2. In the focus we have ring blue 600. That's it. So after this input we have a div with class name of flex. Space x will be 4, margin top will be 4, and inside this div we are going to use our loading button, and the text will be create post, and here we are going to pass some class name of bgblue 600, text white, and hover bgblue 700, and then in the on click we are going to run our handle create post, and we are going to pass our is loading, which is loading. That's it. So after this loading button we have another button which is a normal button from our UI button, and this one will be cancel, and this button will have some class name of bggray 500, text white, in hover the BG will be gray 600. And here if we click on this button, so in the on click, we are going to run a function, and inside this we are going to set our preview image to null. Then we are going to set our selected image to null, and then set our caption to an empty string, and we are going to run our on close function. So on close, that's it. So if there is a selected image we are going to run, we are going to show this component. Now let's go to the next one. So if we don't have any selected image, so here what we are going to do is we are going to show the default view. So inside this div we will have a dialog header, and inside this dialog header we have a dialog title, and the title will be upload image, upload photo. Now as we use the dialog title here, we don't need the dialog title here, so I'm going to remove this. Now let's go here, so upload photo. Then after this dialog header we have a div with class name of flex. Then flex will be in the column direction, then items center, justify center, text will be center, and space y will be 4. Now inside this div we have another div with class name of flex space x2 and text gray 600, and inside this div we will have an image icon from our Lucid React, and the size will be 40. Now let's hit save. Let's go to our project, and if I click here to create, so here you can see we have this upload photo and this image icon, but I think the upload photo doesn't looks good. So let's go here. So the title will have a class name of text center, then margin top will be 3 and margin bottom will be 3. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so now it also doesn't look like this one. So upload photo, let's go here. So here let's go to the top, let's see if our import are okay. So here we mistakenly import our dialog title from React dialog, but we need to import this from our UI. So let's import it again from our UI dialog. Now if I hit save and let's go to our project, and if I click here to create, now it looks good. Now we have this bold text of upload photo, so just like this one. Next we have this text. I'm going to copy this text and go to our project. So after this image we have a p tag with this text. Select a photo from your computer, and this p will have a class name of text gray 600, and then margin top will be 4. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and here you can see we have our text. Select a photo from your computer. So after this p tag we have a button, and inside this button the text will be select from computer, And this button will have a class name of bgblue600, then text white, and in hover the bg will be blue 700. That's it. And in the on click, so on click, we're going to run our handle button click, which will trigger our image upload input. So after this button, we will have an input. So input of type file, and this one will accept image only, and then we are going to give this a class name of hidden, and then we are going to give this a ref of file input ref, and then a on change of handle file change. That's it. So by clicking this button, we are going to trigger this file upload. So now if I go to our project, and here you can see we have our, so sorry, let's go to our home, and if I click here to create, so here you can see we have our upload photo, then a image icon, then the select from your computer and select from computer. Now by clicking this, nothing happened. So we need to implement the functionality also. So first let's go to our functionality. First let's create this handle button click. Here we are going to check if the file input ref dot current, if the input is clicked, if the file input ref have the input, then we are going to click this dot current dot click. So we add this ref to our input. So when we click our button, this will trigger this function handle button click, and we have our input in our file input ref dot current, and then we are going to click this input. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, if I click here to create, now if I click here select from computer, now you can see it opens our file system. But now if I click here to open, nothing happened because we need to handle this file change also. So for this I'm going to use our handle file change, and inside this first we are going to check if event dot target dot files, see if you have files, and event dot target dot files have the first element. In that case we're going to create the file with event dot target dot files and the first element. Then we're going to check if the file is not a type of image, so file dot time dot starts with image. If the file type is not image, then we're going to send an error, so toast dot error, and the message will be please select a valid image file. That's it. Then we're going to return from this. So after this case we're going to check the size, so valid size check, and this one is for valid So let's use validate file type, and this one is validate image size. And here we're going to check if file dot size is greater than 5 MB. So the limit here is 5 MB. You can use 10 MB. Let's use 10 here, into 1024 into 1024. Then we're going to give this an error. So toast dot error, and the error will be file size should not exceed 10 MB. That's it. And then we're going to create a image URL with URL. We're going to use our URL dot create object URL, and we're going to pass the file, and then we're going to set our selected image to the file and set our preview image to image URL. Now if I hit save, and if I go to our project, and if I click here to create, and let's click here, let's select an image and click here to open. So now you can see we have a preview image, and we have this styling where we preview the image, and here we have the caption, but the caption doesn't have the proper styling. So here we can write the caption. So let's quickly go to our project, and here this is our input for the caption. Here we are missing a padding, so we're going to use padding of 2. Now if I hit save, and let's go here. So now you can see now it looks great. So here we can write some comment like create it using AI, and when we click here to create post, this will create the post, but it doesn't have this functionality yet. So let's implement this. So now let's go to the top, and here in the handle create post. So here first we're going to check if there is no selected image, then we're going to show an error. So toast dot error, and the error will be please select an image to create a post. That's it. Then if we have the image, we're going to first create a request. So create post request. This one will be an async function, and here we're going to await our axios dot post, and we're going to pass our base URL. So base API URL slash post slash create post. And before that we need to prepare our data. So for this, first let's create a form data with new form data, and then we are going to append form data dot append. We are going to append first the caption, which is our caption, and then we are going to append our image. So form data dot append, and this one will be image and selected image. So here it's giving us some TypeScript warning. To solve this, we can use two solutions. First one is use this. So this will guarantee the TypeScript that the image will be there. And another option is you need to first check if there is a selected image and then add this. So that's it. So you can use both. So then we're going to pass the form data here, and then with credentials will be true. And here I'm going to also add a headers, and the headers will be the content type, and we're going to use multi part slash form data. That's it. So this is our create post request. Then we are going to get the result by awaiting our handle auth request, and we are going to pass our create post request, and then the set is loading. And that's it. Then we are going to check if there is a result. Then we are going to dispatch, and we are going to add post. We're going to use the add post from our post slice, and we're going to add post and pass the post. So result.data.post. Then we're going to show a toast message. So toast.success will be post created successfully. And then we are going to set our preview image to null. Then set our caption to null, not null, an empty string. Then set selected image will be null. So basically we are resetting everything. And then we're going to use our on close, and then we are going to use router dot push. So push our user to home page, and we're going to use a refresh. So router dot refresh. That's it. So we're going to do all of this. Now let's go to our project, and here if I click here to create, and let's select an image, let's select this one and open, and let's use a caption of beautiful AI image. Now if I click here to create post, so it's loading, and here you can see post created successfully. So we successfully created our post. Now if I go to the MongoDB compass, and if I go to the post, and here you can see we have a post. Here we have the post ID, we have the caption, beautiful AI image. Then we have the image object with URL and public ID. We have the user that created this post. We have the like, comments created and updated it. Now let's copy this. So copy this, and let's go to the browser, and if I paste it here and hit enter, you can see this is our image. Awesome. That means we successfully able to create a post. That's awesome. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to show our post in our feed component. Next, we are going to create this feed section. So let's go to our project. In the home, I'm going to create a, we don't need to create, we already have this feed.tsx, and here I'm going to convert this into a client component with use client, and here we're going to first get our user from our Redux store. So use selector, and here we're going to get state, type of root state, and then state dot auth dot user. And I'm going to copy this, and we'll get the post from our Redux store. So post, and this one will be state dot post dot post. So then we are going to create a state variable of comment and set comment, and we're going to use state, and here initially this one will be an empty string. Then we're going to create the loading variable. So is loading and set is loading, and we're going to use state, and initially this one will be false. And at the top we need the dispatch, so const dispatch will be use dispatch. That's it. Then what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to run a use effect, and inside this use effect we're going to add an empty array as a dependency. So the plan is, here in this use effect we're going to get our all post from our backend, and then set this all post to our Redux store, and we're going to get the post from our Redux store. So here I'm going to create a function for get all post. This one will be an async function. Then inside this I'm going to create a request for get all post request, and this one will be also an async function, and we're going to await axios dot get. We're going to use our template literal with our base API URL slash posts slash all. That's it. And after this we're going to get our result by await handle auth request, and we are going to pass our get all post. So this one will be inside this, and we are going to pass the get all post request, and set is loading. That's it. And then if we have the result, then we are going to dispatch a new action. Here we're going to set post, and here the result dot data dot data dot posts. That's it. And here we need to add the dependency, which is dispatch. Let's add this, and then here we're going to call our get all post. Now if I hit save, and let's console log. So console log posts, and then the posts from our Redux store. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I inspect, and let's go to the console, and here you can see post, and we have one post. So the post that we create previously. So here you can see the caption, we have the created it, the image, the likes, users, and all of this. Awesome. So we successfully get the posts. So if we have two posts, then we will get two posts. If we have four posts, then we will get the four posts. So that's how we're going to get the post. Then in this component we will have some functionality. So first we have to handle our like and dislike. This one will be an async function which will receive an ID of type string. This will receive the ID of the post that we want to like. That's it. So this is first function that we need here. Then we have another function for handle our save unsave. This one will be an async function also. Here we need the ID of the post that we want to save, and then the arrow function. Next we need another function for handle comment. This one will be an async function, and here we also need the ID of the post, and the ID will be type of string. Then so these are the functionality we need to implement here, and then we are going to handle our loading state. So here if is loading is true, then we are going to return a div, and here this div will have a class name of width full, height will be screen, then this one will be flex, items center, justify center, and flex will be in the column direction. And then inside this div we'll have a loader from Lucid React, and then here we have some class name of animate spin. Let's hit save. Now if I go to our project, so if I reload, you can see we have this loading, but now here we have some error. So let's see what we have here. So schema hasn't been registered for model comment use mongoose.model. So there is some error in our comment schema. So let's go to our backend, and in the model, in the comment model, so we use the comment schema. Let's go to the post controller. So the problem is in post controller. Here we use our comment, but we doesn't import it. So here you can see we use the comment model, but we don't import it. So let's import it from models. Now if I hit save, and let's go to our project. Now if I reload the page, so you can see the loader, and we don't have the error now. So the error is gone. And let's console log. So go to our front end or feed, and let's console log the user. So not user, the post, which is coming from our Redux store. Now if I hit save, and here you can see we successfully get our post. Awesome. So we successfully remove the error, solve the error. The problem is we forget to import the comment model in our post controller. So that's it. Now this will handle our loading step. Next we are going to handle another case, which is if the post dot length is less than 1, that means we don't have any post. In that case we are going to return a div. We are going to return a div, and this div will have a class name of text3xl, margin will be 8, text in the center, capitalize, font will be bold, and the text will be no post to show. Now if I hit save and if I go to our project, we'll see the loading, and let's remove this post from our database. And now if I reload the page, here you can see we have the text no post to show. That's awesome. Now let's create a post again. Let's upload this image with the text of beautiful AI image, and now click here to create post. So the post created successfully, and the text here that no post to show is gone now. So that means our this case also works properly. Now let's create the actual field. So for this, the first div have a class name of margin top of 20, width will be 70%, and mx will be auto. Now inside this div, we have another div with class name of flex, not flex. So inside this div, what we have is the main post. So main post, and here we're going to map through our post dot map. Then we're going to get the individual post, and then what we're going to do is we're going to return a div, and inside this div we have to pass the key will be post dot id, and then a class name of margin top 8. Then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex, items will be center and justify between. Then inside this div we have the user info. So here what we have is another div with class name of flex, items will be center, SpaceX will be 2, and inside this div we have our avatar from UI avatar, and then inside this div we have our avatar image, and the source will be post dot user dot profile picture, and then the class name we're going to use height of full and width of full, and in the avatar we're going to use the class name of width 9 and height will be 9, and then we are going to use an avatar fallback. So avatar fallback from UI avatar, and here cn. Now if I hit save and let's go to our project, so here you can see the image of the user that created this post. Awesome. So after the avatar we have a h1 with our post dot user dot username. Now if I hit save, and this h1 doesn't have any class name, so if I go to our project, here you can see we have the username. So just like this one, so we have the image and the username. Then we have this dot button. So if I click here, this will open this model with this follow, about this account, and cancel. But if the post is your own post, then you can have the option to delete. So for example, so this is my own post. So if I click here, you can see we have the option to delete the post. So for this dot button, we are going to create a separate component. So what I'm going to do is, so after this h1 we will have our dot button. So in the helper I'm going to create a dot button dot tsx, and I'm going to use rfc to create the component boilerplate, and then in the feed I'm going to add this dot button. So dot button, that's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our dot button. So this dot button will be outside of this div. So first we have this user info, and then we have this dot button. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see this is our dot button. So we're going to create this later. Let's continue now. Now after this div we have our image. So image, and here we have a div with class name of margin top of 2, and then inside this div we are going to use our Next.js image component, and here the source will be, we are going to use template literal. The source will be post dot image dot url, then the alt will be post, then the width will be 400 and height will be 400, and we have a class name of with full. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here it says that invalid source props, that res.cloudinary.com is not configured under images in your next config. So we need to configure our next config so that our image component from Next.js can recognize this Cloudinary. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my next config, and here I'm going to paste the code. So here what we need is, first we have type import next from next config, then we have next config object, and here the configuration. So we have the configuration for images, and here we use the remote patterns, which is array of object, and inside this object the protocol will be https, the host name is res.cloudinary.com, and we don't have an import, and path will be allow all path. So this is our next configuration so that our image component can recognize the Cloudinary. So now I'm going to hit save. Let's close this, and in the feed I'm going to hit save, and let's go to our project. Now if I reload the page, now you can see we have our image. Amazing, awesome. So now here you can see the user with the username and the button, and then the image. The image we actually post. That's awesome. Just like this one. Awesome. Next what we have is, after the image we have another div with class name of margin top will be 3, this one will be flex, then items will be center and justify between, and then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex items center and spacex4, and then inside this div we have a heart icon from Lucid React, and then this heart icon will have a class name of cursor pointer. Then what we have is a message circle from Lucid React, and here this one will have also a class name of cursor pointer, Then we have a send icon from Lucid React, and here we have the class name of cursor pointer. That's it. Then after this step we have a bookmark icon. So bookmark from Lucid React, and this one will be a class name of cursor pointer. And now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our heart icon, our comments, and this send icon, then this bookmark icon. Next we have this likes, then the captions, then the view comments, and then the input to actually add a comment. So let's go here. So after this div we have a h1, and the h1 will have a class name of margin top 2, text will be small, font will be semi bold, and inside this h1 we'll have post dot likes dot length, and then the text likes. Now if I hit save and let's go to our project, so here you can see this post doesn't have any like, that's why it's 0 likes, just like this one. Then after this h1 we have a p tag with the class name of margin top 2 and font medium, and inside this p tag we will have post dot caption. Now let's hit save. So here you can see the caption is beautiful AI image, so just like this one, this one. Then we have this comment. So here you can see if I click here to the comment, here, so here if I click here to the comment, so here it's not looking good. I think the deployed version have some error, but we'll fix this when we implement it. And here you can see we have this model with all the comments here, and here you also create a comment. So we're going to create this also. So let's go to our code now. So after this p tag we will have our comments. So for this I'm going to create another helper component in our helper comment.tsx, and I'm going to use rfc to create the component boilerplate, and then I'm going to add this here. So comment from helper comment, that's it. Now if I go to our project, so here you can see we have this dummy text comment. Now after this comment we have another div with class name of margin top will be 2, this one will be flex, items will be center, and inside this div we have a input with type text. The placeholder will be add a comment, and then we have some class name of flex1, placeholder, text will be gray 800, then outline will be none, and here the value will be comment. Then in the on change we will get the event, and we're going to set, so this one will be an arrow function. We will get the event, and here set comment to e.target.value. That's it. Now I'm going to hit save, and after this input we have a p tag, and here for the p tag we are going to define this role of button. So this will behave like a button, and then we have a class name of text small, font will be semi bold, then text blue 700, cursor pointer, and this p tag will have a text of post. And when we click on this button, so on click we are going to run a function where we call our add comment handler. I think we name it handle comment, and here we are going to pass the id post dot id. That's it. Now after this p tag, after this div, we have another div with class name of padding bottom will be 6, border bottom will be 2. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have this input to add a comment, we have this post button to post a comment, and you can see this looks amazing, just like the Instagram and just like our deployed one. So next we need to create the three dot button and the comment. So here we have this error, I think, so we're going to fix this here in our deployed one. So first let's go to the dot button. So before go to the dot button, we're going to pass some props here in the dot button. So the first one we're going to pass the post. So pass the post, and then we're going to pass the user. That's it. Now let's open the dot button, and at the top let's create this a use client component, and here we're going to define our type props, and we are receiving a post which is a type of post, otherwise null, and then we're getting a user which is type of user, otherwise null. Now we're going to pass this here, so props, and we are going to get our post and user. That's it. Now inside this we are going to first get that if it's own post, so is own post, so I'm going to check it by post dot user dot id. If it's equal to user dot id, then it's own post. Then we are going to check is following. We are going to use post dot user dot id. If we have the post user id, then we are going to check if user not user agent, then we are going to check if user dot following dot includes post dot user dot id. That means this is following. This following will be true, otherwise false. That's it. So this is a condition. So first we are checking if the post user have ID, and if it is have a ID, then we are going to check if the users following includes this post user ID. Otherwise this one will be false. Next we are going to get the dispatch from our use dispatch. That's it. And in here we are going to handle a function which is handle delete post, and this one will be an async function. That's it. Now we are going to create the dot button. So first this div, and inside this div we will have our dialog from UI dialog. Then we will have a dialog trigger. So inside this dialog trigger we are going to add a icon which is ellipse from Lucid React, and this one will have a class name of width 8, height 8, and text will be black. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and here you can see we have this icon, so dot icon. Awesome. So next, after this dialog trigger, we'll have a dialog content from UI dialog, and inside this tip we have a empty dialog title because we don't need the title here, so we are just adding this so we don't get the error. And inside this we have a div with class name of space y4, then flex will be in the column direction, width will be fit, justify center, items will be center, image will be auto. That's it. Now inside this div we're going to check if this is not on post, then we're going to show a div, and inside this div we have a button from UI button. This button will have a variant of, here we are going to check if is following is true. In that case we are going to show the destructive variant, otherwise we are going to show the secondary variant. Now inside this button we will have if is following is true, then we are going to show a unfollow button, otherwise a follow button. That's it. So after this button we will have another buttons, and we are going to use a link for that, so we are going to use link from next link, and inside this link we will have a button, and this button will have the text of about this account, and by clicking this we are going to redirect our user to the profile page. So we are going to use backtick, and then we are going to use slash auth, not auth, slash profile slash then the ID. So here we are going to use the post dot user dot ID. That's it. Then we are going to check if it's on post, so if on post, and then we are going to show the delete button. So in that case, we're going to show a button, and the button text will be delete post, and then this button will have the variant of destructive. And by clicking these buttons in the on click, we are going to delete our post. So we are going to call our handle delete post. That's it. Then after this, we will have our dialog close from UI dialog, and here we will have cancel. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and here you can see we have our three dots. So if I click here, so this will open this model, and here we have about this account, delete post, and then cancel, but that doesn't look like the actual one we want. So if I click here, you can see this looks nice, but this doesn't look nice. So let's fix this. So let's go to our code, and here this button will have a variant of secondary. Now if I go to our project, so now if I click here, so now it's about this account, but doesn't look good now. So let's go to the code. So here this link, this post, and this dialog close will be inside this div. So I'm going to cut it from here, and this one will be inside this div. So this div. So let's put it here. Now if I hit save and let's go to our project. Now if I click here, now you can see it looks good. Here we have this about this account, delete post, and cancel. By clicking the cancel, this will close the model. By click here about this account, will redirect us to the profile page. So here you can see we are redirect to the profile page. Awesome. So we are going to implement the delete post functionality later. First, let's complete the designing. So after this three dot, we are going to create our comment. So let's go to our comment.tsx, and in the comment we are going to receive some props. So I'm going to define the props. So type props. We will receive the user, which is a type of user, otherwise null. Then we will receive the post, which is a type of post, otherwise null. That's it. Now we are going to pass it here in our component, so props, and we are going to import the post and user. Then at the top, I'm going to first create some state variable. Before that, let's convert this into a client component using use client, and here we are going to first create a comment. So comment and set comment, this one will be use state, and initially this one will be empty. Then we will get our dispatch function from using our use dispatch. Then we have a function for handling our comments. So const add comment handler. This one will be an async function. This one async function, and this function will receive an ID of the post that we are going to comment. So ID string. So that's it. Now here inside this div, so if I show you the comment here in the deployed one, so if you click here, this will open this model with the post and all the comment. So we need a dialog here. So inside this div, we will have a dialog from UI dialog, and then we have a dialog trigger from UI dialog, and inside this we will have a p tag, and first we will have view all, then the comment length, so post dot comments dot length, and then the text comment, and this p tag will have a class name of margin top will be 2, text will be small, font semi-bold. Now if I hit save, let's go to our feed, and we need to pass some props in our comment. So here we need to pass the post, which is our post, and we need to pass the user, which is our user. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have view all 0 comment because this post doesn't have any comment, and when I click here, this will do nothing because we don't add the content. So let's go to the comment. So after this dialog trigger, we will have a dialog content from UI dialog, and this dialog content will have a class name of max width 5 pixel, padding will be 0, gap 0, this one will be flex, and flex will be in the column direction. Now inside this dialog content, we'll have our dialog title, but we don't need the dialog title, but we're going to use this to avoid the error. Then after this, we will have a div with class name of flex, and flex will be 1. Now inside this div, we'll have another div with class name of smaller devices, width will be half, and this one will be hidden, and max height will be 80 VH, and smaller device, this one will be block. Now inside this div, we'll have an image from next image, and this image will have the source from slash, not slash. We're going to use the dynamic one here, and here we are going to use post dot image dot URL. Then we have the alt, and I'm going to give this post image. Then we have width of 300, height of 300, and then class name of width full, height full, then object cover, and rounded LG. Now if I hit save, and let's go to our project. So now here you can see when I click here, this will open this model, and here we have our actual post, and this side we are going to add our comment. Awesome, how cool is that? Then after this image, and after this div, we'll have another div with class name of width full, smaller devices, width will be half, then we have flex will be in the column direction, then justify will be between. Now inside this div, we have another div with class name of flex. Items will be center, justify between, and padding will be 4. Now inside this div, we have another div with class name of flex. Gap will be 3, and items will be center. Now inside this div, we will have our avatar. So avatar from UI avatar, and inside this we will have our avatar image from UI avatar, and here the source will be user dot profile picture, and we're going to add a fallback. So avatar fallback from UI avatar, and let's use cn. So after this avatar, we'll have a div, and inside this div we have a p with user dot username, and this p tag will have a class name of font bold. Then we have font semi bold and text small. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and if I click here, so here you can see this is the profile of the user that created this post. So here we have the profile image and the username. That's awesome. So next, after this div, we'll have our dot button. So we're going to use our dot button here, and we're going to pass the user, which is the user, and the post will be the post. Now if I hit save and go to our project, so here you can see we have our 3 dot, and by clicking this will open this model. Awesome. And here we have the cross icon to close the model. Here if you notice that our close icon and the 3 dot is so close. So what I'm going to do is, here I'm going to add a margin top of 8. Now if I hit save, now you can see it's, let's use margin top of 4. Now let's go to our project. Now it's okay. So this is our close icon, this is our 3 dot icon. So that's it. After the dot button and after completing this div, we will have a HR horizontal line. And now if I hit save, and here we don't see the line. Let's see in our deployed version. So here we have a horizontal line. So here we don't have this horizontal line. So let's continue. We're going to check this later. So after this HR, we have another div, and inside this div we have a class name of flex1. Overflow hidden, not hidden, overflow here will be y auto. Then we have max height of 96 and padding will be 4. Now inside this div, what we're going to do is we're going to loop through our post, not post message, loop through our post dot comments, and we're going to map through it. We'll get the individual item, and we're going to return a div. The key will be item dot id, and then we have a class name of flex. Margin bottom will be 4, gap 3, item center, and inside this div we'll have an avatar, and then avatar image, and here the source will be the person that add this comment. So the source will be item dot user dot profile picture. Then we're going to add a avatar fallback, and let's use CN. That's it. So after the avatar, we'll have another div with class name of flex. Items will be center. SpaceX will be 2. And then inside this div, we'll have a p tag with our item dot user dot username, and then we have another p tag with the actual comment. So item dot text. Now the first p tag will have a class name of text small font bold, and for the second p tag we'll have a class name of font normal and text small. Then after this, so after this div we will have another div with class name of padding 4, and then inside this div we have another div with class name of flex item center and gap will be 2. Then inside this div we have input of type text. The value will be comment, and in the on change, so on change we'll get the event, and we're going to set comment to e dot target dot value. So we will get the comment text from the user, and then the placeholder will be add a comment. Then we have class name of width full, outline none. We have a border, then text small, border gray 300, padding will be 2, and rounded. Then after this input we'll have a button. The button text will be send, and the button variant will be outline. That's it. Now if I hit save, and if I go to our project, now you can see here we have this horizontal line properly, and here we have our add comment box. I think this horizontal line doesn't work previously because we don't have other content here. Now we have the other content, that's why it's showing here. Now when we have a comment, the comment will be shown here. We'll check this later when we implement the comment system. So that's it for our comment component designing. Next, we are going to start implementing all our other functionality that remain. So now, before implementing our others functionality, we are going to fix some issue that can cause error in future. So I'm going to explain why this issue can cause some error in the future. So first is I'm going to open my comment, and here you can see we use this optional chaining here. So we need to add this here also. So when we map through our post comment, we're going to use this optional chaining. Otherwise, sometimes this can give you some weird error. So if you face error, you just need to add this optional chaining. So this is the one thing. Another thing is in our store. So if I go to our store and post slice, here in the delete post, you can see we filter out the post, but we did not assign the newly created array returned by this to our state. So that's why what we need to do is here is state dot posts, and we are going to assign this newly created array. So this is the second thing. The third thing is, so if I go to our project, let's reload the page, and if I create a new post here, so let's say I created another post like nature, and if I click here to create post, you can see the post created successfully, and here we have our post. But now if I reload the page, you can see our post is at the top. Let's create another one. So this one, AI robot. If I click here to create post, and the post created successfully. So if I reload the page, here you can see the post is not at the top, but it's supposed to be at the top because it created recently. So this is another problem that have in our project. So why we have this problem is, let's go to your backend, and in the backend, in the models and in the post model, so here you can see we have a created at property that I add manually. Then I use this timestamp true. But when we use this timestamp true, the MongoDB automatically add a created at property and updated at property. We don't need to add this manually. By doing this, we can override our default behavior. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this from our post model, from our user model, and also from our comment model. Now let's hit save. And now if I go to our project, if I reload the page, and let's create another post, like use this one. So new post. Now if I click here to create, you can see the post created, and this is at the top. Now if I reload the page, it's still at the top. So that means our sorting functionality now works properly. So this is the another thing. Next, what we need to do is, so for example, now if I log out from this application, we are redirected to our login page. That's good. But without logging in, we are able to access this localhost 3000. Here we will have this message like you are not logged in, please log in to access, but still we can access this page, which is very dangerous. We don't want this kind of behavior. When the user is not authenticated, we don't allow the user to access this home page. So we need to fix this. So how can we fix this? For this, we need to go to our home.tsx, and here we are going to add some logic. So first I'm going to convert this into a client component using the use client, and then here I'm going to first create a dispatch. So const dispatch using use dispatch, and then I'm going to get our user from Redux store. So user will be use selector, folks from React Redux. I'll get the state of type root state, and then the state dot auth dot user. So that's it. Then we are going to use a use effect hook. Then we have the dependency array here, and inside this I'm going to create a function called get auth user. This one will be an async function, and inside this div we first create a request. So get auth user request. This one will be an async function, and we are going to await axios dot get, and we're going to use our template literal to add our base API URL slash users slash me, and then we are going to add our with credential to true. That's it. This is our request. Then we will get the result by await handle auth request, and then get auth user request. That's it. So what we can do is we can also create a loading here. So const is loading, set is loading, and use state, and initially this one will be false, and we are going to pass the set is loading here. So then we will get the result, and we are going to check if we have the result. So if we have any authenticated user, we are going to dispatch set auth user, and we are going to pass our result dot data dot data dot user. So we are saving the user in our Redux store, and then we are getting that user from our Redux store here. And then here we need to pass some dependencies. So first one is the dispatch. So that's it. And here we are going to call our get auth user. So that's it. This will give us the user. Then I am going to use another use effect. So use effect, and then we have the dependency array, and inside this we are going to check if there is no user, so there is no authenticated user, then we are going to return our user to the login page. So we are going to use redirect. So redirect from next navigation, and we are going to redirect the user to slash auth slash login. That's it. And here the dependency array will have the user. That's it. Then we are going to add another condition here. So if we have is loading true, then we are going to return, and for the loader I'm going to copy it from, let's say, in our profile page. So here we have this, if is loading is true, so I'm going to copy this, and then in the home page I'm going to paste it here, and we need to import the loader from Lucidjet. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and now if I try to access our home page, you can see you are not logged in, please log in to access, and we are redirected to our login page. So that's awesome. Now the user can't access the home page without authenticating. So this will give us the security we want. So we are redirecting to our login page. So let's log in again. So login successfully. Here we have our post, and now we are going to start implementing our remaining functionality. So first we are going to start with our like functionality. So user can like or dislike a post. So to implement the like functionality, let's go to the feed. So in the feed.tsx, here we already have a function for handling like and dislike. Here we are receiving the ID of the post we want to like. So inside this, we are going to create our request. So const, so we are directly use our request here, axios here. So result, we're going to await axios dot post, and we're going to use our base API URL slash post slash like dislike slash and then the ID of the post. So the ID. Then for the data we have empty, and then we have with credentials to true. That's it. So this will give us the result, and here we are going to check if result dot data dot status is equal to success. In that case we are going to check if our user have ID. If this condition satisfied, we are going to dispatch a new action which is a like or dislike from our store post slice, and here we need to pass an object of post ID, and we're going to get the post ID here and then a user ID. So user ID, we're going to get this from our user dot ID. Let's use the optional chaining here. So that's it. And then we're going to show a toast message from Sonar. So toast coming from Sonar, and here result dot data dot message. That's it. So this is our handle like and dislike. Now let's go down here in our heart icon. So here in the heart icon, in the on click, we're going to run a function, and we're going to call our handle like dislike, and we're going to pass the post dot id. That's it. Now here the class name will be dynamic also. So when the user like the post, the icon will change its color to red. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert this into a template literal. So template literal, we have the cursor pointer, and then we're going to add a dynamic class here. So first we're going to check if the user have the id, and post dot likes dot includes the user id. So user dot id. In that case, so if the both conditions satisfy, then we are going to add the text rate 500, otherwise nothing. So that's it. So these are dynamic classes. So now let's go to our project to check if it's work. So I'm going to open my project, and here if I click, you can see post liked successfully. Awesome. And here we have one like. How cool is that? Now if I click here again, post disliked successfully, and we have 0 likes. And another thing is, if I like the post and if I reload the page, you can see it persisted. It doesn't go away. And let's like this post also. So post like successfully. Let's dislike this. Post dislike successfully. Awesome. So our like functionality works properly, and you can see the color also changing based on the like or dislike. Next we are going to implement the add to bookmark, or you can say save post functionality. So for this, let's go to our project, and here we already created a function for handle our save unsave. Here we receiving the id of the post we want to save. Now inside this function we are going to write our logic. So in a similar manner we will get our result, and we are going to await axios dot post, and we are going to use our template literal, and here we'll have our base API URL slash post slash save unsave post slash and the ID of the post. And then for the data, we'll have an empty array, empty object. So we don't have any data here. And then the with credential will be true. That's it. This is our request and we'll get the result here. Then we're going to check if the result dot data dot status is equal to success. In that case, we're going to dispatch and we're going to set our auth user with the new user we receive here as a response. So result.data.user. That's it. Then we are going to show a toast message. So toast dot success and result dot data dot message. That's it. Now we're going to add this in our bookmark icon. So this is our bookmark, and here in the on click we are going to run a function and we are going to call our handle save unsave and pass the post dot id. That's it. Now the bookmark color and design also change based on the save or unsave. So I'm going to also convert this into a template literal, and we have the cursor pointer. Then here we have some checks for our TypeScript. So first we are going to use user dot save post as string array, and then optional chaining dot sum. We're going to use the sum method and we will get the save post id as a string. Then we are going to check if save post id is equal to post dot id. So here we have some mistake. So in the sum we have another function inside the sum. Then we will get the save post id, which is type of string, and then we are going to compare it with save post id is equal to post dot id. If it is true, then we are going to change the color to text red 500, otherwise an empty string. Now if I hit save, so this is the code conditions. So this is just for the TypeScript perspective. We use this string so that TypeScript is happy about our type. So that's it. Now let's go to our project. So now if I click here, you can see post saved successfully and its color also changed. Now we have this red color. So if I click here again, post unsaved successfully. So now we have the ability to save the post. But to see the save post, we need to implement this. So let's go to the profile. And here we need to implement this post and save to see what is our post and what post we save. That's awesome. And here you can see, we can see that we have 4 posts. So it's dynamically changing based on the post we created. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this post and save so that we can see our post and the post we saved. So to build this post and save, we already have created this post and save.tsx. So first let's go to the post.tsx, and here for the first div we have a class name of margin top of 10, grid calls will be 1. In smaller devices, grid calls will be 2. In a larger screen, grid calls will be 3. Gap will be 4. That's it. And then inside this, we're going to map through our user profile that we receive as the props dot post dot map. So we are going to map through the user's profile's post, and we will get the individual post, and then we are going to return a div, and this div will have the key of post dot id and also some class name. So the class name will be related, then group, overflow, hidden. Now inside this div, we will have image from next image, and this image will have the source of post dot image. So let's use this optional chaining dot url, and let's use the alt text to post, and then the width will be 300, height will be 300, then class name will be width full, height full, object cover, and aspect square. That's it. Now if I hit save and let's go to our project, and here you can see we have our post listed here in beautiful grid system. So these are the 4 posts that we created here, and it's organized in very nice way, just like our deployed versions. If I go to the profile here, so here in the deployed version you can see we also have this post in the grid system, and here when I hover, this will give this the number of likes the post have and number of comment the post have. So if I go to others account like this, so here you can see this one have 8 posts, and you can see the number of likes and number of comments. So we need to implement this also. So let's go to our project. So after the image, we'll have another div with class name of absolute, inset will be 0, bg black, bg opacity 50, then flex, items will be center, justify will be center, opacity 0, and in the group hover, we'll have opacity 100%. Then we are going to use a transition, and transition in the opacity, and duration will be 300 milliseconds. That's it. Now inside this div, we have another div with class name of flex, SpaceX will be 6, and I'm going to hit save. Now inside this div, we have a button, the normal button here, and inside this button we have a heart icon from Lucid React, which have the class name of width 7, height 7. Then we have another span with our post dot likes dot length. So the length of the likes, so the number of likes. And this button will have a class name of padding to rounded full text white, then space x2 flex. Items will be center and font bold. So that's it. Now I'm going to say, now we have another one for the comments. I'm going to copy this, and the heart icon, we're going to change this to message circle from Lucid React, and this one will be post dot comments dot length. That's it. Now if I hit save and go to our project, and here you can see when I hover here, this will give us the number of likes and the number of comments. Awesome. So just like this one. So it's just like the Instagram. So in the Instagram we have these types of feature where when we hover on the post we will see the number of likes and the number of comments. So that's awesome. Now let's go here to the save, and here you can see it's empty because we doesn't implemented this here. So let's go to our project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this from our post and then go to the save, and I'm going to paste it here. So here we need to import the image from next image, and here instead of the post we're going to map through the save post to show the save post to the user. That's it. Then import this heart icon, then the message circle icon, and now here you can see this will give us some TypeScript warning. So to fix this, what we need to do is here we need to check if the type of post is equal to string. In that case we are going to return now. So now you can see our warning is gone. Now let's go to our project, and if I go to the saved, here you can see we saved these two posts, which is awesome, and here we can see it. Now let's go to the home. Let's unsave this. So post unsaved successfully. Now let's save this post. So post saved successfully. Now if I go to our profile and go to the save, now you can see these two posts. So we save these two posts, which is awesome. We successfully able to save our post and also see them, and we also see our post. Awesome. So our save unsave functionality works properly, and we can see our save post and our post in our profile. Next, let's implement the comment functionality. So for this, I'm going to open the feed.tsx, and here we already have a function to handle our comment, and here we receive the ID of the post that we want to add the comment. So here first we are going to check if there is no comment text, then we are going to return from the function. Then we are going to create a request. So const add comment request, and we're going to use the async function, and here we are going to await axios dot post, and we're going to use our base API URL, then slash post slash comment slash the ID of the post. Then we need to pass some data here, the comment data. So you're going to pass text, which is the comment. Then the with credentials will be true. That's it. So these are request. Then I'm going to get the result by await handle auth request, and inside this we are going to pass our add comment request. Then we are going to check if the result dot data dot status is equal to success. Then we are going to dispatch add comment from our store post slice, and in the add comment we need to pass a object. First one is the post ID, and the post ID will be the ID receiving here, and then the comment, and the comment will be result dot data. So let's use the optional chaining here, dot data dot comment. That's it. Then we're going to show a toast message. So toast dot success, and the comment will, and the text will be comment posted. And then we're going to set our comment to an empty string. We're resetting the input. So that's it. So this is our handle comment. Now let's go to the down here, and here we have this p tag of the role button and the post, and here in the on click we're going to run a function, and we're going to call our add, I think, the handle comment, and we are going to pass the post dot id. So that's it. Now if I save and go to our project, and here you can see 0 comment. Let's add a comment like beautiful. Now if I click here to post, and you can see comment posted, and here immediately it changed to 0 comment to 1 comment. Now if I click here, you can see we have the profile picture of the person that added this comment, the username, and the comment. Awesome. So it's successfully able to add the comment. Let's add the comment to another post. For example, this one. Let's add like nice view, or you can say nice nature. If I click here to post, and you can see one comment. Let's add another one like awesome. If I click here to post and post comment posted, and here you can see two comment, and this is the first comment, this is the second comment. Awesome. So we successfully able to comment on a post. Next, what we need to do is, here you can see we also have this comment box, so we can able to add comment from here also. So to implement this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy our handle comment functionality from here. If you want, you can create a separate component or separate request using this, but I'm just copying it from here, and then open my comment.tsx, and here we already have a function to add comment handler, and inside this I'm going to paste it, and we need to import the XYS, then the base API URL, then the handle auth request, then this add comment function from our store, then the toast, and that's it. Now we have to add this add comment handler. So let's go here. So this is the button to send the comment, and here in the on click we're going to run a function, and inside this we are going to check if there is a post dot id Then we are going to use our add comment handler. I think that's the name here. So add comment handler, and we are going to pass the post dot id. That's it. So this is our comment handler. Now let's go to our project. Let's go here. Let's create a comment from here like AI image. Now if I click here to send, and you can see it added here immediately, and we have this toast message that comment successfully. This is awesome. Boom. So you can see how cool this is. Now you have a comment system in your social media application. So our comment functionality works properly here. Next, we need to implement another functionality, which is the follow and unfollow system. Here you can see we have this. So this is my own post. That's why I don't have this follow button. But if I go to this profile, and here you can see we have this button to follow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in with this account for now. So let's log out and let's log in using our other account. Login successful. So here you can see now if I click here, we also have the option to follow. So here we have two places where we can follow a user. First one is this model. Here by clicking this we can follow or unfollow a user, and otherwise if we go to their profile we can follow or unfollow. So we need to use our follow and follow functionality in two places. So that's why what we're going to do is we're going to create a hooks. So for this, in the component I'm going to create a folder called hooks, and I'm going to name it useauth.ts. Now inside this I'm going to create a function called use follow and follow, which will be an arrow function, and we're going to first get the dispatch by using use dispatch. Then I'm going to create a function called handle, and we're going to export this. So export const, and we're going to handle follow unfollow. This one will be an async function. We will get the user ID here as a string, so the user we want to follow or unfollow. Now inside this I'm going to create a follow unfollow request. So follow unfollow request, this one will be an async function. We're going to await axios dot post, and we're going to use our base API URL, then slash users slash follow unfollow slash then the user ID. Next we need to pass nothing as data, and then the with credentials will be true. That's it. So this is our follow unfollow request. So here we have this extra equal sign. We don't have this. So that's it. So this is our follow unfollow request. Then we will get our result by await handle auth request, and by passing our follow unfollow request. Then we're going to check if the result dot data dot status is equal to success. Then we are going to dispatch set auth user with result dot data dot data dot user. That's it. And then we're going to show a toast message. So toast dot success and result dot data dot message. That's it. And then we are going to return our handle follow unfollow function from here. So that's it. This is our follow unfollow handle follow unfollow. Now let's go to our profile.tsx, and here at the top, so const, we're going to get something using our use follow unfollow. We're going to call this. We will get the handle follow and unfollow, and when the user click on this button, so follow unfollow, so here in this button on click, so handle follow unfollow, we need to pass the user id, so we will get the user id as the props here. Then we are going to pass the id. That's it. Now if I hit save, let's go to our project, then let's go to this account. Now if I click here to follow, you can see follow successfully. Now we have this unfollow button, and this user have 1 followers. Now if I click again, so unfollow successfully, and this user now have 0 followers. Awesome. So click here to follow again, so follow successfully and 1 follower. Now if I go to our project in our home page, and here if I click here, you can see now we have this unfollow button here, not the follow button, because we already followed this person. Now if I click here, it will do nothing, but we need to implement this functionality also. So let's go to our dot button, and at the top, I am going to get something using our use follow unfollow, and we will get the handle follow unfollow, and then here this is the button. So in this on click, we're going to run a function, and first we're going to check if the post dot user dot id, if we have this, then we're going to call our handle follow unfollow with post dot user dot id. Let's use the optional chaining here. So that's it. Now if I go to our project, now if I click here, so this is follow now. Now if I click here, you can see unfollow successfully. Now this user is not followed by us. Now if I go to their profile, and here you can see 0 followers. Now I can follow from here and also unfollow or follow from here. So let's unfollow this and let's follow again. So follow successfully. So our follow unfollow functionality also works properly here. Now we are going to add the functionality to delete the post. So when the user click here, so this is not my post, that's why I don't have the delete button, but let's create a post using this account. Let's add this and click here to create post. So now this is my post. So when I click here, we will have an option to delete the post. So let's go to our dot button here. And here we have this handle delete post function. Here I'm going to create a handle, not handle, delete post request, which will be an async function. We're going to await axios dot delete, and we need to pass our base API URL slash post slash delete post slash, and then the post ID. We'll get the post ID from our post dot ID. So this is our request, and don't forget to add our weak credentials to true. That's it. So this is our handle post request. Then we will get our result by await handle delete post, not handle delete post, handle auth request, and we're going to pass our delete post request. That's it. Then we're going to check if the result dot data dot status is equal to success. Then we're going to check if the post dot id, so we have the post id. In that case, we're going to dispatch a new action. So dispatch delete post from our post slice, and here we're going to pass our post dot id, and then we're going to show a toast message. So toast dot success, and this one will be result dot data, not data message, result dot data dot message, and we're going to redirect our user to the home page. So that's it. So this is our handle delete post, and we already add this in our component. So here in the button, when we click, this will handle our delete post. Now let's go to our project. This is my post. Let's click here to delete. So post deleted successfully. You can see now the post is gone from our feed. Now if I reload the page, it's not here. It's deleted from our database. Awesome. Let's create another post. So let's add this pattern, create post. Now the post created successfully. Let's delete. Post deleted successfully. That's awesome. Our delete functionality also works properly. So we completed all our functionality here. So let's check everything again. So we have this like functionality. You can see we already have one like. So when I add the like, it's 2 now. So our like dislike functionality works properly. Now I can save this post. So the post saved successfully. If I go to my profile, so I don't have any post, but for the save post, I have one post saved. So that's awesome. So this also works properly. And we can create a comment here like nice. So comment posted. So here I just noticed a problem that here it's supposed to be the user that created the post, but here it's showing the currently login user. So let's quickly fix this. So for this, let's go to our comment, and in the comment, so here this is the avatar. So here we use the user profile. So this one will be post dot user dot profile picture, and the username will be post dot user dot username. That's it. Now if I say, now here if I go to the comment, now you can see this post is created by this person, that's why it's showing here. So if I click here, so here you can see this post is created by this user, that's why it's showing their profile picture. So awesome. Now I can add comment from here, good, click here to send, so it posted here. So our comment system also works properly. Now if I create another post using this account, create post, so post created successfully. Now here you can see the profile is my profile because I created this post, and here I also can add comment, like nice, awesome. So our comment also works properly, and here you can also delete this post by using this. So if I click here to delete post, so post deleted successfully, awesome. So our all the functionality works properly. So our project is completed now. Next, we need to deploy our project in live server. Now finally we are going to deploy our project in the live server. So for the backend deployment we are going to use Render, which is free, and for the frontend deployment for Next.js we are going to use the Versa. So before all of that we need to push our project in GitHub. So first I'm going to open my GitHub account, and then I'm going to create a new repository here. And I'm going to name it PhotoFlow YT backend. So first we are going to deploy our backend, and then we are going to deploy our frontend. And let's make this a private repository, and I'm going to create repository. So now we have a repository. Then I'm going to open my code, and I'm going to stop the terminal here, and I'm going to create a new terminal, and I'm going to cd to backend. And before that, in backend we need to add a gitignore file so that our node module and our environment variable are not added to our GitHub. So for this I'm going to create a file called .gitignore, and here I'm going to paste some text here. So these are the gitignore files. So this is the typical gitignore file when you search on the Google or ChatGPT to a gitignore file for your MERN stack project. This will give you these types of file. So here we excluding our node module and any npm bug logs, and here we also exclude our .env and config.env. So that's it. This is our gitignore. Now here first I'm going to use git init. So this will initialize and git. Then I'm going to use git add dot, then git commit dash m, let's say fast. Then we need to use this git branch m, so copy this and paste it here. Then we need to add this remote origin, so copy this, paste it here. And finally we are going to push our project, so copy this and paste it here and hit enter. So this will push our project to the GitHub. So it's completed. Now if I go to our project in our GitHub, if I reload the page, and here you can see we have our controller, email templates, middleware, models, routes, util, but we don't have our node module and environment variable. That's great. Next, go to the render. If you don't have any account, you can create one for free, and it's a free services. So I'm quickly sign in with my GitHub. So this is the dashboard of the render, And here I'm going to click here to add new, then web service, and I already connected my Git here. So here you can see this is the project I recently added to my GitHub, which is PhotoFlow YT backend. So I'm going to select this and click here to connect. And here we have the name, then the language, the branch, and we do not need to change anything except this one. Here the start command is not app.js, but if you see our package.json, here the start command is server.js. So you need to change this. So instead of the app.js, this one will be server.js. So this is very important to change here the server.js. If you use app.js, you can use the app.js here. Next, we are going to use the free version here. And then we need to add our environment variable. So click here to add from .env, then go to your project backend, then go to the config.in and select all and copy this, then paste it here and change this from development to production. So in the production, this will be production because we are deploying our project. So that's it. Now click here to add variables. So now we have our variables here, and then I'm going to click here to deploy web services. So the deployment started. Let's wait some time to complete the deployment. So it's completed. Now you can see here we have this tick mark with the live. Now here we have this URL. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this URL, then go to our browser and then slash API slash v1 slash post slash get all. Let's go to our post to get all our post. So here you can see it's not find the URL. So let's go to see what we have in the post. So slash all, not get all, slash all. Now if I hit enter, now you can see here we have our post, all of the posts. Here you can see the result is 4. We have the data, image, URL, the caption, the user, and all of this. And this is not in our local host, this is in the deployed version. That means our project is successfully deployed in render. Awesome. Next, we are going to deploy our front end. So for this, I'm going to open my GitHub and I'm going to create another repository here. And I'm going to name it PhotoFlow YT Frontend. And I'm going to make it a private repository and click here to create repository. So that's it. Now I'm going to open my terminal and here I'm going to go back to our root and then go to our front end. And then here I'm going to run git init, then git add dot, then git commit, and the message, let's say fast. And then what we need to do is we need to add this git branch. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Then the remote origin, we need to add the remote origin, and then we need to push the project. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Now hit enter. So this will push our front end to the GitHub. So it's completed. Now if I go to our project, if I reload the page, and here you can see we have our front end in our GitHub. We have our higher order function, app, component, lib, and all of this. That's awesome. Now let's go to the Vercel. So if you don't have any account, you can create one for free. So Vercel dashboard. Then here I am going to click here to add new project. So I'm going to click here new project, and here this is our front end. So I'm going to import this, and here everything will be same, but here one important thing is, if you remember, when we add our shared cn we use dash dash force. So in the install command we need to use this. So in the npm install we have npm install npm install dash dash force. So we are going to add this, and then we need to add the environment variable. So if I go to our project, and if I go to our front end and local, here you can see we have one. So next public backend API, I'm going to copy this and let's paste it here. And for the value we are going to use our actual backend. So copy this and then go here, paste it here, then slash API slash v1 just like this one. Here we have to v1. So API slash v1. So this is our environment variable. So that's it. So this is our environment variable. Now I'm going to click here to deploy. So our deployment started. Let's wait some time to complete the deployment. So here our deployment failed for some reason. So here we see that type params does not satisfy the constraint page props. Type id string is missing. So I think there is some error in our code. So let's go to our code again, and then let's go to our profile page. So app profile and page.tsx. Here we have a problem in defining our param. So params will be a promise, and inside this we'll have the id of type string. So this will be inside an object. So that's it. So I think our code will now work. So let's push this. So git add dot git commit sm, let's say fix, and then git push. So this will push our latest change in our GitHub. So it's completed now. Now let's go to the Vercel again, and here let's go back, and you can see it's just now. So import this, and for the build here let's change this to npm install dash dash force, and for the environment variable let's go to our env. Let's copy this, paste it here, and add the value of your backend, and then add this slash API slash v1. That's it. Now click here to deploy. So the deployment started. Let's see if we can successfully deploy our project, or we have some error this time. So let's wait some time. So this time our deployment completed, and let's continue to dashboard. Next what we need to do is we need to copy this domain here. So if I click here, this will open our project. So we don't have login user, that's why we are redirected to our authentication page in our login page. Now what we need to do is I'm going to copy this, our front end URL, then I'm going to open my backend, and in the backend I'm going to open the app.js, and here we're going to add our another backend, another front end URL in our origin. Otherwise we will get a cross error, so course error, so access control error. So that's why we need to add our front-end URL here. Now we are going to go back here, then cd to our backend, and then git add dot git commit, let's say front-end URL added to course, and then git push. So this will push our project and GitHub, and our render will automatically detect the change and start redeploying our project. And here you can see the front-end URL added to course. So this is our latest version of our backend. So now let's go to our project here. Now let's click here to open our project in the live server. So if I click here, so we don't have any account, that's why we're redirected to our auth page, and here you can see you are not logged in. So our protected functionality works properly, so we are redirected to our auth page and we can't access our home page. Now let's click here to sign up, and here let's put a username, an email address, and a password. And you can see we have this seen unseen, so show hide functionality also. Now I'm going to confirm my password and click here to sign up now. So you can see registration successful. Check your email for OTP verification, and we are redirected to our OTP verification page. And this all are happening in our live server, not in the local host. Now I'm going to open my Gmail to get the OTP. So here you can see OTP for email verification. So this is our OTP 788891. So 788890. Let's use the wrong OTP here and click here to verify. And you can see our error handling also works properly. So invalid OTP. Now click here to resend the OTP to check if our resend also works properly or not. So click here to resend OTP, and a new OTP is sent to your email. So let's go here, and this is our new OTP 482015. Let's delete all of this. 482015. Let's click here to verify. Now you can see email has been verified, and we are in the home page, and we have one user which is suggested user, and we have some likes and comment from our database also. So now let's go to our profile first. So this is our profile page. We don't have any profile picture, no post, no followers, no following, no bio. Let's click here to edit profile. Let's change the profile picture. So let's add this one. Click here to change photo. You can see profile updated, and here the profile image also updated. Let's change the bio, like MERN stack developer. Let's click here to change the bio. So the profile updated, the bio also changed. Let's also change the password. So let's add our current password. First let's use a wrong password, and then give the new password, and new password confirm. Now if I click here to change password, and here you can see incorrect current password. So let's fix this, and now click here to change password. So password changed successfully. So we can successfully edit our profile in live server. Now if I go to our profile, so here you can see we have our profile image, our bio. That's awesome. Next, go to the home. Then we can see this user profile. So here they have 3 posts and 1 following. So you can see this. We can follow this by clicking this. Now we're following this account successfully. Now you can see the unfollow button, and this user have 1 followers. Awesome. So this works properly. We can see the saved post here. So this user doesn't have any saved post. Now let's go to the home. Let's create our first post in the deployed version. So let's use this tiger. Now click here to create post. And awesome, we have our post. We successfully created our post in the live server. Now you can click here to like the post. You can see post like successfully. You can save this post. So post saved successfully. You can comment here like nice post. And if you click here and the comment posted, and here we have one comment. You can like other people post, like added. You can save others people's post also. You can comment here nice AI image and click here to post. So posted. Now if you go here, now you have two posted. You can also add the comment from here like new comment. You can say comment added. That's awesome. So everything works properly. You can delete your post. So if you click here, this will delete your post. So post deleted. Now you can reload the page and you don't have any post. Let's create a post here again. So create this one pattern. Let's click here to create and the post created successfully. Now if you go to your profile, so you have one post and you have one save post. So that's awesome. So here now we have one post, one following. So everything works properly in our deployed version also. And you can check your responsiveness here. So here we have this button. So let's select the mobile devices. We have this sidebar and you can see this thing he fit perfectly. Our comment also fit perfectly. Then let's go to the profile page. So here you can see this also fit perfectly. Go to the profile page. So in the profile page, it also looks nice in the mobile devices. The edit profile page also fit perfectly. So our project is fully mobile responsive. So we implemented all our functionality and then we deploy our project successfully. So our project is now completed. Now you have a URL that you can share with others. You can add this to your portfolio or your resume. So this is a great project to add your resume and you can send this link to your client. So this is it for today. If you have any question related to this project, you can ask me in the comment section. And the source code of this project will be given in the description. If you want, you can check this out. And if you have any question related to this project, you can ask me in the comment section. I will try my best to solve your problem. And don't forget to like, share and subscribe our channel for more interesting full stack project video. So that's it for today. Thank you so much.